Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1557. This was Lu Yin's second time at Glory Mountain, so he wasn't familiar with the place. He had to ask a few people before he found the Astral Link Major World. Some of the people who had been questioned recognized Lu Yin and stared blankly at him as he left, as if they had seen a ghost. After entering the major world, Lu Yin familiarly headed for the tall tower in the distance. He released his domain without restraint, covering an extremely large area. At the top of the tower, Jing was watering the flowers when she sensed Lu Yin's domain spreading. She said, "It's not very polite to greet an old friend." Lu Yin's expression changed, and his domain disappeared. He took a step forward and tore through the void to appear at the top of the tower. Jing turned around and looked at Lu Yin with a calm expression and a faint smile. She gestured for him to take a seat. "Would you like some flower tea?" Lu Yin replied, "It's urgent. I want to contact my family. A cup of tea won't take up too much time." Jing smiled. Seeing her insistence, Lu Yin could only nod and sit down. This was different from the first time he had been here, as his attitude had changed. Not only had he been here before, but he had also seen the astral tree. He had faced several half-ancestors and had even been chased down by them more than once. Nothing in the fifth mainland could surprise him anymore. As he quietly smelled the tea, Lu Yin looked at Jing. This woman always gave off a calm feeling, which was a good match for these flowers. "I really do have something urgent," Lu Yin said. Jing retrieved her gadget from her cosmic ring. "You've changed." Lu Yin smiled. "That's what everyone says." Jing smiled and handed the gadget over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it and disappeared. He couldn't contact anyone in front of this woman, so the first person he contacted was naturally Ming Yan. He couldn't think too much in the astral tree, but now that he was back here, he couldn't wait to find out what had happened to Ming Yan. He wanted to know how she knew that Lu was Baruta, and where she was now. When he had been monitoring Jupiter's space station on Earth, Lu Yin had memorized the number that Ming Yan had used to contact him. The gadget beeped, and Lu Yin waited nervously. Each beep made him nervous, as he was afraid that Ming Yan wouldn't pick up. After a few beeps, the gadget connected, and Lu Yin nervously asked, "Yin, Brother Lu, is that you?" Ming Yan's voice sounded anxious. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. "It's me, Yin, It really is you, Big Brother Lu," exclaimed Ming Yan excitedly. The two of them quickly met, and a screen appeared in the air. Ming Yan's image appeared within it. Lu Yin had not seen Ming Yan for a long time, but that unforgettable feeling still lingered in his heart. Ming Yan's gaze, in particular, made his heart ache. "Brother Lu," Yan thought that she would never see you again in this lifetime. Ming Yan's eyes were red. In front of Lu Yin, she would always be weak. Lu Yin frowned. "Yan, where are you now?" Ming Yan pursed her lips and told Lu Yin everything that had happened to her. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "You followed Gu Yu's instructions and left Xinwu continent, but you were betrayed and captured to a brothel." Ming Yan nodded, but when she saw Lu Yin's furious expression, she panicked and her face paled. "Brother Lu, please don't misunderstand." "Yan, I didn't do anything wrong," Lu Yin hurriedly said. "I know. I just want to know who betrayed you." Ming Yan gritted her teeth. "Yan has already dealt with her." Lu Yin was astonished. Ming Yan continued, telling him about how she had taken control of the Black Street and how she had found out that the unaging elder was a traitor to humanity. Ming Yan's experience was no less than Lu Yin's, and it sounded like a legend to others. She had been a weak girl who had developed dual personalities due to her life poison, and now, she was using her life poison to control someone else's life. Lu Yin found this somewhat inconceivable. He felt like he was a legend, but Ming Yan's experience was not much worse than his. Not only that, Brother Lu Yen can help you now. Not only can I control the Black Street and the Unaging Elder, but I can also use him to obtain information about the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's expression grew uglier. Yen stop. Return to Shenwu continent immediately. Ming Yan was at a loss. Why, Brother Lu? Lu Yin sternly replied, the Neo-Human Alliance is not as simple as you think. What you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. Don't touch them. He thought of Long Xian and what the god of witchcraft spirit had said to him. These monsters seemed to be emotionless, but in fact, they were so deep that it was frightening. They could make people become redbacks unknowingly, and in the end, they had no choice but to join them. To the people of the Fifth Mainland, the Neo-Human Alliance was one of the three dark hands, but it could not compare to the Hall of Honor. However, Lu Yin knew that the Neo-Human Alliance had enough power to destroy the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin was not surprised that the secret ancestor had been injured while destroying the Eternal Kingdom, as the Neo-Human Alliance had the resources and ability to do so. Ming Yan had tried to use the Unaging Elder to gain information about the Neo-Human Alliance, but that was courting death. Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin's stern expression and whined, but Yen wants to help Brother Lu. Lu Yin's gaze relaxed, and his tone softened. Yen listen to me and leave the Black Street immediately. Erase all ties with the Neo-Human Alliance and don't come into contact with them. Ming Yan lowered her head. Brother Lu, father died at their hands. Lu Yin was shocked, but he did not speak. You were also assassinated by them. I know that I don't have the ability to deal with them, but at least. Ming Yan looked up with a resolute gaze. Yen wants to do it. Lu Yin's fingers trembled. Do you know how dangerous they are? Ming Yan grinned. Brother Lu, do you know what Yen means to them? Lu Yin did not understand. Ming Yan's hair turned white, and her tone suddenly became cold and stubborn. It means that I'm their natural enemy. Lu Yin was stunned. The white-haired Ming Yan was not easy to deal with. Are you looking down on me? Ming Yan stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mouth went dry. No. If you can deal with them, then so can I. Even if I have to die, I'll die before you. Ming Yan declared loudly. Lu Yin was stunned. Was that what she meant? Don't look at me like that. I control the Black Street, control a director, and even obtain information about the Neo-Human Alliance. Do you think that it's all due to luck? I, Ming Yan, once controlled an empire and countless lives, said the white-haired Ming Yan. Lu Yin sighed. You don't understand them at all. There's no need to understand them. They don't understand me either, and I've never taken the initiative to obtain information. I'm very cautious about this. Lu Yin coughed. I want to talk to the other one. There's no need. Ming Yan rejected him directly, but her eyes kept drifting to Lu Yin. At that moment, her hair turned black again. Lu. Brother Lu, I'm sorry. She came out on her own, Ming Yan apologized softly. Lu Yin was helpless. Dual personalities were really difficult to deal with. Yen misses you, Brother Lu. Ming Yan could not help but say. Lu Yin replied, I miss you too. I'll go to the Black Street to find you. Ming Yan softly acknowledged, I'll wait for you. She then looked at Lu Yin reluctantly and ended the call. Lu Yin sighed as he watched the white clouds drift by. He was determined not to involve Ming Yan in the battle against the Eternals, but she could not let go of Ming Xiaoshu's death. Moreover, the assassination attempt on Earth had been thanks to Ming Yan's warning. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Ming Yan would definitely have learned more about the Neo-Human Alliance because of this incident. All of this made it impossible for Ming Yan to withdraw. It seemed that he would have to make a trip to the Black Street first to assess the situation. Lu Yin's gaze trembled, as the old man was also there. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and contacted the second person, Wendy Yushan. In this region of space, Lu Yin's closest relatives were naturally Ming Yan, Wendy Yushan, Big Sis, and the others. Big Sis had the ability to protect herself, so Lu Yin was not worried. He was only worried about Wendy Yushan. The Great Eastern Alliance was not invincible. Wendy Yushan was pleasantly surprised when she saw Lu Yin on the screen. "You're back. You knew that I would come back?" Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan restrained her surprise and replied, "You won't die so easily." Lu Yin smiled. "You know me well. How have you been recently?" "Not bad," Wendy Yushan replied. Someone slowly walked out from behind her. Lu Yin was shocked. Ling Gong. The person behind Wendy Yushan was one of the 10 arbiters, White Knight Ling Gong. Ling Gong looked at Lu Yin on the screen and was shocked. "You're actually still alive. You're really tenacious." Lu Yin was curious. "Why are you two together?" Ling Gong coldly replied, "Is that strange? I ordered her to come here, so she came." Lu Yin raised his brows, as this tone was asking for a beating. Wendy Yushan replied, "White Knight invited me to the Lingling clan to cultivate." "She didn't do anything to you, did she?" Lu Yin sized up the two. Ling Gong was annoyed. "What's with that look, Lu Yin?" Wendy Yushan was helpless. "Very well." Lu Yin nodded. "It's fine as long as you're doing well. I won't disturb you any further. I still have to contact Wang Wen." "Wait," Ling Gong said as she stared at Lu Yin. "What's your current cultivation level?" Lu Yin grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "I'll beat up 100 of you." Wendy Yushan was shocked, and Ling Gong was furious. Before she could say anything, Lu Yin ended the call and looked up. He felt great. When he thought back to how this woman had acted as if the heavens were her number two, Lu Yin felt that she deserved a beating. She had even threatened him and even kidnapped him. Now that he could disgust her, it felt great. Not only Ling Gong, but he had also discussed Feather Mavis and beaten her into submission. Now, he was going to find trouble with Wen Sansi and the others and completely reverse the position of the 10 arbiters that he had once looked up to. Lu Yin was unconsciously pleased with himself, as this was a result of being suppressed for too long. He had directly broken through to 10-lined battle force during the Sovereign Tournament, but that hadn't been satisfying enough. When he saw these people again in the future, he would beat them up one by one. Right, challenging one of the 10 arbiters was a pretty good idea. As he thought about it, Lu Yin contacted Wang Wen. This was where the proper business began. It had been almost 2 years since he had left the Fifth Mainland. Even though he had spent some time with the Great Eastern Alliance and knew that Elder Chan and the Adjudicator supported him, he still needed to ask Wang Wen about the specifics. Elder Chan and the rest did not know everything about the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin had been updating for 4 days straight, and he had even been out on a business trip. He was tired, so he decided to take a break. "Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content." Chapter 1558. Wang Wen appeared on the light screen with a sleepy look. "Looks like you're quite free," Lu Yin commented. Wang Wen stretched lazily. "It's been exactly 2 years. I thought that you'd take even longer to return." Luin shrugged. I can't stay in any other place. I know. Wang Wen acted as if he understood everything. What do you know? Luin was puzzled. How could this guy know about the astral tree? Wang Wen smiled and looked at Luin. With your abilities, chess piece bro, you're either a top dog or a rat on the street. There's no third possibility. Luin pursed his lips. You guessed right. I really am a rat on the street. Wang Wen was astonished, and his eyes widened with interest. Tell me about it. Luin replied, it's hard to explain. I didn't want to come back, so I want to fight my way back. You'll have to help me. What's the scale? Wang Wen asked, his eyes shining. Luin thought about it and then stretched out both hands. His right hand had 5 fingers, while his left hand had 6. Wang Wen was shocked. A war between the 5th and 6th mainlands? Luin shook his head, and then he clenched his fists together. Wang Wen's gaze trembled. I understand. This is a lifelong endeavor. I don't have a lifetime to waste. Wang Wen was helpless. You want both mainlands? Do you trust me that much? Luin shrugged. Is there anyone else besides you who can help me? Of course, you're not the only one. There will definitely be others who can help during this period. If others hear about our conversation, they'll definitely think that we're crazy. So, it doesn't matter. If we're crazy, then we'll go crazy. As long as we live in this world, we should treat the universe as a game. Regardless of whether you're a normal person or a progenitor, you can't escape the fate of being a chess piece. It just depends on whether or not you and I can become game players. Luin nodded. Alright, as long as you're confident. Now, I want to know about the Great Eastern Alliance's situation. Wang Wen turned his star energy into water and washed his face, clearing his mind. The Great Eastern Alliance is doing okay. How do I put this? An hour later, Luin ended his call with Wang Wen. He then opened his star chart and sank into deep thought. 2 years ago, or more accurately, before the Sovereign's tournament, Luin had conquered the Blaze Realm. After discussing the matter with Wang Wen, they had decided to withdraw from the Blaze Realm and leave the Blazing Mist Flow Zone to the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons to fight over. The Great Eastern Alliance had also retreated to the Fennel Flow Zone, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Now that 2 years had passed, the result was within their expectations. The Great Eastern Alliance had developed quite well in the Fennel Flow Zone, and the Gu Flow Zone did not pay them any attention. Even the 6th mainland had not been able to break into the Fennel Flow Zone back then, as the Divine Gu dynasty did not place the Great Eastern Alliance in their eyes. After 2 years of peace, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had become increasingly hostile. The Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons were no fools. Even if the Great Eastern Alliance had retreated, they would not have been able to compete with them. However, 2 years had passed, and the Great Eastern Alliance had obediently stayed in the Fennel Flow Zone. The two sides had begun to have some conflicts, and Wei Rong was one of them. In short, both sides were restraining themselves. They hadn't started a war because they were worried about the Great Eastern Territory Alliance. However, they weren't far from starting a war. It was because the Fire Domain had left behind such a fat piece of meat that everyone wanted to swallow it up. It wasn't just the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons, even the surrounding flow zones had their eyes on the Blaze Realm's territory, and there was no lack of top powers from the 8 great flow zones backing them. It was impossible for Luin and Wang Wen to have a detailed conversation across the entire universe. Wang Wenyi had only given Luin a rough description of the 6th mainland's territory, and they had Luin to thank for that. When the 6th mainland had attacked the 5th mainland, their main target had been the Innerverse. They had also waged war against the Outerverse, but they had all been blocked outside the endless weaves. This had caused the people of the outerverse to not hate the sixth mainland as much. Many were unwilling to leave their homeland, and they had directly acknowledged the sixth mainland's rule. However, the sixth mainland's methods were not bad, and their rule had been very smooth. If the outerverse had been the innerverse, then the sixth mainland would not have been able to properly govern even a tenth of the outerverse territory. Where there was a cause, there was an effect, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Lu Yin could not have predicted that things would turn out this way. Next up was Wei Rong. Wang Wen was adept at controlling the entire situation, while Wei Rong was adept at scheming. The combination of the two was the most effective method. Greetings, Your Highness. Compared to Wang Wen, Wei Rong was much more formal, but he also seemed distant. After all, he had been forced to join the Great Eastern Alliance, which was different from Wang Wen. Lu Yin and Wang Wen were friends, but he and Wei Rong were master and servant. I've already contacted Wang Wen. So, what do you have to tell me? Lu Yin asked. Wei Rong replied, over the past 2 years, I've joined forces with Cheong Shi and gained control of many of the innerverse underground powers. Our intelligence network is not inferior to the outerverse. Lu Yin nodded, as information was very useful. Our Great Eastern Alliance has received the support of the Hall of Honor's upper echelons, and with Your Highness' disappearance, the innerverse great powers no longer fear us. We've gradually established trade relations with the innerverse 8 great flow zones, and the biggest change was the establishment of the Continental Shipping Company. The Continental Shipping Company is led by the Great Eastern Alliance, and we've joined forces with Endless Borders, Daystar Shipping Company, Leon's Armada, and Aurora Spacecraft Company to form a shipping company that spans the innerverse and outerverse, as well as the cosmic sea. We control the most routes in the innerverse and outerverse, and we're now the universe's largest shipping company. Lu Yin had not expected Wei Rong and the others to have been involved in such matters. Establishing a shipping company was definitely not Wei Rong's idea, but rather Cheong Shi's. Endless Borders controlled too many outerverse shipping routes, and Lu Yin had only been able to purchase some through coercion and bribery. Later on, he had coincidentally joined Endless Borders and slowly gained a better understanding of the innerverse shipping routes. The innerverse shipping routes should have come from Daystar Shipping. Daystar Shipping was the largest shipping company and controlled the most shipping routes in the entire universe. With the protection of Leon's Armada, the shipping company was safe and efficient. They had also joined forces with the Aurora Spacecraft Company, and even the most basic shipping costs were covered. This was practically a free lunch. Wei Rong confidently said, Your Highness, the establishment of the Continental Shipping Company means that our Great Eastern Alliance will be able to deploy the greatest number of troops to the innerverse and outerverse in the shortest amount of time. Our efficiency far surpasses that of the 8 great flow zones and the cosmic sea's 4 hegemons. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Who's in charge of the Continental Shipping Company? Cheong Shi, Wei Rong replied. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Cheong Shi gave others the impression that she controlled the economy, and she could easily double the profits of her operations. Outsiders would think that she was in charge of the Continental Shipping Company for the sake of personal benefits rather than military matters. Lu Yin chatted with Wei Rong for almost an hour, and there was not much that they needed to report. Lu Yin wanted to confirm whether or not they had any ulterior motives, but it was a pity that he could not tell from their conversation. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Through his conversation with Wei Rong, Lu Yin learned of a new enemy, Tsong Ying, one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin had only heard of this person before, but he had not expected that this person would work with the Eastern Frontier. He was an enemy of the Alliance. This person had used his connections to ally with the directors of the Sword Sect and the Day-Night Clan to find ways to cause trouble for the Continental Shipping Company. Elder Chan and the head inquisitor supported the Great Eastern Alliance, but they could not possibly pay attention to a small continental shipping company. Furthermore, the 9 directors represented the interests of ordinary people. Strictly speaking, even Elder Chan could not interfere too much. Since Lu Yin was at Mount Glory, he could meet this director Tsong Ying and find out why this person was against the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin continued to contact Enya. She was the one who had planned and executed the plan to reclaim the Great Eastern Alliance. Even though Lu Yin relied more on Wang Wen and Wei Rong, he still valued Enya. Enya's report was similar to that of Wang Wen and the others. She was currently focused on the internal affairs of the Great Eastern Alliance. In just 2 short years, with the support of Leon's Armada and the others, the Great Eastern Alliance had not encountered any problems. Back then, they had tried their best to unify the entire Outerverse, but now, the powers that had joined the Great Eastern Alliance did not want to leave. The 6th mainland already occupied a third of the Outerverse, and ordinary people could adapt to the 6th mainland's rule. However, the various Weave's leading powers could not. For example, Myriad City had moved to Frostwave Weave. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of Aegis and the Oricon Sealing Stone, and he immediately asked Enya about it. When Aegis had been taken in as a subordinate organization by Lu Yin using his identity as the Hall of Honor's FTSE, all of its authority had been transferred to Enya. Enya could use his authority to access all of Aegis information, so she was the one who understood Aegis the most. Aegis has not changed much, but with the 6th mainland's invasion, their central weave will be occupied sooner or later. Your Highness, do you want them to move to Frostwave Weave? Enya asked. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment and then ended the call with Enya. He then contacted Star Fox. In the Outerverse, in a weave in the central weave, Star Fox was in a spacecraft that was flying west when his gadget suddenly rang. He glanced at it and saw an unfamiliar number. He connected, and Lu Yin appeared on his screen. When he saw Lu Yin, Star Fox's expression changed as if he had seen a ghost. Long time no see, Star Fox, Lu Yin greeted him with a smile. Star Fox was stunned. You came back alive. Why? Are you surprised? Lu Yin asked. Star Fox replied, not really, but it was very sudden. How's Aegis doing? Lu Yin asked. Star Fox was vexed. Not too good. Someone has set their sights on us. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The 6th mainland. Star Fox nodded. Of the 4 major corporations in the Outerverse, the Amethyst Trading Company has moved to Frostwave Weave. The Nayland family is also far away from the west. Endless Borders is cooperating with the Great Eastern Alliance to form the Continental Shipping Company, and their headquarters have also moved to Frostwave Weave. Only Aegis is in trouble. You can also move your headquarters to Frostwave Weave. I can provide a place for you, Lu Yin said. Star Fox solemnly replied, we've been operating our current headquarters for too long. We can't just leave whenever we want. Lu Yin looked at Star Fox, and Star Fox's eyes flickered. Lu Yin looked away and smiled. Do as you wish. So, who has set their sights on you? Star Fox's gaze turned cold. The D family. Lu Yin was astonished. The Bloodburn Realm. The D family. Star Fox nodded. We've already checked. The D family has also nurtured many assassins in the 6th mainland, and the bloodlines they look for are suitable for assassins. For example, the Bloodburn Realm's Realmling, DFA, has absorbed the bloodline of the Ghost Raccoon, which allows him to see through anything. He's born to be an assassin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1559. If the D family is targeting you, can you still hold on? Lu Yin clearly didn't believe him. Star Fox replied, the D family's patriarch is dead, and he died on the 6th mainland. This news is no secret. Lu Yin suddenly understood. The D family's patriarch is dead, and more than half of the D family's experts are either dead or scattered. The remaining ones still have to deal with the enemies they've accumulated over the years. They only sent someone to contact Aegis and ask us to think things through. Otherwise, if the D family was at its peak, Aegis would have been long gone, Star Fox said. Lu Yin relaxed. He didn't care about Aegis. After his experience in the cosmic tree domain, he didn't even care about the D family at its peak, let alone Aegis. There would always be a way to deal with them. What he cared about was the Oracle Sealing Stone, which was a strange item. There were very few emissaries on the 5th mainland, and those who became emissaries couldn't pay attention to an assassin organization like Aegis. There were no emissaries within Aegis, which led to the Oracle Sealing Stone being buried. This was what Lu Yin cared about the most. Aegis is still a subordinate organization of mine. Don't worry, I'll help you, Lu Yin said. Star Fox stared at Lu Yin, deep distrust in his eyes. He understood Lu Yin, and he knew that he had to be repaid for his actions. Aegis' current existence was due to the Great Eastern Alliance, and the Great Eastern Alliance received information from Aegis, which was mutually beneficial. However, it was unrealistic to expect Lu Yin to help them unconditionally and become enemies with the D family unless he had some other plans. Alliance Master Lu, what do you want from Aegis? Star Fox asked. Lu Yin was disdainful. What can you give me? Star Fox thought about it, but he really couldn't think of anything. An expert. Blackface was Aegis' top assassin, but he only had a power level of around 300,000. Although he was very powerful in the Outerverse, he was still far from Leon's armada. Even the Hall of Honor's head Inquisitor supported Lu Yin, so what could Aegis give him? Lu Yin didn't say much to Star Fox, and he had Enya keep an eye on Aegis to prevent it from being swallowed by the D family. He would immediately head to the Outerverse after dealing with the Blackstreet. Now that he was done with his business, it was time to contact Big Sis. Lu Yin panicked when he thought of her. She was different from Long Shi, she was like a sister and a mother. This feeling of panic was contradictory, but it was very comforting. The light screen connected, and an old woman with a face full of pockmarks appeared. She had a cigarette in her mouth and was puffing out smoke. Lu Yin almost fainted at the sight. Damned brat, you still know how to come back. The old woman spoke. It was precisely Big Sister's voice, and her face was fierce. Lu Yin blinked. Big Sis. What do you think? Big Sister's tone turned cold and threatening. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva and forced out a dry laugh. Big Sis, you've changed again. Big Sister's cultivation technique caused her to undergo a myriad of transformations. Sometimes she would be ugly, and sometimes she would be beautiful. This caused everyone around her to feel helpless. Even Heizage Leon felt a headache when he saw her. Big Sis snorted. Where did you go? We'll talk about this later. Big Sister, I'll have to trouble Leon's armada to help me keep an eye on Aegis. The 6th mainland's D family wants to deal with Aegis, so nothing must happen to Aegis. There's something I want there. Woman. Big Sister raised her eyebrows. Lu Yin was speechless. No. It's been so many years, yet you disappeared just like that. Hurry up and give me a son. No one will care if you die, Big Sister said roughly. Lu Yin was helpless. Got it. Uncle Reuben appeared behind Big Sis, as well as a group of familiar and unfamiliar faces who greeted Lu Yin. After ending the call, Lu Yin felt a warmth in his heart. Talking to his family was different from talking to other people. He had left the call with Big Sis to the end because he wanted to preserve this warmth. Wait, Lu Yin suddenly thought of someone else, Huan Sha. She was in charge of the Great Yu Empire's internal affairs, but Lu Yin did not care. With Anya and the others around, the Great Yu Empire would not be in trouble. What he wanted to know was how much money he had received over the next 2 years. Back when Zhao Ran had forgotten about his share, Lu Yin had taken note of it and told Huan Sha to keep an eye on it. He did not ask Zhao Ran, but he could ask Huan Sha directly. Your Highness, over the next 2 years, the Great Eastern Alliance, the mainland's auction house, the mainland's shipping company, and... Huan Sha wanted to give him a detailed report, but Lu Yin cut her off. Just tell me how much it is. Huan Sha looked up. 23,090,000. Lu Yin was not as excited as he had been when he had received his share. 20 million was not a lot. However, 2 years ago at the Realm Mountain, he had only received a little more than 10 million, and that was for 8 years of benefits. Now, 20 million was for 2 years, which was a huge jump. It was still all right. He told Huan Sha to keep the money. With his current wealth, he could easily come up with a figure that far exceeded this sum, so there was no need to rush to withdraw it. He looked up and let out a long breath. After contacting many people, he finally understood what had happened during the past 2 years. It had already been a few hours. Lu Yin disappeared and returned to the top floor of the tower. Zijing was humming a tune as she leisurely watered the flowers. The tea was still warm. Where's Bai Qian? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Zijing replied, he said he went home. Home. Earth? Zijing was a gentle person, and anyone who faced her would unconsciously feel at peace. Lu Yin chatted with her for a while and thanked her before leaving the Starlink realm. He headed to the Lockbreaker realm, as he wanted to increase his lockbreaking level. Currently, he was a 1-star boundless advanced lockbreaker. This was not the full extent of his abilities, and he was confident that he could break through to a higher level. When he arrived at the Lockbreaker realm again, Lu Yin was not surprised by the 6 ancient spirit arrays. He had been shocked at first, but after seeing unlimited energy, source boxes and arrays were no longer as shocking. That was what was truly shocking, as it could even withstand a progenitor. There was a planet in the Lockbreaker realm that belonged to him, and he could enter and leave as he pleased. This time, he still wanted to find Gue Juanheng, but halfway there, he heard a voice. He turned around and flew in the direction of the ancient spirit sea. Not long after, Lu Yin landed on the ancient spirit sea's ancient spirit continent. This was where many lockbreakers took their examinations, and it was also the holy land that many lockbreakers from the 5th mainland yearned for. Lu Yin did not head to the examination site, but instead headed in a certain direction. That direction was where the Lockbreaker Association's president, Xiao Ming, lived. The 5th mainland had 2 origin heavenly masters. One was a supreme sage heavenly master, and the other was Xiao Ming. Lu Yin had not expected that his arrival would attract Xiao Ming's attention. Although Supreme Sage Heavenly Masters and Xiao Ming were both Heavenly Masters, their paths of development were different. Supreme Sage Heavenly Masters were more inclined towards battle, while Xiao Ming focused on lockbreaking and studying sourcebox arrays. Lu Yin quickly arrived at Xiao Ming's residence. The environment was simple, a thatched cottage, a flower bed, and a waterfall in the distance. It looked like a normal person's place of seclusion. A normal cultivator might have just walked in, but Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy, and he could see rune lines. After arriving at the 5th mainland, he could finally see rune lines again. With rune lines, he could use the Aeon Evolution scripture, which meant that his power level had risen to a whole new level. Although there were many places in the Neoverse where rune lines could not be seen, such as Everlasting Island, Lu Yin could still see them clearly here. Xiao Ming's residence had a sourcebox array set up, but it did not have any offensive capabilities. Lu Yin did not need to decipher the sourcebox array in order to enter. He followed the path of water plants and slowly approached the waterfall. The first person he saw was not Xiao Ming, but Wu Dan, the most gifted lockbreaker in the lockbreaker realm. Wu Dan also saw Lu Yin and was astonished. "You're still alive." This was the first thing many people would say when they saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, "I'm lucky to have survived." Wu Dan felt rather uncomfortable. Back in the lockbreaker realm, he had told Lu Yin that he would show everyone how lockbreakers fought during the Sovereign Tournament. He had been very arrogant at the time, but unfortunately, he had been defeated by Bukong. "Did Xiao Ming send you here?" Wu Dan asked. Lu Yin nodded and faced the thatched cottage. Junior Lu Yin greets Xiao Ming. The thatched cottage's door slowly opened, and a man appeared in front of Lu Yin. He looked slightly older than a middle-aged man, but he could not be considered an old man. Lu Yin had assumed that Xiao Ming was an old man. After all, Xiao Ming had reached the level of an Origin Array Heavenly Master and had lived for a very long time. Wu Dan saw Xiao Ming walk out and immediately bowed. Xiao Ming looked at Lu Yin with a smile. "You've been here for 2 years. Are you planning to increase your lockbreaking level?" Wu Dan was shocked and looked back at Lu Yin. He was also a 1-star boundless advanced lockbreaker like Lu Yin, but he had advanced a step earlier than Lu Yin. He had thought that this step would increase the gap between them. After all, Lu Yin had gone missing, and many people had guessed that he had been killed by the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "I feel that I can increase my lock-breaking level, so I came to the lockbreaker realm to give it a try." Arrogant. Wu Dan could not help but mock Lu Yin. He wanted to increase his lock-breaking level in a mere 2 years. Throughout the history of lockbreakers, such a situation had only occurred to discerning elementary lockbreakers, and that was only if they were extremely talented. Everyone needed to spend at least 100 years to increase their lock-breaking level to perceptive intermediate or even boundless advanced lockbreakers. Even if he wanted to increase his lock-breaking level to the next level, it would probably take him more than 100 years. Xiao Ming walked under the waterfall. If you want to increase your lock-breaking level, you need to unlock a corresponding number of source boxes. Lu Yin had naturally researched this before. If he wanted to become a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker, he would need to unlock at least 4 1-star source boxes and 1 more 2-star source box. Previously, on Dragon Mountain, Celestial Master Chioling had given him 3 source boxes that she had played against him. One of them was a 3 stars boundless advanced source box, which was the 3rd toon-type source box to be added. 2 1-star boundless advanced source boxes and 1 3 stars boundless advanced source box were enough for him to become a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker. Lockbreaking 3 stars or even 4 stars boundless advanced source boxes was a shortcut to increasing one's lockbreaking level, and he had done so in the past. You want to continuously unlock boundless advanced source boxes? Wu Dan exclaimed. Lu Yin remained calm, as he was confident in his abilities. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1560. His rune lines, his arcane creation realm star energy, and his accumulated experience in controlling multiple sourcebox arrays. More importantly, he had played chess with Celestial Master Chioling, which had greatly improved his lock-breaking ability. He was confident that he could unlock a 5-star boundless advanced sourcebox as long as he had the time. Xiao Ming gazed at the waterfall. Over the years that the Lockbreakers Society has existed, we've advanced from 1-star boundless advanced lockbreakers to 2-star boundless advanced lockbreakers. On average, we've unlocked 10 one-star boundless advanced source boxes. Lu Yin's expression changed. Xiaoming continued, the assessment's requirement is that you only need to unlock 4 one-star boundless advanced source boxes and 1 two-star one. However, almost no lockbreaker participates in the assessment after meeting this requirement. This is because the path of lockbreaking is vast and boundless. You're confident that you can unlock 2, 3-star, 4-star, or even 5-star boundless advanced source boxes, but do you really qualify to become a lockbreaker at the corresponding level? Lu Yin, how many sourcebox arrays have you seen since you first started lockbreaking? Xiaoming asked. Lu Yin thought for a moment. Not many. Xiaoming asked the same question to Wu Dan. Wu Dan respectfully answered, I once entered the ancient spirit sea and saw one sourcebox after another. There were all sorts of dangers and all sorts of shapes. Xiaoming looked at Lu Yin. Compared to Wu Dan, the sourceboxes you've seen aren't even a tenth of what you've seen. Perhaps, it's only 1%. Lu Yin looked up. But I have the ability to unlock high-grade sourceboxes. A lockbreaker is a scholar who unlocks the universe's language. Sourceboxes are sealed by the universe, and lockbreaking is only one of the lockbreaker's abilities. Having the ability does not mean that you're a successful lockbreaker. You're an enlighter, so is your true strength only that of an enlighter? Xiaoming asked. Lu Yin could tell that Xiaoming did not want him to advance too quickly, but he did not understand. Even though Xiaoming had explained so much, he still did not understand. Xiaoming had a complicated expression. Since the inception of lockbreaking, many celestial masters have appeared, and almost none of them had good endings. Lu Yin's heart trembled, and he looked at Xiaoming in shock. Wu Dan's gaze was sorrowful. Humans cannot surpass the universe's firmament, and sourceboxes are objects that have been sealed away by the universe. Lockbreakers are delusional in their desire to unravel the universe's secrets, and they have to bear great risks. You should be aware of this, which is why lockbreakers have such a high status, especially origin inscriptionists. They can set up sourcebox arrays and turn something rotten into something miraculous. All of this is done by borrowing the universe's power, and if you borrow something, you have to return it. Out of 10 origin inscriptionists, 9 will die while trying to unlock a sourcebox. Do you think lockbreaking is that easy? Do you think that just because you can set up a sourcebox array, you can lockbreak as you please? Even an origin array celestial master can die while trying to unlock a sourcebox, and the sourceboxes they unlock might not necessarily be high-grade ones. I don't want to hear that you died while trying to unlock a sourcebox in the future. Do you understand? Xiaoming asked. Before this, his only impression of lockbreakers was that they held a lofty status. He had become a lockbreaker in order to deal with enemies with deep backgrounds. His goal had been impure, and even now, it was still the same. He had been anxious to increase his lockbreaking level for the sake of his status and to gain the recognition of the Lockbreaker Society. He wanted to increase his own weight in the Fifth Mainland, and he had not truly placed any importance on lockbreaking. Xiaoming had long since noticed this, which was why he had said those words. He truly did not wish for a gifted lockbreaker to die while trying to unlock a sourcebox due to arrogance. Lu Yin did not consider himself an arrogant person, but his current actions were indeed arrogant. In terms of background, he was far inferior to Wu Dan, and he had only surpassed her because of his innate talent and ability. However, in terms of understanding and devotion to lockbreaking, he was still far from her. Xiaoming raised a hand, revealing a scar on the back of his hand. This was left behind when I was a 5-star boundless advanced lockbreaker while unlocking a perceptive intermediate sourcebox. If my luck had been a bit worse back then, I would not be here today. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. Wu Dan was not surprised, as she had clearly heard of this matter before. All lockbreakers who have come to the lockbreaker world have at least heard of this matter. Lu Yin, this must be your first time, Xiao Ming said. Lu Yin respectfully replied, this is the first time this junior has heard of it. Because your heart is not in lockbreaking, Xiao Ming said. Lu Yin did not deny it. Wu Dan angrily glared at Lu Yin. Lockbreaking was her lifelong pursuit, and she had placed everything on lockbreaking. However, the only person in front of her that she had acknowledged as someone who surpassed her in lockbreaking actually did not care about lockbreaking at all. At this moment, she felt an uncontrollable anger towards Lu Yin, as well as a sense of helplessness. It was like someone who had casually surpassed someone else's lifelong pursuit. That kind of sullen feeling was indescribable. The more you don't care about lockbreaking, the more likely you are to die in it. Countless examples have proven this point, Xiao Ming said calmly. He then looked at Lu Yin. As the president, I have the authority to issue a test to any lockbreaker. Thus, your test will be to explore the ancient spirit sea and record the forms of 100 source boxes. Lu Yin was astonished. Then I could become a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker. Xiao Ming was helpless, as this brat was still not giving up. He really did not care about lockbreaking at all. We'll talk about it later. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He only wanted to improve, and he had listened to Xiao Ming's words and reflected on them. His conclusion was that he would talk about it in the future and try not to lockbreak as much as possible. However, he would not give up on lockbreaking. His boundless motivation made him yearn for it, and he hoped that he would one day be able to set up a sourcebox array that would benefit the entire human race. This was a distant dream that he had only dreamed of after the Lu family's monarch descent tree. It was not too important, but he still hoped that he could achieve it. Right now, he just wanted to improve his lockbreaking skills. Senior, this junior will head to the ancient spirit sea first, Lu Yin said. There were many things that he needed to settle before he left, as this trip would take too much time. As she watched Lu Yin leave, Wu Dan was unconvinced. I'll surpass him one day. Xiao Ming sighed. Some people are born with innate talent. Compared to others, you're already considered a genius lockbreaker. Even if your cultivation is not at the peak of your generation, it's not bad either. Combined with your sourcebox array, you're definitely at the peak. But compared to this kid. He did not finish his sentence, not because he wanted to attack Wu Dan, but because he wanted the youth to recognize reality. He had seen the unwillingness in Wu Dan's eyes, and he did not want Wu Dan to realize the unreachable gap between them in the future. Compared to Lu Yin, Xiao Ming valued Wu Dan more. Wu Dan was the true successor of the Lockbreaker Society. Lu Yin would never take over the Lockbreaker Society, as his heart was not on this matter. The ancient spirit sea was nurtured by the 6 ancient spirit array, which formed a strange ocean that nurtured sourceboxes. If the boundless motivation was the most magnificent and shocking sourcebox array that Lu Yin had ever seen, then the 6 ancient spirit array was the most mystical sourcebox array that he had ever seen. No one would believe that sourceboxes could nurture sourceboxes. Even in the cosmic tree, Lu Yin had never heard of such a sourcebox array. With a plop, he charged into the ancient spirit sea and dove in to search for the sourceboxes that were being nurtured. 100 didn't sound like much, but if Xiao Ming was willing to give him such a mission, it was clear that he wasn't joking around. Quite a distance away from where Lu Yin had jumped into the ancient spirit sea, many lockbreakers had gathered at the edge of a cliff and were looking at a group of people on the cliff. Do you think those fellows are dead? No, there are some high-grade sourceboxes in the ancient spirit sea that are dangerous, but at their level, they should be able to sense them ahead of time. The Interverse Lockbreaker Society has really produced geniuses. 3 young perceptive intermediate lockbreakers have appeared all of a sudden. With a whoosh, a figure charged out from the bottom of the sea and leaped onto the cliff, panting heavily. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have recognized this person as his former classmate from the Astral Combat Academy, Astral Success Leader, Dao Bo, who had once helped Lu Yin. When Dao Bo appeared, the surrounding lockbreakers all looked at him. Someone asked, "Kid, how many source boxes did you record?" Dao Bo was panting heavily, and there were plants that looked like seaweed coiling around his back. They had cut through his skin and caused him to bleed profusely. 19. What level are they? Dao Bo was silent for a moment. 17 discerning elementary and 2 perceptive intermediate. Not bad, that person said. The surrounding people also started discussing. Not bad. He's only a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, but he was able to record the forms and dangers of so many source boxes in the ancient spirit sea without suffering any injuries. At that moment, another figure charged out from the bottom of the sea. It was Casanova. 3 of the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society's 5 prodigies had come, and they would all be cultivating in the Lockbreaker world from now on. There were other Lockbreakers in the Lockbreaker world who were of the same generation as them, but none of them were as strong as them. Even though Wu Dan was a boundless advanced Lockbreaker, they still had to challenge her based on her results. How many source boxes did you record? Dao Bo asked. Casanova was vexed, and a piece of flesh had been torn off from his shoulder. Those dangers were too sinister, and I almost lost my life. Dao Bo was bitter, as it was not easy to record the forms and dangers of source boxes. The forms were easy to record, as one could clearly see them after circling around them, but the dangers of source boxes needed to be personally experienced. With their cultivations, they did not dare to come into contact with the dangers of perceptive intermediate source boxes. There were also some source boxes that they could not even see through, so recording them was even more difficult. 23 source boxes, for perceptive intermediate, and 19 discerning elementary, Casanova muttered. The surrounding people gasped in surprise, as even the older generation of perceptive intermediate lockbreakers might not be able to do better. The Innerverse Lockbreaker Society's 5 prodigies had long since spread to the Lockbreaker world, and they were second only to Wu Dan in their generation. It was reasonable for them to have such results, but they were still far from being comparable to Wu Dan. Again. There's no time limit anyway, Dao Bo said. Casanova was helpless. If I have the time, I'd rather find 1 or 2 beautiful Lockbreaker sisters to chat with. Dao Bo coldly replied, up to you, but Wu Dan is the most popular young Lockbreaker in the Lockbreaker world. Casanova became unhappy when he heard this, and he somersaulted back into the ancient spirit sea. Elsewhere, Lu Yin discovered a source box not long after entering the ancient spirit sea. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1561. The source boxes within the ancient spirit sea had to be exchanged with other source boxes. Lockbreakers could use source boxes from the outside world to exchange for source boxes, but they could not directly take them away. Lu Yin easily approached the source box. It was only a discerning elementary source box, and the killing intent it emitted could not even scratch his skin. Lu Yin easily recorded its form and killing intent before leaving. Next, he quickly discovered the second source box as well. His domain was vast, and although he did not check the number of rune lines out of caution, the fluctuations of star energy combined with his domain allowed him to easily discover the source box. The 3rd, the 4th, the 12th. Finally, the 13th source box was no longer a discerning elementary source box, but a perceptive intermediate one. This source box's killing intent was rather unique, and it had a very strong repulsive force. Most enlighters could not even approach it. Lu Yin stepped next to the source box, recorded its form, and then left. Half a day later, another lockbreaker also approached the source box and tried to approach it. He wanted to use his perceptive intermediate source box to exchange for this source box. This sourcebox's killing intent was very suitable for his technique, and he guessed that there might be something inside that would be useful to him. Unfortunately, the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker could not approach the sourcebox, so he could only dejectedly leave. In a single day, Luyên had recorded 27 sourceboxes, and at this rate, he should be able to finish quickly. However, he did not realize that he had already circled around the upper levels of the ancient spirit sea. If he wanted to search for more sourceboxes, he would have to descend, and the further down he went, the higher the grade of the sourcebox. On the other side, Dao Bo climbed up the cliff once more, feeling rather helpless. He had discovered no less than 3 sourceboxes in a single day, but their killing intent prevented him from approaching them, so he could not record them at all. Casanova was the same, and the two of them came up together as if they had agreed beforehand. Among the sourceboxes that Wu Dan recorded, there should be a boundless advanced sourcebox, right? Casanova asked. Dao Bo nodded. Yes. Casanova was helpless. How can we compare? Even if a boundless advanced sourcebox was placed in front of us, we wouldn't be able to record it. We can't even approach it. At this moment, a figure charged out of the sea. It was the leader of the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society's 5 prodigies, Lightfeather. He was a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker who was only 1 step away from Wu Dan, but he could not take that step no matter what. How is it? Casanova asked. Qing Zhiyu's expression was heavy. It can't compare to Wu Dan. Nonsense. Casanova rolled his eyes. Hey, kid, how many did you record? Someone asked. They had all been drawn here by Lightfeather. After all, within the same generation, Lightfeather was considered to be second only to Wu Dan. Lightfeather raised her head. 32, 7 perceptive intermediate, and 24 discerning elementary. That's 31. Casanova did some quick calculations, and then he looked at Lightfeather in shock. You recorded the boundless advanced sourceboxes. The surrounding people were also surprised. Lightfeather raised his hand, and the crowd discovered that his palm had turned black. Clearly, he had been poisoned. I recorded a boundless advanced sourcebox, but the sourcebox's danger is poison. I've already been poisoned. Hey, are you crazy? Are you alright? Casanova's expression changed. Qing Zhiyu shook her head. It's not deep. It's just a little painful. Dao Bo's gaze was resolute. Continue. With that, he jumped into the ancient spirit sea. Casanova had no choice but to meet Lightfeather's gaze and jump down as well. Lightfeather rested for a moment before turning around and continuing to charge forward. Once they entered the ancient spirit sea, they would represent the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society, and they could not be too inferior to Wu Dan. Dao Bo followed the seawater and found a sourcebox. However, he had already recorded all of the sourceboxes in the first layer, and most of them were discerning elementary sourceboxes. His gaze was resolute as he continued to descend. After a while, he discovered traces of a sourcebox and sped up. He quickly saw a sourcebox that looked like a gourd and was as large as a small mountain. Occasionally, red lines would spread out from the sourcebox like waves, and they would disappear after traveling a certain distance. Dao Bo could not tell what type of sourcebox's danger these red lines were. He raised his hand to sense his star energy, but he could not detect them either. His domain could not detect them either. He thought about it for a moment and slowly approached until he reached the point where the red lines had disappeared. He raised his hand to touch the seawater, but he still could not sense anything. In the distance, the gourd sourcebox released more red lines that spread out and gradually approached Dao Bo. If he wanted to record a sourcebox's danger, then he needed to know what kind of danger the sourcebox contained. Dao Bo hesitated for a moment before releasing his domain once more. It swept past the red lines, but he still could not sense anything. He could only raise his hand and slowly touch the red lines. They grew closer and closer, and just as his hand was about to touch the red lines, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Dao Bo's hair stood on end. Someone had actually appeared behind him without him noticing. His domain was not completely withdrawn, and he suddenly turned around to see a familiar face that had left a deep impression on him. Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, suicide is not a good habit. Dao Bo was shocked, and he looked at the red lines that had disappeared less than a centimeter away from his finger. Are you talking about this? Lu Yin walked past Dao Bo and raised his index finger to sweep past the red lines, twisting them and tearing them apart. Faint red spots floated out, and one of them landed on Dao Bo's hand. Dao Bo's hand instantly became charred, and he did not even have time to react. Lu Yin pressed down with his hand, and the high temperature that was burning Dao Bo's hand suddenly disappeared. Dao Bo was confused. What's this? Lu Yin tossed the high temperature towards the gourd source box. He had used his arcane creation realm star energy to absorb the high temperature, or else it would have been very difficult for him to help Dao Bo escape. Even though it had only been an instant, Dao Bo's hand had been severely injured. However, this injury was nothing, as he had medicine that could heal it. Thank you, Dao Bo said in a low voice as he looked at his hand with lingering fear. It had been very painful, and if not for Lu Yin, the pain would have engulfed his entire body, and he would have been roasted to death. That kind of death was unbearable. At the same time, he was also shocked by Lu Yin's strength. He had not been able to withstand the red spots, but Lu Yin had been fine after touching the red lines. Just what level had this person reached? Senior, why are you here? Lu Yin asked curiously. Dao Bo bandaged his hand. Regardless of whether it's the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society or the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society, as long as they have the qualifications, they want to come to the Lockbreaker world to cultivate. We are the same. Are the Distinguished Five all here? Lu Yin asked. Dao Bo shook his head. There are no Distinguished Five. When the Sixth Mainland invaded the Innerverse, 2 of the Distinguished Five died in battle. Before the Autark tournament, I successfully became a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, so I've filled in 1 spot. However, there's still 1 vacancy. Lu Yin, I heard that you went missing. What happened? Dao Bo asked. Lu Yin had a good impression of Dao Bo, as this person had helped him in the Astral Combat Academy. Although Dao Bo had not mentioned it, Lu Yin had later learned that Dao Bo was a senior worthy of respect. I was unlucky and went to an unpleasant place. It's been 2 years, but I've finally returned. That's good. The Neo-Human Alliance is everywhere, so you have to be careful in the future. With your innate gift, they'll definitely keep an eye on you. Lu Yin snickered inwardly. The Neo-Human Alliance probably wanted him to be as strong as possible so that they could unify the 5th mainland as soon as possible and cause internal strife in the astral trees. To a certain extent, although they were enemies, they were on the same side, which was truly disgusting. Senior, do you want this source box? Lu Yin asked. Dao Bo replied, it's my first time here, so I have to do something to show them. Besides, we also want to know how big the gap is between us and Wu Dan. The gap was too big. Lu Yin wanted to say this, but he did not, as it would be too much of a blow. I'm also recording source boxes. Senior, can I help you? Dao Bo seriously replied, no need, I'll do it myself. Lu Yin nodded. Then take care of yourself. It's best not to touch a source box that you can't see clearly. By the way, this source box should be at the level of a 2-star boundless advanced source box. Even Wu Dan might not be able to escape unscathed. He then bid farewell to Dao Bo. Dao Bo watched Lu Yin's departing figure and suddenly remembered that this junior of his was also a boundless advanced sourcebox lockbreaker. He had not only relied on his own strength to directly face a sourcebox's danger, but also his lock-breaking ability. This person might very well surpass Wu Dan. Innate gift was not something that could be forced. Dao Bo was worshipped by countless people in this region of the universe, and he was also envied by many for his innate gift. However, he actually felt the same way when facing Lu Yin. It was not jealousy, but rather a sullen feeling that he could not touch Lu Yin. He did not know that Wu Dan, the target of the 5 aces, also felt the same way when facing Lu Yin. Lu Yin recorded the gourd sourcebox and continued his search. When Lu Yin recorded 50 sourceboxes, he discovered that the further he went, the more difficult it became. This was especially so when he accidentally saw a palm-sized sourcebox with an irregular shape. He felt helpless, as this sourcebox was not fixed in place and was constantly moving. The sourcebox's danger was also fixed within a 1-meter radius of the sourcebox, which was a very small area. Lu Yin could not approach it even if he wanted to, and he could only watch as the sourcebox disappeared. Following that, he encountered more and more situations like this. In the depths of the ancient Spirit Sea, he encountered a sourcebox that released a terrifying attack. Lu Yin's universal armor and metal puppet were both destroyed, and when faced with a sourcebox with a power level of over 600,000, he had to avoid it. Boundless advanced sourceboxes released varying amounts of danger. Some were only at the level of an enlighter, while others were at the level of an emissary. Lu Yin could only retreat whenever he encountered one. He had already stayed in the ancient Spirit Sea for more than 10 days and had recorded more than 70 sourceboxes. The further he went, the more difficult it became. Although the ancient Spirit Sea was vast, there were not many sourceboxes, and it seemed as if the number would always remain the same. Whenever someone took a sourcebox, another would be sent into the ancient Spirit Sea. It was very difficult for the number of sourceboxes to change. Lu Yin guessed that there were more than 100 sourceboxes in the ancient Spirit Sea. If there were, then Xiao Ming would be too disgusting. This was a mission that Lu Yin could not complete at the moment. On this day, Lu Yin discovered a perceptive intermediate sourcebox, which should have been easy to record. However, the perceptive intermediate sourceboxes that he encountered had formed a sourcebox array. There were a total of 3 perceptive intermediate sourceboxes, and the danger from the sourceboxes had adapted to each other, forming some sort of sourcebox array that Lu Yin could not approach. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1562. Lu Yin felt helpless, as any sourcebox array was not easy to deal with. Furthermore, he had to disassemble the array and record the danger of each sourcebox individually. With his current abilities, he might be able to do so if he studied it for a while, but he did not have the time to do so. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly looked behind him and saw a man approaching. The man looked rather old and had a solemn expression. He stopped at a position similar to Lu Yin's and stared at the 3 perceptive intermediate sourceboxes. "Senior, you are?" Lu Yin asked. The man looked at Lu Yin. Su Feng. Lu Yin had never heard of him. Junior Lu Yin. "I know, I watched your competition," Su Feng replied. He then looked at the 3 perceptive intermediate sourceboxes. "It's a bit complicated, but there are many cases of sourceboxes unintentionally forming sourcebox arrays in the universe. I'll need to study them for a while. Then I won't disturb Senior any longer," Lu Yin said and turned to leave. Su Feng said, "Wait." Lu Yin looked at Su Feng. "Are you recording the sourceboxes?" "Yes." "How many have you recorded?" 76. Su Feng was shocked. You must have just arrived at the ancient spirit sea. Lu Yin calculated. About 10 days. Su Feng sighed. As expected of a genius who surpassed Wu Dan. He then sighed. If I had your talent, I would have recorded all the source boxes in the ancient spirit sea by now. Senior, how many source boxes have you recorded? Lu Yin asked curiously. Su Feng smiled bitterly. Barely over 100. How many source boxes are there in the ancient spirit sea? Su Feng replied, 100 or so, or maybe 200. Lu Yin did not believe him. If there were more than 200 source boxes, how could he not have found them? The deeper you go, the higher the grade of the source boxes. The source boxes nurtured by the 6 ancient spirit array also originate from the depths of the ancient spirit sea. The lockbreakers who come to the lockbreaker world are all extremely outstanding, and many of the source boxes in the ancient spirit sea are at the perceptive intermediate level. There are even fewer discerning elementary source boxes. Lu Yin looked down, as he wanted to continue deeper. The deeper he went, the more advanced the source boxes. He did not believe that there were so many of them here, and the most of them were at the perceptive intermediate level. Junior won't disturb Senior any longer. Lu Yin then left. Su Feng continued to look at the 3 perceptive intermediate source boxes. There were many people like him in the lockbreaker realm, as Xiaoming had once set a rule that anyone who could record all the source boxes in the ancient spirit sea would become his disciple. Over the next few days, Lu Yin intentionally searched for perceptive intermediate source boxes that were easier to record. He would also occasionally head to the upper levels of the ancient spirit sea to search for discerning elementary source boxes, which increased his efficiency. In just a few days, he had recorded 100 source boxes. He was in a good mood when he arrived at Xiaoming's residence. Junior Lu Yin greets Senior. Xiaoming looked at Lu Yin. What, did you finish the record? Lu Yin said, this junior has completed his recording. He then activated his gadget, which clearly recorded the various source boxes' forms and dangers. Wu Dan watched curiously. Of the 100 source boxes, 36 were discerning elementary, 43 were perceptive intermediate, and 21 were boundless advanced. Wu Dan clenched his fists when he saw the record of 21 boundless advanced source boxes. He had also recorded 100 source boxes, but he could not compare to Lu Yin in terms of time or the grades of the source boxes he had recorded. He had also seen a calabash that he had never been able to get close to in the past. He had seen the record of nearly half of the boundless advanced source boxes. He had seen these source boxes long ago, but he had never been able to get close to them. Xiaoming was not surprised that Lu Yin had been able to record them. What are your thoughts? Lu Yin answered seriously, there are no similar source boxes in the universe. This trip to the ancient spirit sea has made up for this junior's lack of knowledge regarding source boxes. Make up for it. You still don't understand the path of lockbreaking, Xiaoming said. Lu Yin felt helpless. Was this person trying to stop him? Forget it. Your mind isn't on lockbreaking anyway. Unlock 2 1-star boundless advanced source boxes and 1 3-stars boundless advanced source box, Xiaoming said. Lu Yin was delighted, as this meant that he was being allowed to advance. President, this disciple has a request. Wu Dan suddenly spoke up and faced Xiaoming. This disciple would like to have a game with Lu Yin. Lu Yin's brows rose. A game? Wu Dan looked at Lu Yin provocatively. Lu Yin, do you have the guts to play a game? It's an Origin Array Masters game. Lu Yin blinked. What game? Eternal Perimeter, Wu Dan said arrogantly, as he believed that Lu Yin did not know. Lu Yin did not speak and simply looked at him. Eternal Perimeter is a game that has been passed down since ancient times, and it's popular among Origin Array Masters. The rules are very simple. Wu Dan began to explain, as he truly believed that Lu Yin did not know. Before going to Dragon Mountain, Lu Yin had indeed not known about it. However, on Dragon Mountain, Celestial Master Qiuling had opened the door for him to learn about Eternal Perimeter. Honestly, Lu Yin liked this game, but could he tell Wu Dan that he had played against the Celestial Master? Even the Celestial Master had praised him. That game had shocked countless people, including Grandmaster Denghua, a Realm Origin Array Master. How about it, Lu Yin? Do you have the guts to play a game? Wu Dan stared at Lu Yin provocatively. He could not accept this outcome. How could this person surpass him when his mind was not focused on lockbreaking? Celestial Master Xiao favored Lu Yin even more. Even if Lu Yin's intentions were not pure, Wu Dan had not been affected that much in terms of lockbreaking or the Sovereign Tournament. Eternal Perimeter was a comprehensive test of a lockbreaker's understanding and control of the dangers of source boxes. It was a very comprehensive test that included innate talent. If one could defeat Lu Yin within Eternal Perimeter, then that would mean that they were not inferior to this person. Alright, if you want to play, I'll play with you, Lu Yin said. Wu Dan was delighted. I won't bully you. The first game will be a chance for you to understand. Let's officially begin with the second game. He then turned to Xiao Ming. President, please be the judge. Xiao Ming smiled. Eternal Perimeter. It's been a long time since I've played against the Elysium Master, and I really miss it. Alright, let's play with these two source boxes, and I'll be the judge. He then casually tossed out two one-star boundless advanced source boxes. This was already the most basic game of Eternal Perimeter. Only an Origin Array Master could play a game like this, and only an Origin Array Master could play it. Of the two source boxes, one was accompanied by a gray fog the moment it appeared. If one looked closely, they would discover that it was not fog, but rather some unknown power that had distorted the void to form invisible wrinkles. Only when there were too many wrinkles would it appear to be fog. The other source box was a formless danger that could not be seen. It was a sound that could not be heard, but it was a sound that could shake the void. Neither source box's danger was very powerful. This was done to take care of Wu Dan since he was only a hunter. The two source boxes' danger came into contact and fused together. They cancelled each other out, but they also acted on each other to form a fixed game. Xiao Ming waved his hand, and star energy spread out from the source box's danger. Most of the star energy was then wiped out, and the remaining star energy transformed into black and white chess pieces that floated within the game. You may begin. Choose your pieces, Xiao Ming said. Wu Dan looked at him. You choose first. White, he casually said. Wu Dan solemnly said, all right, I'll choose black. The game will begin, and you may enter at any time. Even if I don't enter, you can still destroy all the black chess pieces as long as you have the ability to do so. Lu Yin nodded. Just like when he had played against Celestial Master Qiuling, he first observed the game. Wu Dan did the same. After about half an hour, Wu Dan's expression grew more and more solemn. The game was very complicated, and although it was not very powerful, with his ability, it would be very difficult for him to enter without disturbing the sourcebox's danger. Once he did, the consequences would be unpredictable. As a proud and talented Origin Array Master, he would not do anything that he was not confident in. He could not help but look at Lu Yin, and he was stunned when he saw that the latter had moved. Xiao Ming also looked at Lu Yin. At the same time, several other lockbreakers arrived at Xiao Ming's residence. There were both men and women, and all of them were the upper echelons of the lockbreaker world as well as Origin Array Masters. Eternal Perimeter was both a game and an effective way for Origin Array Masters to learn and improve themselves. Origin Array Masters would not easily miss out on any game, and this was one of the reasons why Eternal Perimeter had been passed down to this day. Someone was astonished when they saw Lu Ying move. It's only been half an hour. Is he that confident? It's his first time playing, after all, so he wants to take the risk and experience it for himself. If he disturbs the sourcebox's danger and causes the black and white chess pieces to be destroyed, then he'll lose. Lu Ying cut into the game at a strange angle under everyone's watchful eyes, and then he raised his hand and moved. The sourcebox's danger was disturbed, and a chain reaction was set off. The inaudible sound combined with the gray fog quickly destroyed the black star energy within the game. White star energy was also destroyed, but it was very little. This was unavoidable. Wu Dan was shocked and in disbelief. How was this possible? Even an idiot could tell that Lu Ying had not accidentally disturbed the sourcebox's array. He was playing chess, and just like when he had played against Celestial Master Qiuling, he was destroying his opponent's chess pieces. Lu Ying had improved tremendously after playing against Celestial Master Qiuling. Besides, the dangers of these two sourceboxes were not as complicated as the ones that Celestial Master Qiuling had set up. Perhaps they were too complicated for Wu Dan, but Lu Ying could see them clearly. Wu Dan stared blankly at Lu Ying as he destroyed the black star energy step by step. In the end, he was unable to move a single step. The surrounding Origin Array Masters were stunned as well, as Lu Ying had been so fast. Xiao Ming's eyes were filled with admiration. This was innate talent, and this kid's innate talent was too good. It was a pity, though. If he had focused on lockbreaking, then the lockbreaker world would have been his, and he would have been able to control the Fifth Mainland's lockbreaking path. Lu Ying looked at Wu Dan. Sorry, it's over. How can this be? How are you so fast? Wu Dan could not believe it. Lu Ying shrugged. You were the one who said that I could enter earlier. Maybe I was just lucky. Wu Dan was not convinced. Let's play another game. Lu Ying did not refuse, as they had already agreed to play 2 games. Please. Celestial Master Xiao Ming looked at Lu Ying deeply and then took out 2 sourceboxes. This time, they were 1-star boundless advanced sourceboxes, and their danger was about the same as the previous 2. Everyone watched on. Half an hour later, Lu Ying moved again. This time, Wu Dan moved as well. He had not fully recognized the danger of the sourceboxes, but he was unwilling to be crushed by Lu Ying. No matter what, he still wanted to play. The 2 entered the game at the same time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1563. Lu Ying had not disturbed the sourcebox's danger, but Wu Dan had, causing a change that even Lu Ying could not control. Lu Ying could understand how Wu Dan felt. When Celestial Master Qiuling had made her first move, Lu Ying had not been able to control the changes in the game either. Now, he was standing in Celestial Master Qiuling's position. Celestial Master Qiuling had shown mercy and allowed Lu Ying to deal with the situation calmly, but Lu Ying would not treat Wu Dan the same way. Wu Dan was not his son, and Lu Ying could see that Wu Dan was unwilling to accept this outcome. Lu Ying then raised his hand and disturbed the sourcebox's danger. Wu Dan wanted to see through the sourcebox's danger, but as soon as Lu Ying moved, he completely lost his composure. He could not even understand the sourcebox's danger. His back was struck by the danger, and his body was flung away. Lu Ying controlled the danger to destroy all of the black pieces. The nearby array masters were shocked, as Lu Ying's display of power was shocking. Wu Dan lay on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was dim. He had lost so miserably that he had not been able to retaliate at all. Lu Ying walked out of the game and bowed to Xiao Ming. Senior, I'll head back to unlock the source box. Xiao Ming nodded. Go back. Yes, Senior. Lu Yin nodded at the few Origin Array Masters who were watching the battle and left. The Array Masters looked at Wu Dan. He was one of the top geniuses of the Lockbreaker world, and he had mastered sourcebox arrays at such a young age. He had considered himself a genius who stood at the pinnacle of his generation, but now, he had been crushed. It was too sad. They grieved for him, as Wu Dan did not just represent himself, but also the entire Lockbreaker world. Xiao Ming had them leave and then looked at Wu Dan. You should have been able to tell from your first defeat that the gap between the two of you is too great. Wu Dan was bitter. President, the gap should not be that great. Xiao Ming sighed. His control over star energy has already reached the profound creation realm, and his domain has already surpassed the limits of this region of space. Even his abilities in all aspects and the number of sourcebox arrays he has come into contact with far exceeds yours. Wu Dan was confused. Sourcebox arrays. Xiao Ming solemnly said, from the very beginning of the first round, I could tell that this was not his first time playing against Eternal's Radius. Furthermore, the number of sourcebox arrays that he has come into contact with and even researched far surpasses yours, and even surpasses that of the Daybreak Array Masters. Perhaps the number of sourcebox arrays that he has mastered is comparable to that of the Daybreak Array Masters. Otherwise, there is no way to explain his current abilities. Wu Dan's face was ashen. A Jiyuan Array Master. Jiyuan Array Master. That was a level that he might not be able to reach even after hundreds of years. Lu Yin had left him far behind. Some people are dazzling from the moment they are born, while others remain unknown. However, this does not necessarily mean that they will be the same in the future. Xiao Mingru gently looked at Wu Dan. Your heart is purer than his, and you are more focused on the path of lockbreaking than him. It doesn't matter if your innate talent is inferior to his. If you can't catch up to him in 1 year, then take 2 years. If you can't catch up to him in 2 years, then take 10 years, or even 100 years. Wu Dan slowly clenched her fists. But President, this disciple is still unwilling. Then continue competing with him until the day you surpass him, said Xiao Ming. Wu Dan's gaze was resolute. Yes, President. After leaving Celestial Master Xiao Mingru's residence, Lu Yin left the ancient spirit continent and headed towards the planet that had been assigned to him. Reaching the level of a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker was something that he could currently do. If he wanted to advance any further, then he would have to spend a lot of time, and he could not afford to waste that time. There were too many things waiting for him to do. A few days later, Lu Yin finished unlocking his first source box. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He had obtained a red plant that resembled a ferocious beast from a 1-star boundless advanced source box. He did not recognize it, so he put it away before unlocking his second source box. Unfortunately, the second source box did not yield anything, so Lu Yin continued unlocking his 3 stars boundless advanced source box. He had high expectations for this source box, but the results were disappointing, as there was nothing there. The astral tree of the cosmic tree's 2 beliefs about source boxes appeared in his mind once more. Some believed that source boxes could only be used to set up a source box array, while others believed that source boxes should be unlocked. If one could obtain something from unlocking it, then it would be worth it. However, most of the things inside source boxes had long since dissipated, and no one could tell which of these 2 beliefs was right. However, Lu Yin was leaning towards the first belief, as he had suffered a huge loss. If he sold these 3 source boxes, he would be able to make quite a bit of money. He currently had 1 billion star essence on him, and while it seemed like a lot, it would be gone once he used it. He could use it to upgrade any external item, and he still lacked money. Right, he also lacked external items, such as the most important defensive item. How could he do that? He had to find something to make up for it. 2 1-star boundless advanced source boxes, 1 3-stars boundless advanced source box, and he had also recorded the forms and dangers of the 100 source boxes in the ancient Spirit Sea. This had allowed Lu Yin to reach the level of a 2-star boundless lockbreaker, which was not easy at all. Lu Yin sighed when he saw his lock-breaking level increase on his gadget. He wanted to continue improving. Even if Heavenly Master Xiao Inscriber did not obstruct him, he still needed to find enough source boxes to unlock, and boundless advanced source boxes were not that easy to obtain. At the same time, Heavenly Master Xiao Inscriber's words made Lu Yin vigilant. Source boxes were not that easy to unlock, and there were no identical source boxes in the universe. Furthermore, it was not possible to clearly see the exact level of each source box. If one was careless, they could be doomed eternally, just like Dao Bo. If not for Lu Yin, Dao Bo would have been dead by now after touching that red line. After increasing his lock-breaking level, Lu Yin's next step was to visit Song Ying. He wanted to see why this director was making things difficult for the Continental Shipping Company, but before that, he wanted to find out more about this person. Before Lu Yin could leave the planet, 2 familiar figures arrived. They were 2 classic mushroom-headed people. "We heard that you were here, so we immediately came to find you." Xiao Qi pushed up his glasses with a cute expression. Lu Yin asked, "Do you need something from me?" Xiao Shi hugged a large history book. "I heard that you defeated Wu Dan in a game of chess. Is that true?" Lu Yin nodded. "I won by a bit." "Amazing!" the 2 exclaimed, and their eyes almost turned into stars as they looked at Lu Yin. "You were too amazing during the Sovereign Tournament. That was the image of the Grim Reaper. One day, your name will be recorded in this book as well," Xiao Shi praised. Lu Yin felt uncomfortable, as these words sounded like they were cursing him to death. "You should cut your mushroom hair as well. Nobody understands the romance of a mushroom hairstyle, and with your fame, you'll be able to set the trend." Xiao Qi's eyes lit up. Xiao Shi nodded continuously with an expectant expression. Lu Yin thought about how the entire Great Eastern Alliance should cut their mushroom hair, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He did not continue the topic and instead looked at Xiao Shi. "Tell me more about the Grim Reaper." Xiao Shi flipped through the book. "I've already told you everything I can about the Grim Reaper. Don't be fooled by how big this book is. It actually records countless years of human history, so there's very little content. It records all of human history." Lu Yin was curious. The existence of the Grim Reaper had been proven to exist, and Lu Yin himself was one of the Grim Reapers. In that case, the contents of this book could be trusted. A portion of it, and there should be other books as well. This chapter is not finished, so please turn the page. "The Historical Research Institute at Jiashan is gone," Xiao Shi said in distress. "Are there really no more records about the Grim Reaper?" Lu Yin was unwilling to accept this. Xiao Shi flipped through the book and read for a while Xiao Qi stared at Lu Yin and continued to instill the romance of a mushroom hairstyle into him. After a while, Lu Yin could not resist the urge to burn these 2's mushroom hair. Xiao Shi exclaimed, "There's more, but I don't know if it has anything to do with the Grim Reaper." "Speak." Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Xiao Shi placed a hand on the book and slowly said, "The Grim Reaper's force field is dark without light. It's like a black smoke signal that warns the world. When the smoke rises, a great war will begin." Xiao Shi then continued flipping through the book. "That's it?" Lu Yin asked. Xiao Shi nodded. "That's it. Where's the Grim Reaper's force field? Is there a specific description?" Lu Yin asked. Xiao Shi replied, "There's only one sentence, and there's no specific description." Lu Yin was disappointed. It was like a black smoke signal that warned the world that a great war was about to begin. For this sentence to be recorded in this book and involve the Grim Reaper meant that the Great War would not be simple. However, it was too distant, and even human history did not record such a distant event. Lu Yin thought about it and decided that he could investigate the history of ancient races, such as the Day-Night Clan or the Seven Courts, to find as much useful information as possible. He had a guess that the place with dense death energy beneath the Eternal Kingdom might be the Grim Reaper's force field. When he thought of this possibility, he immediately contacted Elder Zen and asked him to find the location of the Eternal Kingdom that had been destroyed by Mystery Progenitor. However, the information he received was disappointing. Mystery Progenitor had not told him the location of the Eternal Kingdom. Did he have to personally seek confirmation from Mystery Progenitor? Lu Yin really wanted to find the Eternal Kingdom and absorb the death energy there to strengthen his Grim Reaper transformation. At least he would not fall to the level of the 9-Yang Cauldron transformation and be unable to keep up with his own progress. Lu Yin bid farewell to the duo and left the Lockbreaker realm under their expectant and disappointed gazes. He did not know when he would be able to return again. San Liang was one of the experts who guarded the Realm Mountain, and his power level was close to that of an emissary. His status in the Realm Mountain was not low, or else he would not have targeted him as a director. Lu Yin easily found San Liang's residence, as he had no other choice. When he had first merged with San Liang's body, he knew many things about San Liang like the back of his hand. When San Liang saw Lu Yin arrive, his expression turned solemn. "Alliance Master Lu, please enter." Lu Yin followed San Liang into the living room, and San Liang asked someone to pour tea for Lu Yin. San Liang's eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something while observing Lu Yin's actions. San Liang had studied psychology for a long time, and he could tell what a person was thinking just by looking at their actions. Lu Yin was amused, and he picked up his teacup and took a sip. "What do you see from my actions?" San Liang was stunned. "What do you mean, Alliance Master Lu?" Lu Yin looked at him and moved the teacup away from him. "What do you see from my actions?" San Liang's expression changed, not because of Lu Yin's actions, but because Lu Yin actually knew that San Liang was trying to figure out someone's thoughts based on their actions. Lu Yin actually knew that San Liang studied psychology, but that was impossible. No one knew, and that was San Liang's secret. "Although I don't really study psychology, I can tell that your expression is full of shock. Then, let me tell you something that might surprise you even more." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "I had someone give you Wang Wen's contact information." San Liang's pupils shrank. "It was you." End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1564. He picked up his teacup again and took a whiff of the tea's fragrance. "Looks like you're getting along well with Wang Wen." He quickly suppressed the shock in his heart as Lu Yin's words resolved the doubts in his heart. Back then, the contact information that had mysteriously appeared in front of his eyes, he tried to contact it and then hit it off with Wang Wen. One wanted to become a director and get external support, while the other wanted to arrange his own people in Jie Mountain. With Wang Wen's cooperation and the support of the Great Eastern Alliance, San Liang's courage had grown. He was especially clear that the Great Eastern Alliance had the support of Old Zen and the head Inquisitor. In addition, Leon's armada was the leader of the Four Tyrants. These factors made San Liang dare to do many things. Now that he was getting closer and closer to the position of director, he was confident that he could obtain that position. However, even though everything went smoothly, there was one thing that made him feel uneasy. That was the person who left Wang Wen's contact information. How could that person leave his contact information without leaving a trace, and how did that person find him? He had asked Wang Wen about this before, but Wang Wen didn't say anything. He only told him that he would know when the time came. When Lu Yin had contacted Wang Wen, he had mentioned San Liang, and Lu Yin was well aware of San Liang's current situation. I'm not interested in what you and Wang Wen do. I just want to know about Director Tsong Ying's situation, Lu Yin said. Not only was this person before him the alliance master of the Great Eastern Alliance, but he was also the one who had pulled strings and given him the chance to become a director of the Great Eastern Alliance. He did not even dare to imagine just how powerful this person was. This person even dared to plot against a director of the Hall of Honor. He knew that he didn't have the ability to deal with this kind of person, so he might as well be a little more respectful. He knew that this person wanted an obedient director. I've also told Wang Wen about Director Kan Jieying's situation. It's actually very strange. Director Kan Jieying is a very stubborn person and is very principled. Once he sets his mind on something, he will definitely do it. He's not easy to get along with, but I've never heard of him deliberately using his power to deal with someone. Lu Yin listened quietly, as the brief descriptions left him flabbergasted. Either this director Tsong Ying was as adept at disguising himself as the old man, or he hated the Great Eastern Alliance. Otherwise, the Great Eastern Alliance was far away in the outerverse, and it was impossible for them to have any enmity with Lu Yin. Why would they deliberately make things difficult for the mainland shipping company? I understand. Lu Yin put down his teacup and left. Before he left, he said, "You can look for me if you have any problems. I hope to receive any news from the 9 directors as soon as possible." As he watched Lu Yin leave, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, he was getting closer and closer to becoming a director. Director Ying's residence wasn't too far away from the unaging elder, and a normal person would never be able to reach it in their lifetime. However, with Lu Yin's speed, he could reach it very quickly. Lu Yin tore through the void and walked through World Mountain. Some people noticed him, but no one dared to stop him. The invincible Heizage incident had left a deep impression on World Mountain. The 9 great counselors could be considered to be people at the peak of Jie Mountain, yet they were still bullied to their doorstep. Elder Chan's protective attitude towards Lu Yin had turned the entire World Mountain into Lu Yin's backyard. Elder Chan was not the only one. The head inquisitor's attitude was also hard to fathom. Those who could survive in the World Mountain were not simple people, and no one would bother Lu Yin over such a small matter. Lu Yin requests an audience with Director Tsong Ying, Lu Yin said when he arrived outside the courtyard. He didn't consider himself a junior, as he wasn't here to pay a visit, but rather to negotiate. Director Tsong Ying's residence was different from the old man and the others. It looked like a courtyard, but it was squarish and orderly. It was obvious that he was a very principled and stubborn person. Not long after, Lu Yin was invited in. The person leading the way was a man who seemed to be a bodyguard. Lu Yin quickly met Director Tsong Ying. This person's appearance was similar to what San Liang had described. He had a stern expression that warned strangers not to approach. "Director Tsong Ying, how are you?" Lu Yin smiled. His tone was polite, and his attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. The 9 directors had a very high status in the past, but now, they were nothing more than mediocre people. Tsong Ying didn't even offer Lu Yin a cup of tea, and his face was expressionless. "Alliance Master Lu, you've come to find me regarding the mainland shipping routes." Lu Yin nodded. "That's right. May I know how my Great Eastern Alliance has offended Director Tsong Ying that you would use your connections to think of ways to block the mainland shipping routes? You've even proposed the dissolution of the mainland shipping routes." Tsong Ying said in a low voice, "I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be direct. It's because of the giant financial group." Lu Yin frowned. The giant financial group. He knew about this financial group, as Daystar Shipping belonged to it. Alliance Master Lu, do you know that there's a branch of the Giants that's extremely intelligent? At their peak, they created technological weapons that could rival the power of an envoy. This giant financial group was established on the ruins of their technology, Zhong Ying said. Lu Yin listened quietly. The Giants are called humans, but they're a completely different race from humans. At the very least, I won't admit that the Giants are humans. Some of the Giants eat raw meat and drink blood, some are as strong as wild beasts, and some specialize in technology. My philosophy is to exterminate this strange race of giants. My ancestors once participated in the destruction of their technology, and now that their technology has been revived, I won't sit idly by, Zhong Ying continued. Lu Yin was puzzled. There are giants in the giant financial group. I'm not sure, and I haven't found anything yet. Otherwise, I would have already proposed to exterminate the giant financial group. Zhong Ying's gaze was grim, and his face was filled with killing intent. Alliance Master Lu, if you don't cooperate with the giant financial group, I won't target the mainland shipping routes. Think about it carefully. Lu Yin believed that he had said these words to Wang Wen and the others, but since Wang Wen and the others had rejected him, it proved the importance of Daystar Shipping, and Lu Yin couldn't agree to it either. Director Zhong Ying, isn't it a little too exaggerated for you to care so much about a financial group that was established in a destroyed civilization? The giant financial group has existed in the Innerverse for a long time. You said it yourself. The giant financial group even has the word giant in its name. I didn't notice it at first, but after Daystar Shipping started cooperating with your Great Eastern Alliance, someone reminded me. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Someone reminded me. Can Director Zhong Ying tell me who this person is? Director Zhong Ying fell silent. Lu Yin continued, since you're able to sit in this position, I trust that you're not stupid. It's not a good thing to become someone else's weapon. Shamrock Enterprises, Yumu, Zhong Ying replied. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Yumu. He had forgotten about this person, and he hadn't expected him to appear again. Thank you, Director Zhong Ying. Goodbye. Lu Yin left. If he didn't give up on Daystar Shipping, then the conflict between him and this director would never be resolved. This person's hatred for the giant financial group ran deep, and Lu Yin couldn't let him off so easily. Alliance Master Lu, I know that you have the support of many important figures, but I, Zhong Ying, have been a director for many years and have never made a mistake. Even Elder Chan can't easily remove me from my position. I'm different from Old Bu, Director Zhong Ying said in a low voice as he stared at Lu Yin's departing figure. Lu Yin didn't even turn back, and he didn't say a single word as he walked out. Alliance Master Lu, once giant technology recovers, it won't be a good thing. Back then, it was the Hall of Honor that destroyed giant technology. All of the Hall of Honor's directors have agreed. If you insist on helping giant technology, then the consequences will be unthinkable. Director Zhong Ying's words gradually faded away. Lu Yin had already left, as he wasn't in the mood to continue conversing with this person. He didn't dislike this person, but they had different ideals, which meant that this person was an enemy. Since this person was an enemy, Lu Yin wouldn't be polite. However, giant technology was something that Lu Yin had set his heart on, and he would definitely investigate it. After leaving Director Zhong Ying's place, Lu Yin sent Wei Rong a message that only contained 4 words, investigate Zhong Ying thoroughly. He didn't care what Wei Rong wanted to do. There were already 3 Liang on the Realm Mountain, and Wei Rong would be able to obtain a lot of information about Zhong Ying. With information, there would be a way to resolve the situation. It wasn't just 3 Liang, there was also Old Bu. Even though Lu Yin didn't want Ming Yan to participate in the war against the Neo-Human Alliance, Old Bu was still useful as a director. If 3 Liang successfully became a director, then 2 of the 9 directors would support his Great Eastern Alliance, which would be a pretty good outcome. As for the others, such as Director Xan, they would be apprehensive of Elder Chan's influence and wouldn't target Lu Yin. In the Hall of Honor, Lu Yin would have substantial authority to speak. As such, Lu Yin's final stop on the Realm Mountain was to pay a visit to the Interstellar Tribunal's head inquisitor. He really wanted to know why the head inquisitor kept helping him. The Interstellar Tribunal realm was eternally austere. There were only killings and trials here, and very few people were able to leave in one piece. Even with Lu Yin's status, which allowed him to roam the Realm Mountain like his backyard, he was still stopped when he arrived at the Interstellar Tribunal realm. Lu Yin couldn't contact the head inquisitor, so he could only contact Muen. However, he was unable to contact Muen. Lu Yin had thought that this trip would be a waste, but someone came to receive him. It was one of the 3 inquisitors, Death's Shadow. Of the 3 inquisitors, Death's Shadow was the strongest and had existed for the longest time. It was said that he was of the same generation as the head inquisitor, and he had a terrifying power level that exceeded 800,000. Death's Shadow was a shadow that merged with Lu Yin's own shadow, causing Lu Yin's back to turn cold as an extreme sense of insecurity enveloped him. "I'll take you to see the head inquisitor." This was what Death's Shadow said when he arrived, and Lu Yin could only nervously be dragged away by his own shadow. This reminded him of the ghost monkey, but he didn't know where that damned monkey was. Lu Yin had assumed that the head inquisitor lived on that incomparably large planet, and that was where he would receive his trial. However, Death's Shadow had dragged him to a corner of the Interstellar Tribunal realm. The Interstellar Tribunal realm was already incomparably dark, and there were only a few rotating stars. In this corner, it was so dark that not a single ray of light could be seen. Lu Yin couldn't even see his own hands, as light had completely devoured his vision. Lu Yin was an enlighter, but he couldn't see his own hands. This was the first time that he had experienced something like this, and it was completely different from the chaos that the witch spirit god had caused. Suddenly, the completely dark corner distorted, and light gradually appeared. Lu Yin looked around and saw his own hands. The complete darkness in front of him had transformed into a human figure, and he hurriedly bowed. Junior Lu Yin pays his respects to the head inquisitor. Without Sage Woody's support, Lu Yin was actually quite flustered. He didn't even know if the fact that he had stolen the head inquisitor's warrant had been exposed. "What's the matter?" the head inquisitor asked in an ethereal voice. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "Thank you, Lord Inquisitor, for supporting the Great Eastern Alliance." The head inquisitor remained silent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1565. Lu Yin looked up and continued, "If it weren't for your words, the Great Eastern Alliance would not have been at peace for the past 2 years. I also have to thank you for your fairness during the trial. If justice needs to be thanked, then what's the point of having a balance?" the head judge asked. Lu Yin nodded. "You're right." The atmosphere fell silent. Lu Yin wanted to ask why the head judge had helped him, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. The head judge was the most powerful person in the human domain, and Lu Yin didn't know what to say. This place was just too austere. It was as if he was facing an executioner, a cold and emotionless executioner who was full of mystery. Even though Lu Yin had experienced being chased by a half-step ancestor, he was still a little nervous when facing this head judge. "You don't have to thank me. Although Master didn't specifically instruct me, since I accepted you as my disciple, I have an obligation to help you." The head judge's words left Lu Yin confused. "Master?" Lu Yin was confused. The head judge was shrouded in darkness, and his voice was emotionless. "Mr. Mu." Lu Yin was shocked. You're also Mr. Mu's disciple? More accurately, I'm one of his disciples. Lu Yin felt that this was absurd. The person he had always respected and worried about was actually a senior from the same master. The head judge's mysterious image instantly collapsed, and his mouth fell open. You're my senior. Yes. You already knew that I was Mr. Mu's disciple? That's right. So the trial was also intentionally helping me. If you've been modified, you'll be killed without mercy. Lu Yin blinked. Master didn't tell me. The head judge replied, you didn't ask either. Lu Yin was speechless. There was nothing wrong with this statement. Then, how should I address you? Lu Yin asked. The head judge fell silent. Lord Judge. Lu Yin was stunned. You're still calling me Lord Judge? Do you want everyone in the universe to know about our relationship? The head judge asked. Nonsense, Lu Yin thought to himself. Of course, he wanted everyone in the universe to know that the powerful head judge of the Interstellar Arbitration Center was his senior. That would be great. Can I? No. The head judge immediately refused. Lu Yin was disappointed. You can leave now, the head judge said. Lu Yin looked at the pure black blob in front of him, and he actually felt a sense of familiarity. This was a senior, a true senior. It was different from the way Lu Yin had addressed Lu Yin as a senior when he was an invincible upper sage. For a moment, Lu Yin relaxed completely. When Master accepted me as a disciple, he gave me a greeting gift. Cough, cough. Lu Yin coughed as he looked at the head judge. The head judge fell silent once again. Then, a familiar blood-red bell appeared and floated in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin blinked. What did that mean? Settle accounts after the autumn. This is for you, the head judge said. Lu Yin gulped and feigned ignorance. What's this? The order can affect a cultivator with a combat power of 1 million, said the head judge. Lu Yin accepted it and solemnly stowed it away. He naturally knew how to use this item, and it was precisely because of this item that Master Yuan had been able to withstand the Sixth Mainland's attack. Back then, with Lu Yin's strength, he had not been able to use this to its full potential. At most, he would only be able to scare others, but things were different now. With this item, no one would dare to attack him. Instead, he would just shake them and cause them to become unstable. Then, he would use his empty palm to deal with them. It was just like how he had used progenitor Wushang's hide and that gun to kill an enlighter who was a realm breaker. Thank you, Senior, Lu Yin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Let's go. The surroundings turned dark once more, and Lu Yin's body unconsciously moved as the shadow dragged him out of the Arbiter realm. Head Judge, please wait. This junior still wishes to speak with the head judge. Lu Yin wanted to gain some more benefits. He wanted to defend himself against external objects, and he wanted the best kind. Death's shadow ignored him and dragged him out of the Arbiter realm. Lu Yin was speechless. Was he being chased away? Wait, Lord Shadow, look at this. Lu Yin took out the blood-red bell. At the entrance to the Arbiter realm, Lu Yin's body paused, and his shadow distorted. The head judge's order. I have this. Does that make me a member of the Interstellar Court? Lu Yin asked. Yes, Death's shadow replied without hesitation. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Can I give orders to the Interstellar Court? Yes, Death's shadow replied. Lu Yin was delighted. The blood-red bell had been stolen, and he hadn't dared to use it openly. This was the real thing, and it could be used to its fullest potential. This meant that he could use the Interstellar Court, the sharpest sword in the human domain. Had the head judge given it to him on purpose, or had he just given him a random item to protect himself? Lu Ying didn't care anymore. With this, many things would be much easier. To avoid leaving a bad impression on the head judge, Lu Ying decided to leave the Arbiter realm. A few minutes later, he returned, entered, and left again. This time, he was followed by someone from the Interstellar Court whose power level was infinitely close to that of an emissary. Lu Ying didn't know how to get to the Black Street, so he used the blood-red bell to order an expert to accompany him. The people from the Interstellar Court had status, skills, and most importantly, style. Once he returned to the Fifth Mainland, there was no need for Lu Ying to keep a low profile anymore. This expert from the Interstellar Court had only been dispatched because of the head judge's orders. He didn't care about Lu Ying at first, and he didn't even know Lu Ying since he spent most of his time in the Arbiter realm. However, when Lu Ying saw Flying Willow, his entire attitude changed, and he looked at Lu Ying in disbelief. He couldn't imagine what kind of young master would have an emissary as a bodyguard, and he felt that these two emissaries weren't any weaker than the head judge. His guess was right, both Despairing Mu and Virtuous Light were weaker than Flying Willow in terms of cultivation. Only Death's Shadow surpassed them. Just like that, Lu Ying took Luotian with him, followed Flying Willow, and the expert from the Arbiter realm, heading towards the Black Street. From an outsider's point of view, this was a typical young master's trip, with beauties, bodyguards, and even a tour guide. In the dangerous Neoverse Glory realm, there weren't many such groups. The Neoverse didn't lack young masters with backgrounds, such as the direct relatives of the 9 directors, the relatives of some of the powerful figures on the Realm Mountain, and even the relatives of experts from the Interstellar Court. There were even more in the Glory realm. There were many worlds that could produce countless young masters, but there was only one who had an emissary as a bodyguard. Lu Yin's departure from the Realm Mountain had caused a huge commotion. He turned back to look at the Realm Mountain, feeling a sense of familiarity. Elder Chan was protecting him because he was a genius who had broken through 3 stages and would definitely become a progenitor in the future. His status was comparable to the 4th Elder of the Astral Tree realm. The junior ancestor and the head judge were protecting him, so they were his seniors. The Realm Mountain was becoming more and more like his own backyard. Aada found a Shishio and took Lu Ying, Flying Willow, and Luotian out of the Glory realm. Aada was the expert from the Interstellar Court. The Shishio flew through the void with a dull explosion, but another Shishio just happened to arrive on the other side. The Shishio that Lu Ying was riding changed directions, but the other Shishio charged straight at him. Lu Ying was annoyed, this person didn't give him any face in his backyard. The 2 Shishio passed by each other, and Lu Ying turned around to see a woman sitting on the back of the other Shishio. She was beautiful, but her expression was cold. She was dressed extravagantly. The woman also saw Lu Ying, but she brushed past him without paying him any attention. Lu Ying raised a brow, how arrogant. She was just a woman, yet she didn't care. Brother Lu, this Shishio is so fast. Luotian was shocked and curious. Lu Ying looked at Luotian, and his mood immediately improved. She was much prettier than the arrogant woman from before. This is the best mode of transportation in the Glory realm. Aada spent a lot of effort to find it. Luotian grunted softly, and her gaze towards Lu Ying was filled with tenderness and joy. She didn't know where to go, but she just needed to follow him. The atmosphere became strange again, and Lu Ying pursed his lips and glanced at Flying Willow. He ignored her and asked Mr. Lu Yi, "How do you feel about the Realm Mountain?" Mr. Lu Yi replied, "There are many experts. Of course, this is the Realm Mountain, the core of the 5th mainland." Flying Willow sneered, "Unfortunately, there aren't any progenitors here." Lu Ying choked. Aada was astonished and glanced at Flying Willow. Progenitor. There hadn't been a progenitor in the 5th mainland for a very long time. Did this woman mean that she had seen a progenitor before? Behind them, at the edge of the realm mountain, the beautiful woman on the rhinoceros suddenly cried out in surprise. She looked back and remembered that this person was Luin, the one who had followed invincible Hyzage to wreak havoc in the realm mountain and become the only paragon. No wonder he looked so familiar. When she thought about Lu Yin's identity, she couldn't help but feel regret. She had actually missed out on such an important person. This person controlled the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance and had the support of Leon's Armada, Everlasting Island, and even the head Inquisitor and Elder Chan. He was an extremely important person, and if she could work with him, everything would have been easily resolved. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt. She had actually missed out on this opportunity. There were some things that, once missed, could not be reselected. She wanted to chase after them, but she didn't know which direction Luin had headed in. Helpless, she could only return to the realm mountain. They rode on Shishio's back and headed out of the glory realm. Along the way, Luin introduced the outside world to Luoshin, occasionally pointing at something that didn't stand out. He was certain that it was an outside world, which caused Luoshin to cry out in surprise. They couldn't take it anymore, as that wasn't an outside world at all. Luin didn't care whether it was or not, as no one had exposed him. He had to show off in front of a beauty, and he had always felt that he owed Luoshin something. He wanted to make up for it as much as possible, and it would be best if he could make her happy. Brother Lu, Shangqing isn't very happy when he returned, Luoshin suddenly said as she looked at Luin. Luin rolled his eyes. There's nothing we can do about it. I told him that Bai Shui is in the seed garden, and if anyone can bring her back, he should forget about it. He won't be able to see her again in this lifetime. It would be great if it was that easy to forget, Luoshin muttered to herself as she looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Luin felt awkward. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1566. At that moment, his gadget beeped. Luin glanced at it, and his gaze froze. The show was about to begin. From Director Ng, he had learned that Shamrock Enterprises' Yu Shroud was the one who had plotted against the mainland's shipping industry. He had then ordered the entire Great Eastern Alliance to gather all information on Shamrock Enterprises, including Trinity and the Old Man. He was not someone who would take a beating without retaliating. And now, this information was indeed useful to him. Shamrock Enterprises was actually planning to move their world to Jia Mountain. Shamrock Enterprises was not a Neoverse organization, but rather an Innerverse organization. However, they could not be considered a power either, as they were more like a business giant. Everyone thought that Shamrock Enterprises' headquarters was in the Innerverse, but in reality, they had already purchased a great world in the Neoverse Glory Realm and set up their headquarters there. During this time, they had been thinking of moving their great world to the Realm Mountain. Jia Mountain was the safest place in the Fifth Mainland. Shamrock Enterprises did not have the ability to establish themselves in the Neoverse real universe like the Aurora Corporation and the Sirius Sect, so they could only move their world to Jia Mountain for protection. This was not a big deal, as the Hall of Honor covered 1% of the Glory Realm and protected close to 100 worlds. With Shamrock Enterprises' ability, they could easily enter. And now, this matter was almost complete. At least, according to the old man's information, the 9 directors had all agreed to Shamrock Enterprises move their world to Jia Mountain. Shamrock Enterprises had paid a huge price for this. This is interesting, Luin thought to himself. He immediately had the old man change his stance. Shamrock Enterprises had already contacted the old man, and the old man had agreed to let them move into Jia Mountain. The old man had refused, as at least 4 directors had to refuse before they could stop Shamrock Enterprises from moving their world to Jia Mountain. Of the current 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, 2 were from the Innerverse, 2 were from the Cosmic Sea, and the remaining 5 were from the Neoverse. Out of them, the ageless old man was under Ming Yan's control and would definitely listen to Lu Yin's orders. The 2 directors from the Innerverse were definitely Lu Yin's enemies. Director Tsong Ying's stance was unclear, and no one knew if she was only targeting the mainland's shipping routes or the Great Eastern Alliance. However, there was a high possibility that they were enemies. That left the 2 directors from the Cosmic Sea and the other 3 from the Neoverse. Nan Yuan represented the 7 courts, and Lu Yin had no way of speaking to him. Furthermore, there had been some conflicts between them in the past. The other 2 Neoverse directors were called 3 Elders and Si Hong. Si Hong was the one that San Liang wanted to replace, and he had almost succeeded. Only 3 Elders was someone that Lu Yin had yet to interact with. That's right, there were quite a few directors who had received Master Yuan's favor. If he knew who they were, it would be easier. Everyone knew that Master Yuan supported him. Lu Yin immediately tried to contact Master Yuan, but to no avail. Master Yuan was always uncontactable. He had no choice but to contact Director Axayan. Alliance Master Lu, congratulations on your safe return. Director Axayan's attitude towards Lu Yin had always been very good. Lu Yin smiled, thank you, Director Axayan. It seems like you're doing well. Director Axayan faintly smiled, is there something that Alliance Master Lu is looking for me for? There's no harm in saying so. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he said seriously, I heard that Shamrock Enterprises wants to move into the Realm Mountain. I hope that Director Axayan will refuse. Axayan Zhao's eyes flashed. Shamrock Enterprises offended Alliance leader Lu. Lu Yin did not need to find a reason here. That's right. Axayan Zhao muttered to herself, Alliance Master Lu, after the war with the Blaze Realm ended, you stopped fighting the Blaze Realm. Is Axayan Zhao related to why you stopped in time? Lu Yin recalled that Axayan Zhao had specifically contacted him after the war with the Blaze Realm. She had hoped that he would not continue to wage war, as it would be pointless to make more enemies. He had not intended to wage war in the first place, and he did not have the ability to do so. Thus, he had stopped. Of course. Director Axayan specifically contacted me, so I naturally had to give her face. Axayan Zhao smiled. In that case, I naturally have to give Alliance Master Lu some face this time. Alright, I'll object. Thank you, Director Axayan. Lu Yin smiled. Axayan Zhao continued, only a majority of the 9 directors can refuse. Has Alliance Master Lu thought of someone else? Please advise me, Director Axayan, Lu Yin said. Axayan Zhao said, Mr. Yu and I are both from the Cosmic Sea, but we don't have much of a relationship. We only share the same standpoint, and this matter has no impact on the Cosmic Sea. Mr. Yu cannot object because of me. If Alliance Master Lu wants to find Mr. Yu, you can mention Master Yuan. Mr. Yu was one of the 9 directors. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Mr. Yu received Master Yuan's favor before. Axayan Zhao nodded. That favor was not small. There's also the 3rd Elder and Song Ying. They also received Master Yuan's favor. Lu Yin knew that Master Yuan had a great influence in the Hall of Honor, but it was a pity that Master Yuan did not participate in any of the Hall of Honor's affairs. Otherwise, old man, you would not have been the one to cause trouble for him. I understand. Thank you, Director Axayan. Lu Yin did not want to look for Tsong Ying. This person was stubborn and viewed Lu Yin as an enemy. He might not have relented because of Master Yuan, or else he would not have insisted on making an enemy out of the Continental Shipping Company. Lu Yin knew that the Continental Shipping Company was his own business, which meant that only Mr. Yu and the 3rd Elder could be involved. Mr. Yu was a quiet middle-aged man, and he was also very polite to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had hoped that he would refuse Shamrock Enterprises' move to the Realm Mountain, and he had immediately agreed. Lu Yin did not even need to mention Master Yuan, which made Lu Yin feel very strange. Leon's Armada has a good relationship with my longevity squadron, so I will naturally help if I can, Mr. Yu said with a smile. It was only then that Lu Yin realized that this person was from the Cosmic Seas Longevity Squadron. The Longevity Squadron was one of the more ancient squadrons among the Cosmic Seas for tyrannies, and they were also very mysterious. They had a good relationship with Leon's Armada, and the benefits that Shamrock Enterprises had given Mr. Yu could not compare to Lu Yin's favor. Mr. Yu knew what Lu Yin meant to Leon's Armada, and he also knew what kind of support Lu Yin had. The third elder also readily agreed. Not many people remembered this old man's original name, but he was called the third elder because this was the third time he had become a director. He was the most senior director out of all the directors. Lu Yin did not know what to say as he looked at the old man on the screen. Was there still a need for this old man to be a director? He was already waiting for his death. Lu Yin was afraid that the old man would forget, so he reminded him again, "Third elder, it's refusal." Refusal. Cough, 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 I know. Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. Refusal. The third elder coughed. Lu Yin disconnected the call. It was amazing that this old man could continue to be a director. Old Man Yu, Axian Zhao, Mr. Yu, the third elder, and Si Hong, who was currently being schemed against by Wei Rong. 5 people were enough. Now, all he had to do was wait for the show to begin. Audiobook sat at the front and personally listened to Lu Yin use his own strength to forcefully change the decision of the 9 directors. Audiobook was shocked. The 9 directors represented glory. They had the right to make most of the decisions in the Hall of Glory. Even if the Interstellar Arbitration Committee's strength far surpassed that of the 9 directors, they still might not be able to match up to the 9 directors in terms of authority. Furthermore, they could not forcefully interfere. However, Lu Yin had directly changed the decision. He could do whatever he wanted with just a flip of his hand. When Audiobook thought about how this person had the chief referee's warrant, he probably had the greatest authority in the Hall of Glory. Although Lu Yefei did not understand the situation in the 5th mainland, she could still see the authority that Lu Yin held. Aside from the greater worlds, there were also some powers that were exposed in the Glory Realm. The unfallen nation that Lu Yin had seen before was built on the back of a bird called Unfallen. There were also many strange nations and families in the Glory Realm. Lu Yin's understanding of the Glory Realm came from Mu'en, and he was now imitating Mu'en's introduction to the Luo Xin. There were some strange nations that even Lu Yefei was amazed by. For example, there was a nation built within a stone that was transparent and rolled around with the wind. It was truly bizarre. After leaving the Glory Realm, the next step was to head to the Black Street. It was also at this time that Lu Yefei came into contact with a spacecraft. There were spacecraft in the Cosmic Tree domain as well, such as White Mountain, Dragon Mountain, and even the Frigid Immortal sect. Some civilizations had developed technology and built spacecraft, but they had never come into contact with them. To them, spacecraft were too slow, and there was no need for them to use such a tool. Lu Yin also felt that the spacecraft was too slow. He had a collapsible black hole-grade spacecraft, but the space was too small. Thus, he had Audiobook lead the way while Lu Yefei brought them to the Black Street. When he had first come to the Neoverse, he had been brought by Shangxing Shenwei, whose power level was over 900,000. Lu Yefei could not compare to his speed. Furthermore, Lu Yefei had brought the 3 of them through the void, which did not feel good. Thus, Lu Yin had stored Luo Xin in Mount Supreme. If not for the fact that he was in a hurry to see Ming Yen, he would have rather taken a spacecraft. One would never have known that the Neoverse had such a filthy place until they reached the Black Street. The Black Street, also known as the Forgotten Land, was a place where the Neoverse trash was disposed of. All sorts of useless items were disposed of over and over again before finally gathering in the Forgotten Land. This was the dirtiest corner of the Neoverse. This place was not only dirty because of the cosmic trash, but also because it was a place for human trash. Anyone who could no longer survive in the Neoverse would either leave or come to the Black Street. This place was a place where all sorts of filthy transactions could be imagined. No one would have thought that this place was one of the 5 nodes that the Neo-Human Alliance had tried to find. The spacecraft slowly moved through the cosmic trash. Liu Yefei's expression turned ugly. They had actually come to such a filthy place. This was especially true for Big Sister Feihua, who had almost crashed into the void. "This is the Black Street?" Lu Yin asked. Ada replied, "This is the Forgotten Land. In the deepest part of the Forgotten Land is a place that cleans up cosmic trash. Many people seek a way out there. That is the Black Street." Lu Yin did not bring Luo Shen out, as he wanted to see Ming Yan. It would be awkward if he let her out. The trash here has been cleaned up several times, and anything useful has been taken away. 99% of the trash that is thrown here is completely useless and difficult to dispose of, Ada said. Lu Yin looked into the endless distance, where even the stars had been drowned out. This trash was truly useless and had no value at all. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1567. If it's completely useless, then why are people here making a living? Lu Yin asked. Ada replied, 99% of the time. Those who make a living here do so for that 1% chance. It's not easy to survive in the Neoverse, and the Black Street has formed a different civilization. As long as you have the ability, you can live a comfortable life here. Lu Yin frowned. Ming Yan was actually staying in a place like this, which infuriated him. The owner of the brothel was the unaging old man, which meant that if not for Ming Yan's ability, she would have spent the rest of her life with this trash. Lu Yin clenched his fists. If not for his value, he would have killed the unaging old man. From time to time, there were strange worms wriggling about in the trash, and there were also all sorts of strange astral beasts devouring something. This was a different kind of ecological civilization. Humans could not survive in such trash, but there was always something to be born. There was a loud boom as a spacecraft exploded in the distance, killing everyone inside. Lu Yin and the rest watched as a black shadow left, but they did not stop it. This was an assassination attempt, a perfect one at that. Lu Yin was not surprised by this, and Ada was even more used to it. The spacecraft that had been assassinated also headed towards the Black Street, and it seemed that their goal was not simple either. Since this place was known as the filthiest place in the Neoverse, Lu Yin would not be surprised by anything. The cracks in the piles of trash in outer space were like a maze that led to the Black Street. After a long time, the spacecraft finally reached the Black Street. The Black Street was actually a huge piece of land that connected the trash on both sides. Humans were like ants that relied on this trash to survive. Unexpectedly, the Black Street was bustling, and it was not as gloomy as Lu Yin had expected. The land was wide enough to accommodate more than 10 planets lined up in a row. There were no procedures required to enter the Black Street, and anyone could enter. Lu Yin and the rest parked their spacecraft, and many people immediately surrounded them, introducing them to various services. "Do you need an assassination, sir? I'll take you there. The assassination rate is 100%, and it's guaranteed to be perfect. The price is reasonable." Sir, I'll also give you a beautiful assassin who'll accompany you throughout the journey. It's a bargain. Sir, come stay at my place. My shop has all the services you want, and it's all free. You can even watch real people fight. It's guaranteed to be bloody. Sir, scram. A loud shout came from not far away. Lu Yin looked up and saw a group of people rushing over to chase these people away. The leader of the group bowed respectfully. My lord, the boss sent this subordinate to receive you. Lu Yin had contacted Ming Yan before coming here, and the person she had sent had just arrived. If it were not for the garbage that spread across the distant stars, the Black Street would be an ordinary land. At least from the outside, one would not be able to see the dark and dirty transactions. However, as soon as he released his domain, he started to feel uncomfortable. He heard all sorts of wails and saw many despairing and sorrowful scenes. He had no idea how Ming Yan could accept such a scene. With a miserable cry, a woman was bound by a collar and dragged back to a certain place. This was not a rare sight. The dark corners were filled with the smell of blood. Occasionally, someone would clean them, but some corners were already full of insects, so no one cleaned them. This kind of place was not for normal people to live in. Fortunately, he hadn't brought Luoshan with him. He was not a saint. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. If he couldn't save these people, then even if he could clean up the Black Street, there were too many similar places in the universe. The further in they went, the better the environment became. Some people looked at the Black Street enviously as they watched Lu Yin's group pass by, their eyes full of desire. When Lu Yin arrived at Ming Yan's residence, he looked back at the Black Street and realized that it was a completely different place. Ming Yan's residence was filled with clear water and green mountains. There was no space garbage or dirty corners, and there were even white clouds floating overhead. All he could smell was the fragrance of flowers. It was like paradise on earth. These were two extremes. Everyone in the Black Street knew that their master was the unaging man. The unaging man had a special status among the 9 directors because of the Black Street. The Black Street dealt with all sorts of garbage in the Neoverse, and it was one of the guardian nodes. This was why the unaging man was so special and why the Black Street was such a unique place. In reality, the master of the Black Street was a beautiful girl who was nestled in Lu Yin's embrace. Lu Yin only felt complete when he hugged Ming Yan. He hadn't spent much time with Ming Yan, and aside from the first time that they had been separated for too long, they had always been like family. Brother Lu, Yan, missed you so much, Ming Yan whispered, her eyes red and filled with joy. He lifted her head, tell me everything you've been through. Tell me everything in detail. Ming Yan blushed and grunted in acknowledgement. Half a day later, Ming Yu requested an audience with Lu Yin. Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan, not allowing her to leave. He looked at Ming Yu. I saw you in the mountain and sea realm. Ming Yu was apprehensive. She was very nervous when facing Lu Yin, but it was different from when facing Ming Yan. This was a pressure that made it hard for her to breathe. I used your name to protect myself. Please punish me. Lu Yin replied, I like smart people. You saved Yan, so this matter will be written off. Thank you, Your Excellency. Ming Yu relaxed, and her complexion gradually returned to normal. Where's the unaging man? Ming Yan replied, he's been locked up. I used my life poison to control him, so he doesn't dare to resist. Lu Yin stared into Ming Yan's eyes. They were clear and watery, as pure as when he had first met her. Even though Ming Yan had gone through a lot, all of her negative emotions had been taken away by the white-haired Ming Yan. Don't say the words life poison in the future. Ming Yan nodded obediently. Ming Yu was astonished, as the current Ming Yan was completely different from the one she knew. The black-haired Ming Yen looked gentle, but she also had the domineering aura of a ruler. However, this aura was completely restrained in front of Lu Yin, and she was as obedient as a child. This was this man's charisma. He had unified the Outerverse and destroyed the Blaze realm. His boldness was unfathomable, and only such a man was worthy of Ming Yen. The two of them together would have the right to speak in the Hall of Honor. This place isn't suitable for you. Lu Yin brought up the topic again, hoping that Ming Yen would no longer participate in the Neo-Human Alliance's affairs. It would be best if she could return to the Great Yu Empire with him and stay on Xenu Star or even Earth. Ming Yen quickly changed the topic. Brother Lu, I have a gift for you. Lu Yin was astonished and looked at Ming Yu. A gift? Ming Yu respectfully replied, My lord, please return safely. This subordinate has prepared a gift for you. She then clapped her hands. Not long after, a young boy was brought forward. He knelt on the ground with an apprehensive expression, not daring to raise his head. Lu Yin did not understand. Ming Yu explained, he's the great-grandson of the third elder. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin's brows rose. One of the 9 directors, the third elder. When he heard the words, third elder, the young boy raised his head, his face pale as he trembled. Ming Yu respectfully replied, My lord, the third elder is currently a mere figurehead. His eldest son married a woman, but his son died not long after. That woman then took over the third elder's position and trapped all of the third elder's direct descendants to threaten him. Only this child managed to escape, but he was unlucky enough to be captured by interstellar pirates and sold to the Black Streets. This subordinate coincidentally discovered him and has been keeping him here ever since. Lu Yin put Ming Yen down and walked over to the young boy. He squatted down and asked, What's your name? The young boy was afraid, and he glanced at Ming Yu before licking his dry lips. Bo, you're called Bo? Lu Yin asked. The young boy nodded and looked at Lu Yin's gentle gaze. He mustered his courage and asked, My lord, can you help me? Lu Yin smiled and patted the boy's head. Take him away first. The young boy was led away. Who's behind that woman? Lu Yin asked. If a woman could take over one of the 9 directors, then even an idiot would not believe that there was no one behind her. Anyone who could become a director was not a simple person. Even if they did not spend money to hire bodyguards, there would still be countless desperados who would seek refuge. For example, the old man had easily taken control of the Black Streets. Even though he did not have any experts who were stronger than emissaries, that was only because there were too few emissaries on the 5th mainland. If he wanted to, he could easily form an army and have many enlighters under his command. Since the old man was like that, the third elder, who was the most senior director, would not be weak either. How could he be so easily taken over by a woman? Furthermore, all of his direct descendants had been imprisoned, which meant that there was definitely an unusual power supporting her. Ming Yu respectfully replied, Ever since Bo was discovered, we've been investigating that woman, but we haven't been able to find out anything about the power behind her. Lu Yin sat down, and Ming Yen very naturally walked behind him and massaged his shoulders. Then don't touch her. Let's wait and see, Lu Yin said indifferently. He always planned before acting, and he did not want to rashly make an enemy out of this woman before finding out the power behind her. In any case, Bo was here, and he could act at any time. Yes, my lord, Ming Yu replied respectfully. Lu Yin had not planned on causing trouble for that woman, but she had come looking for him. More accurately, it was the third elder who had contacted him again, and Lu Yin knew that this woman was behind the third elder. Alliance Master Lu, I'm truly sorry, but I might not be able to fulfill my promise to you, the third elder said in a hoarse voice. On the screen, his face was ashen, and he looked like he could die at any moment. Lu Yin frowned. Senior, are you saying that you'll agree to Shamrock Enterprises' move into the Realm Mountain? The third elder nodded. I'm old, and I've forgotten many things. Shamrock Enterprises and I reached an agreement a long time ago, and we can't go back on our word. Am I right? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This junior understands. Then, goodbye, Alliance Master Lu, the third elder said before ending the call. Lu Yin rubbed his gadget, and his eyes flickered. Ming Yan poured some tea for Lu Yin and gently asked, did he go back on his word? Lu Yin smiled. It looks like he really has been taken over. That woman must have gone back on her word. That's not right either. Maybe she just found out about this. If that's the case, she should have contacted me very soon. Let's go. Take me on a tour of the black streets. Forget about the front part, it's too dirty. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1568. Ming Yan nodded. I'm not going there either. She then asked worriedly, Brother Lu, you won't dislike Yan, right? Lu Yin was amused. Why do you say that? Ming Yan nervously replied, this place is so dirty, and Yan actually wants to clean it up, but that's the specialty of the Black Street. Although the old man is the master of the Black Street, this place involves many important people in the Neoverse. The relationships are complex, and a rash cleanup could easily cause a backlash. Yan can't change that. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This place involves many important people in the Neoverse. Ming Yan frowned in disgust. Human nature is exposed in the dark, and this is the most primitive place to expose it. Some people look good on the surface, but they're worse than beasts in the dark. Lu Yin understood. Yan, help me gather information on these people. Brother Lu has a use for them. Ming Yan softly grunted in acknowledgement. For some reason, the white-haired Ming Yan did not appear, which made Lu Yin feel a little tender with her. It had been a long time since he had felt this way, and the softness that had been carved into his heart made him forget about his exhaustion. The next day, the third elder contacted Lu Yin again, but this time, a woman appeared on the screen. Lu Yin had seen this woman before. It was the arrogant woman who had sat on Shi Yu's back. It's you. Lu Yin was surprised. The woman smiled. Alliance Master Lu, the World Mountain is an unforgettable place. I'm Qing Tan, and I greet you. She then slowly bowed, causing her soft black hair to fall. She was beautiful to begin with, but now that she had reined in her arrogant attitude, it was as if she had become a completely different person. Her snow-white skin was translucent, and she wore a translucent chiffon dress. As she bowed, Lu Yin could see the scenery in front of her. The bright red color was very eye-catching, and it made her seem strangely flirtatious. Lu Yin had seen many women in his time, and there were many who pretended to be flirtatious, but there were very few who could do what Qing Tan did. She was very close to Madame Naylan. This is the third elder's call. Are you one of his people? Lu Yin pretended to be curious. Qing Tan smiled. My husband is the third elder's son. My father is currently in poor health, so I'm handling many matters. Lu Yin nodded. Why did you contact me? Father said that Alliance Master Lu doesn't want Shamrock Enterprises to move into Jie Mountain. I can help, Qing Tan said with a smile. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Conditions. Qing Tan shook her head. I have great respect for Alliance Leader Lu. As long as Alliance Leader Lu asks, I will not refuse as long as it is within my capabilities. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you, Miss Qing Tan. Qing Tan bowed again. It's Qing Tan who thanks Alliance Head Lu for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to communicate with you. If Alliance Head Lu has the time, Qing Tan hopes to pay you a visit. She licked her lips, making her seem even more alluring. There'll be time, Lu Yin smiled. He quickly ended the call. What was this woman trying to do? Was it her own idea, or was it the idea of the power behind her? She was now in control of a director. As he thought about it, Lu Yin sent a message to Wei Rong, asking him to find a way to investigate the power behind Qing Tan. For now, since Qing Tan had helped him, there was no need for him to deal with her. As long as he could achieve his goal, it didn't matter who the three elders listened to. Jia Mountain, the 9 Great Council meeting in the beginning, such meetings would be held every once in a while, but they would be held through a screen. Unless there was an important meeting, the attendees would have to attend in person. More than 2 hours after the meeting, a director from Nanyuan said, for the next topic, Shamrock Enterprises has officially submitted an application to move their great realm into Jia Mountain. Please consider it carefully. The voting shall begin. In the World Mountain, Yan Zheng was chatting with his good friend. He was not surprised that their headquarters had moved to the World Mountain. In fact, with Shamrock Enterprises' ability, they could have moved their headquarters to the World Mountain long ago, but Leaf King did not want to stay in the World Mountain. He wanted to have his own space in the Neoverse like the Celestial Sect and the Aurora Spacecraft Company, but this dream was too far away. Even the mysterious Yi Wang could not achieve this for the time being, so he could only set it aside. Brother Yen, from now on, will have many opportunities to meet, a man across from Yen said with a smile. This person was an expert who guarded Jia Mountain, just like San Liang. He was an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Yen smiled. Of course. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Brotherly to bring me around Jia Mountain. I'll have to visit all of the 100 Great Realms. With Shamrock Enterprises' abilities, you don't need to visit all of them. Just a few of the important Great Realms will be enough. Right now, the most important thing is to maintain a good relationship with the directors. Of course, Brotherly. This is our company's newest drug, and it should be useful for your cultivation. It's very suitable for your battle technique. Thank you, Brother Yen. At this moment, his gadget beeped. Yen looked at it, and his expression changed. His face turned gloomy. Brother Yen, what's wrong? Brotherly asked. Yen's expression turned ugly. It failed. Brotherly was shocked. How is that possible? With Shamrock Enterprises' abilities, they can definitely enter Jia Mountain. Besides, didn't Brother Yen already arrange for everything? Yen lowered his voice. Director Axian Jiao, Mr. Yu, Third Elder, Si Hong, and Bulao all voted against it. Brotherly frowned. How can that be? I'll ask around for you. Yen nodded. Thank you, Brotherly. He had a good relationship with the guards of Jia Mountain because they were well informed in Jia Mountain, and they often had connections with some important figures. Soon, Brotherly looked at Yen and said, Shamrock Enterprises has offended someone, and half of the directors voted against it. Who? Yen asked anxiously. He really wanted to know who had the power to suppress Shamrock Enterprises and have connections with the 9 directors. Lu Yin, Brotherly answered. Yen was confused at first, but then he was shocked. The Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, Lu Yin. Brotherly nodded. Didn't he go missing? He's already back. I got this information from San Liang, who has a very good relationship with Director Si Hong. It's because of Lu Yin that Director Axian Jiao and the others rejected you. Otherwise, with Shamrock Enterprises' abilities and their connections, the 9 directors wouldn't have rejected you. Yen frowned. What about Bulao? Is it also because of Lu Yin? Brother Li smiled bitterly. Ever since Xing Wudi brought Lu Yin to cause a ruckus in Jia Mountain on Eternal Sky Island, Bulao has only existed in name and lost his only privilege as a director. He's only been a director in name, but now, he's turned around and supported Lu Yin. Yan's fingers trembled. Shamrock Enterprises entering Jia Mountain wasn't a big deal, and it wasn't even something that the Leaf King wanted. However, given the current situation, they could only enter Jia Mountain first and then plot against it later. However, he hadn't expected that they wouldn't even be able to enter Jia Mountain. Yen immediately thought of the reason why Lu Yin had caused trouble for them. It definitely had something to do with Yumu, as the only person who had offended Lu Yin within Shamrock Enterprises was Yumu. Before Lu Yin had gone missing, Yumu had submitted a report regarding the giant technological civilization. Yumu must have done something behind the scenes, or else Lu Yin wouldn't have caused trouble for them the moment he returned. Thank you, Brother Li. I'll talk to Lu Yin, Yen said. Brother Li sighed. Brother Yen, we've known each other for a long time, so I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't make an enemy out of Lu Yin. He has connections in Jia Mountain. Not only are there directors, but he also has connections to the Interstellar Arbitration Office and even Elder Chan. Yan's eyes flashed. Thank you. In the Outerverse, on a planet, Yumu was quietly listening to Xiao Qin's report. She was the secretary of Shamrock Enterprises' Eastern Frontier President. President Yu, with the sixth mainland occupying the Outerverse Western Weaves, Shamrock Enterprises has shifted our focus to the Eastern Weaves. The Eastern Weaves' performance has improved rapidly, and President Shin, for some reason, Yumu felt uneasy as he listened to Xiao Qin's report. His eyelids kept twitching, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly why. As for the Great Eastern Alliance's resources, President Yu, please instruct us, Xiao Qin said. Yumu immediately replied, continue to reduce the effectiveness of the medicines we provide to the Great Eastern Alliance. Tell Shen Fu to continue instilling the Great Eastern Alliance with the idea that Lu Yin is dead and will never appear again. Xiao Qin nodded. At that moment, Yumu's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and saw that it was Yen. Yen was the secretary of the Interverse president, and he had a lot of authority in Shamrock Enterprises. Even Yumu didn't dare to slight him. Secretary Yen, why are you looking for me? Yumu asked politely. Yumu, what did you do to Lu Yin? I need to know everything. Yen suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice. Yumu's eyelids twitched even more violently. Lu Yin. He's back, and he just attacked us, Yen said. Yumu finally understood where that uneasy feeling was coming from. Not long after, Yumu ended the call, and his face went pale. Lu Yin had actually returned. How could this be? He should have gone missing, but he had actually returned. Yumu had panicked when Lu Yin had returned, and his return had caused Shamrock Enterprises to suffer heavy losses. Half of the 9 directors had refused to allow Shamrock Enterprises to enter the Realm Mountain, but this wasn't a big deal for Shamrock Enterprises. They had been doing well in the Glory Realm over the past few years, but the most troublesome thing was that this incident had given the outside world the wrong impression that the 9 directors were not on good terms with Shamrock Enterprises. This had a huge impact on Shamrock Enterprises' image. Yumu was sure that once this matter spread, Shamrock Enterprises' status would be greatly reduced for a short period of time. Lu Yin had only just returned, but he already had such influence. How had he done it? In the Realm Mountain, Yan's eyes flickered. Yumu had actually contacted Director Kan Jiaying behind their backs and exposed Lu Yin's possible collusion with giant technology. It was no wonder why Director Kan Jiaying had been targeting the mainland's shipping industry. They had thought that it was because of the old man, but it was actually because of Yumu. Yu Mu's methods were not bad. He hadn't personally interfered, and he had only informed Director Kan Jiaying of the information. He had been able to find out that Director Kan Jiaying's ancestor had been in favor of destroying giant technology, which was a very smart move. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had found out about it. Yen thought about it for a long time and eventually decided to contact Lu Yin to see his attitude. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1569. He had no way of contacting Lu Yin directly, so he could only ask Brother Li to help him find San Liang. Then, San Liang had used Director Si Hong's connections to find Director Xan Jiao. The screen flickered, and a young face appeared in front of Yen. He respectfully said, "Shamrock Enterprises Yen greets Alliance Master Lu." Back in the Black Street, Lu Yin was not surprised that Yen had contacted him. This person's every move had been under Lu Yin's watch, especially through San Liang's instructions. Yen. The Secretary of Shamrock Enterprises Inner Vice President? I'm flattered that Alliance Master Lu has heard of me, Yen said with a smile. He was very polite and respectful. Lu Yin replied, I've heard of everyone in Shamrock Enterprises. After all, knowing your enemy is the key to victory. Yen was astonished. Enemy? Why do you say that, Alliance Master Lu? I don't like to beat around the bush, Lu Yin replied. Yen's expression changed. Alliance Master Lu, there are some misunderstandings between Shamrock Enterprises and you that I hope can be resolved. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. There's no rush. I have a question that I've always wanted to know. Yen smiled. Please ask. Lu Yin looked at Yen. From what I know, Shamrock Enterprises uncovers geniuses from all over the universe and nurtures them as seeds. Then, how are these seeds different from the spies planted in the various great powers? Yan's expression changed. What do you mean, Alliance Master Lu? I mean it literally. I'm more interested to know if there are any seeds in the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin casually replied. Based on what he had experienced and what he had seen in the astral tree, he no longer considered Shamrock Enterprises a threat. The once mysterious and powerful organization that spanned across the universe was now at most on the same level as the Central Plains Misty Clouds sect. In terms of top experts, Shamrock Enterprises was not as powerful as the Misty Clouds sect, but at least the Misty Clouds sect had a half-ancestor. After jumping to a certain height, everything that he had seen in the past seemed very short. This was what gave him the confidence to deal with Shamrock Enterprises. A huge financial group. The mysterious Leaf King. So what? Yen forced a smile onto his face. Alliance Master Lu, you're overthinking things. Shamrock Enterprises seeds are different from spies, we're open and aboveboard. For example, your former classmate, Dark Void, didn't try to hide anything. He was one of Shamrock Enterprises' seeds, and Tu Bo from the Astral Combat Academy is also a seed. Lu Yin nodded. That's good. If my Great Eastern Alliance has any of your seeds, then it's best that you tell me as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll easily lead to misunderstandings. Yen politely replied, It's precisely because I don't want to cause any misunderstandings that there are some things that I need to discuss with Alliance Leader Lu. Speak, Lu Yin said. As the Secretary of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse CEO, he was also a powerful enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Without the presence of an emissary, he was basically a top-notch powerhouse. In this region of space, there weren't many emissaries, so he was one of the top powerhouses. Very few people dared to speak to him in such a manner, and Lu Yin's attitude made him unhappy. He forcefully suppressed his displeasure. Liu Yin's background in the Hall of Honor and his influence on Realm Mountain was something that even Shamrock Enterprises did not dare to directly oppose. This youth had even overturned the day-night flow zone and was a madman. It was best not to make an enemy out of such a person. We know that Yu Mu has caused losses to Alliance Master Lu and the Great Eastern Alliance. In response to these losses, Shamrock Enterprises has decided to punish Yu Mu internally and remove him from his position as CEO of the Outerverse. At the same time, we'll compensate the Great Eastern Alliance by doubling the resources that we've previously promised. This chapter is not finished, so please turn the page. If you're willing, you can use Shamrock Enterprises resources as you wish, provided that it doesn't affect the company's normal operations. Yen offered an attractive offer. In truth, even the masters of the Interverse's 8 great flow zones would be tempted by this offer. Shamrock Enterprises had not even paid such a high price to bribe the directors and move their headquarters into Realm Mountain. This price could only be implemented if Leaf King agreed. To date, Shamrock Enterprises had only offered such a high price to Liu Yin in exchange for reconciliation. This was the first time that they had shown enough sincerity. However, Liu Yin rejected the offer. He was indeed tempted to use the company's resources as he wished, but if it did not affect the company's normal operations, then the resources that he could use would be very limited. He did not believe that Shamrock Enterprises would allow him to use them as he wished. Since they had offered such an offer, then they must have a way to deal with it. Do you know how much trouble Yu Mu has caused for the mainland shipping industry? A single director is targeting the Great Eastern Alliance, and the losses caused are irreparable. Yen sighed. That's right. Yu Mu has caused losses to the Great Eastern Alliance, and Shamrock Enterprises will do our best to compensate him. I hope that Alliance Master Lu can be magnanimous and not bicker with a nobody like him. Once upon a time, Yu Mu had looked down on Liu Yin and given him a cosmic ring as compensation for a misunderstanding. At the time, he had been high and mighty, and he had even dragged Enya through the void. To Liu Yin, that had been an insult, but now, this person was just a nobody. The above conditions remain unchanged. Think of a way to get Director Conjaying to stop targeting the mainland shipping industry. Then, there will be no more misunderstandings between Shamrock Enterprises and me, Liu Yin said. Yen was placed in a difficult position. If he could, he would have done so a long time ago. Director Conjaying was a stubborn person, and even Shamrock Enterprises could not change his mind. Yu Mu had also recognized this person. Alliance Master Lu, you know Director Conjaying's personality. If even you cannot change his mind, then it will be even more difficult for us. Liu Yin laughed. Yu Mu, you'll only be demoted. Conjaying, you also said that it's difficult. I don't see Shamrock Enterprises' sincerity in resolving this misunderstanding. Are you only offering some resources? Alliance Master Lu, the conditions that we're offering you are the most generous that Shamrock Enterprises has ever offered. Please reconsider, Yen said in a low voice. Liu Yin shook his head. You guys should think it over carefully. He then hung up. Ming Yen walked out from behind him. Do you really want to become enemies with Shamrock Enterprises? Liu Yin replied, it depends on the situation. How many resources do you think I'll get if I swallow Shamrock Enterprises? Ming Yen thought about it. I don't know. Shamrock Enterprises has dominated the universe, and the amount of resources required to develop a seed is enough for a normal cultivator to cultivate all the way to the explorer realm. That's not even mentioning the resources required to cultivate a seed. They control an unimaginable amount of resources. The more that's the case, the harder it will be to deal with them. I've heard that the Leaf King is very mysterious. Liu Yin nodded. The Leaf King was the only person from Shamrock Enterprises that he was wary of. If he really wanted to become enemies with the Leaf King, then he could only leave it to his senior. Right, I want to give you a gift. Ming Yen suddenly thought of something and excitedly pulled Lu Ying away. Lu Ying was confused. What gift? Your favorite, Ming Yen said mysteriously. Lu Ying blinked. His favorite. The Black Street was huge, and if Ming Yen controlled the unaging old man, then she would control the wealth that the unaging old man had accumulated over the years. The darker and more violent a place was, the more exaggerated the accumulation of wealth would be. Lu Ying was stunned when he saw the mountain of star essence in front of him. There must be more than 1 billion star essence here. What's this? Lu Ying was stunned. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Ming Yen smiled proudly. What do you think? Do you like it? Lu Ying subconsciously nodded. Ming Yen was even happier now. This is what the unaging old man accumulated over the years. Not only did it come from the Black Street, but it also came from his position as a director. It's a pity that the old man was too pretentious, and he didn't take much of the money. He also spent a lot of money on the brothels and did everything he could to get involved with various powers. Otherwise, he wouldn't only have this much. Lu Ying understood. For example, the Blaze Realm occupied 1/3 of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, but they only had so many star essence left. The unaging old man had established the brothels and controlled the Black Street, so the more he obtained, the more he spent. It was already quite good for him to have so many star essence left. A total of 1.36 billion, Ming Yen reported, which made Lu Ying kiss her. He had suddenly received a large sum of resources, and he now had the money to upgrade his external items. With the addition of these resources, the amount of star essence in his cosmic ring had reached a staggering 2.4 billion star essence. Brother Lu, if you need money, Yen can sell off many of the unaging old man's businesses and reduce the brothel's expenses. We can gather a large sum in a short amount of time. Lu Ying hugged Ming Yen. Not for now. Thank you, Yen Ming Yen lowered her head and smiled. Suddenly, her hair turned white. Lu Ying pursed his lips. The white-haired Ming Yen that he hadn't seen in a long time had appeared. Ming Yen stared coldly at Lu Ying. Take your hand away. Lu Ying coughed and released her. Why are you here? Ming Yen snorted. Can't I be here? This is my territory. Lu Ying stopped talking and continued to store the star essence in his cosmic ring. Aside from star essence, the unaging old man had many other things. There were even power vessels, but they were very weak. Even if he upgraded the materials, they wouldn't be enough for Lu Ying. Ming Yen brought Lu Ying to a corner. These are all materials that I don't understand. Some are from the universe's trash, and some were collected by the unaging old man himself. He doesn't understand them, so take a look and see if there's anything you need. Lu Ying looked at the materials in the corner. He didn't recognize any of them, but if the monkey was here, he might be able to recognize some of them. Still, it didn't matter. He wanted to create a new set of universal armor, and he needed all sorts of materials. The more precious, the better. Lu Ying recalled the situation when he had created the armor, and he decided to break down these materials first. I don't mind having too many materials, Lu Ying said. Ming Yen glanced at him. Then I'll go to the Black Street and help you find some more. Lu Ying was about to refuse, but she continued, this is the Neoverse garbage dump. You can occasionally find ancient materials here. Oh, okay, Lu Ying replied as he watched the white-haired Ming Yen leave. There were only a few people in the universe who could allow Lu Ying to use his dye without worry. Ming Yen was one of them, but since she was leaving, Lu Ying didn't stop her. He really did need materials, and ancient materials were even better. Some ancient materials could not be broken down by the current universe, but Lu Yin could. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it, causing it to slowly spin before finally stopping at enhance. This time, Lu Yin didn't take off his cosmic ring. He rolled enhance and accepted it. To be honest, there was no faster way to obtain information and cultivation experience than enhance. Back in the lockbreaker world, he had thought about continuously rolling the die and absorbing the experiences of powerful lockbreakers. However, since they were both in the lockbreaker world, the range was too small, and he wasn't confident. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1570. The benefits of the cosmic tree of the astral tree were unforgettable. Lu Xiaoge's existence, the clues to the hidden Earth Society, Yu Dai's information, and even Xia Ru's trip to the Cloud Ladder were all thanks to the Dai's 6 pips. Since that was the case, there was no harm in trying it out. If he could fuse with everyone's body once, it would mean that he would become the absolute ruler of this universe. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin appeared in a mysterious space. He looked at the balls of light that were closer to him, and they were also brighter. With his current strength, anyone who fused with him would have a high status, which meant that he would be able to obtain valuable information from anyone he fused with. As the scene in front of him cleared up, Lu Yin saw a planet that was on the verge of collapse and 2 people in battle. They were both familiar faces, Nan Yanfei and DFA. Was this the 6th mainland? No, this was the Outerverse. Almost all of the survivors from the 6th mainland had come to the Outerverse, and as Realmlings, Nan Yanfei and DFA were no exception. They had even participated in the Sovereign Tournament. Nan Yanfei had been knocked to the foot of a mountain by the Prime Clear's illusory progenitor Qin and had been eliminated from the Sovereign Tournament. DFA's situation was even worse, as he had been exiled by the Prime Clear's secret technique before being knocked to the foot of a mountain by Lu Yin. He had not even passed the checkpoint on his second attempt to ascend the mountain. These two were currently fighting on a planet in the Outerverse Western Weaves. The person that Lu Yin had fused with was an imprinter from the Blood Homage realm, who was also an emissary. With Lu Yin's current power level, only the emissary's balls of light in that mysterious space would be bright. The balls of people like DFA would be dim. This was not the first time that Lu Yin had fused with an emissary, but he had only been able to do so when the emissary's astral origin cyclone had been destroyed and they had been heavily injured. This person was the first emissary that Lu Yin had fused with in perfect condition. After fusing with an emissary's body, Lu Yin could clearly feel the difference between an emissary and an enlighter. An emissary cultivated astral origin cyclones within their bodies. Their bodies were the shells, and their astral origin cyclones were like galaxies in the universe that slowly rotated. This was another realm that was incomparably powerful, and it allowed an emissary to embark on a completely different cultivation path from an enlighter. The star emissaries absorbed stellar sources in the stellar source universe and gradually strengthened their stellar source cyclones. From this person's memories, it was known that once the stellar source cyclones grew to a certain extent, they would undergo another transformation. However, this transformation process would take a very long time. Lu Yin thought back to the folding mountain range of the new continent in the astral tree domain, where half-ancestor Lu Hua had been poisoned by the poison of life. Back then, Xiang Ho had said that the poison of life had been used to break through the inner world. Then, was the astral origin cyclone transforming in the direction of the inner world? The 6th mainland's emissaries were different from the 5th mainland and the starry sky tree. They cultivated imprints. Lu Yin had always believed that the imprint was the wrong cultivation method, as it was very difficult to reach the peak of powerhouses. However, He had to admit that the imprint was the best guarantee for an emissary's tribulation. The sixth mainland had far more emissaries than the fifth mainland because of the imprint. Normally, emissaries could only endure their origin tribulation with brute force, but the emissaries of the sixth mainland had an imprint, which greatly increased their chances of surviving their origin tribulation. To a certain extent, they could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the starry sky tree. There was a loud boom as Nan Yanfei imprinted Sangqiong Old Man in the distance. On the other side, DFA imprinted Sangqiong Old Man as well, and the battle escalated. Lu Yin didn't have the time to watch the two fight, as he was reading the memories of this imprinter that he had fused with. Other people's cultivation paths could also become his experience. In the memories, he saw countless Eternals wreaking havoc in the sixth mainland. He saw countless people die, and he saw the continent collapse. He saw the three ancestors fight to the death, and he saw the blood of numerous experts. Even further back. Previously, he had seen this person fighting against the other families of the sixth mainland, and he had seen Sangqiong Old Man's unparalleled might. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Was that Qing Tan? Lu Yin hadn't expected Qing Tan to appear in this person's memories. In the memories, this imprinter had been worshipping Sangqiong Old Man's statue, and Qing Tan had been standing below the statue. Lu Yin carefully searched through his memories, but he couldn't find any information about Qing Tan's identity. However, he was certain that Qing Tan was very close to Sangqiong Old Man, and she was one of the sixth mainland's Sangqiong Old Man's people. This meant that the power behind Qing Tan was the sixth mainland. It was no wonder why she could easily control a director. Regardless of whether it was in terms of top-notch experts or numbers, the sixth mainland completely surpassed the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland had only been able to stand on equal footing because of the protection and planning of a former progenitor. In a true battle, the fifth mainland was definitely not a match for the sixth mainland. It seemed like the sixth mainland wasn't satisfied with the outerverse and wanted to scheme against the neoverse, which was why they had directly interfered with the 9 directors. Perhaps the 3 elders might not be the only ones who had been controlled, and the other directors might not be completely unaffected. Nan Yanfei, there's no point in us fighting. Let's go find those people from the fifth mainland, DFA shouted. Nan Yanfei replied, you want to go to the innerverse? Forget it. Let's settle down for now. There's no need to go to the innerverse. Have you forgotten about the Dao Source sect's ruins? Even though we're no longer part of the younger generation, no one said that we can't go there. The universe has changed, DFA said. All right. I've heard that the fifth mainland's 10 arbiters occasionally enter the Dao Source sect's ruins. Then it's settled. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and returned to Black Street. He checked his cosmic ring, and fortunately, it hadn't been used up too much. There were only a few million star essence left, but it was still quite a lot. He immediately sent a message to Wei Rong and informed him of Qing Tan's identity. He had Wei Rong investigate from this direction and keep an eye on Qing Tan. Since the sixth mainland had already started scheming against the neoverse, Qing Tan definitely wasn't the only one involved. Lu Yin couldn't alert the enemy, as he already knew Qing Tan's origins. She wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Yin rolled his die again, and this time, he rolled a pip, which dropped a weapon. Lu Yin used a bit of force and broke it, so he casually tossed it away and tried again. This time, he rolled a pip, which was just nice. Lu Yin went to the time-stop space and took out all of his materials before continuing to roll his die. Within the time-stop space, he could roll any number of pips he wanted, regardless of how long it took. After rolling his die for the 3rd time, he finally rolled a pip. He had rolled this many times in the past, but it hadn't been of much use to him. Now, it was finally going to be useful. When he saw the decomposition vortex appear, Lu Yin immediately used star essence to increase the time and then began to toss in materials. He didn't care what kind of materials they were, as long as they could be decomposed first. The universe's technology was advanced, but there were still many things that couldn't be done. For example, some materials couldn't be decomposed once they were fused, while others could. Lu Yin's innate gift allowed him to decompose all materials, and he was confident that he could do so. He watched as the materials were decomposed into raw materials, some of which actually glowed, while others he couldn't even pinch. He knew that these materials were definitely worth a lot. As long as they could be reused, they wouldn't be thrown into this garbage dump. After a while, he looked at the raw materials all over the ground. They couldn't be decomposed anymore, so he put them away with satisfaction. He had originally wanted to chat with the captives in Mount Supreme, but after some thought, he decided to leave the Black Street first. Long Shi was also in Mount Supreme, and he would feel guilty if he saw Ming Yen. After leaving the time-stop space, only a second had passed in the real world. Lu Yin waited for a while before the white-haired Ming Yen came over and tossed him a cosmic ring. That's all I have for now. Lu Yin looked through it and found that it was all trash, but its aura was very ancient, and he could tell at a glance that it was quite ancient. He put it away and looked at the white-haired Ming Yen, but before he could say anything, she said coldly, "Put away your expression. I'm not leaving." Lu Yin was helpless. The Neo-Human Alliance isn't as simple as you think. Since the Neo-Human Alliance has always been suppressed by the Hall of Honor, that means that there's a way to defeat them. Why can't I? Ming Yen asked coldly. I'll take my own revenge. Lu Yin couldn't convince Ming Yen. The black-haired Ming Yen was still fine, but if she didn't agree, she would simply remain silent and stubbornly plead. The white-haired Ming Yen immediately shut him up. The life poison doesn't work on you, right? Ming Yan's eyes lit up. You have it. Let me eat it. Lu Yin suddenly thought of half-ancestor Flowing Flower. If he were to say this in front of half-ancestor Flowing Flower, he would probably be angered to death. A dignified half-ancestor's inner world had almost been destroyed by the poison of life, and he had been severely injured. Even half-ancestor Ji Feng had not dared to engage in close combat with Xiang Ho because of the poison of life. Now, when it came to the white-haired Ming Yen, he wanted to eat her. Are you sure it's edible? The previous life poisons were all very mild, and they were even ranked as 91. The Neo-Human Alliance's most powerful life poison can severely injure a half-ancestor. The white-haired Ming Yen showed a rare excitement. For this poison, the more concentrated it is, the tastier it is. Lu Yin blinked, as their worldview had changed. You'll at most die from overeating. Will you be poisoned to death? Ming Yen asked, leaving Lu Yin speechless. The life poison that could cause a half-ancestor to pale was nothing more than a meal to the white-haired Ming Yen. Do you have it or not? No. Then go and find as many as you can. The more I eat, the stronger I'll be. All right, I'll do my best. Beep 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 beep. Ming Yan's gadget beeped, and her expression changed. The Neo-Human Alliance is trying to contact Old Fugitive. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he looked over. A message had appeared on his gadget. Submit to Lu Yin. Complete submission. These few words stunned the white-haired Ming Yen, and she looked at Lu Yin strangely. When Lu Yin saw these words, he immediately knew that the witchling god was behind this. This old man wanted to help him gather the Fifth Mainland's forces to attack the Cosmic Tree Alliance and instigate a civil war between the humans so that both sides would wear each other down. Lu Yin met the white-haired Ming Yan's strange gaze and explained, it's a little complicated. Anyway, I'm not from the Neo-Human Alliance. I know, the white-haired Ming Yen replied. Anyone who saw this message would immediately think that Lu Yin was from the Neo-Human Alliance and that he had a high status. Otherwise, why would the Neo-Human Alliance help him? You really believe that? Lu Yin wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to. The Neo-Human Alliance was convinced that he could lead the Fifth Mainland to attack the Cosmic Tree Alliance. Who would believe such a thing? However, as soon as this message was sent out, Lu Yin knew that the Cosmic Tree Alliance had already made preparations to come to the Fifth Mainland to kill him. Otherwise, the Witchling God would not have gone to such great lengths to help him. There wasn't much time left before the two universes went to war, so Lu Yin had to hurry. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1571. Lu Yin contacted Ban Jiu and asked him to make another set of universal armor. To save time, Ban Jiu gave Lu Yin some blueprints and asked him to refine the materials nearby. With the Black Street's ability, it was enough to refine some materials. After all, the Black Street relied on the universe's trash to sustain itself, and there were better techniques for dealing with trash that could not be processed elsewhere. Lu Yin dissected the materials that Ming Yan had given him and then handed the raw materials and blueprints to Ming Yan so that she could find someone to refine them. It would take some time, and during this time, he would be heading to the Daosaur sect's ruins. He had never forgotten about the 9-Yang Cauldron transformation battle technique, but he had not been able to go because he did not have the time. Now, he could finally go. He took out his futon, as it had been a long time since he had been to the Daosaur sect's ruins. Lu Yin sighed and then sat on it. He then appeared at the Futon Plaza. The last time he had been here was not long after the Sixth Mainland had given up on attacking. Now, the plaza was livelier than the last time he had been here. Lu Yin changed his appearance slightly, stood up, and headed towards First Divine Gate. Outside First Divine Gate, a group of people watched Lu Yin approach and exchanged glances. Just as Lu Yin was about to enter First Divine Gate, one of them stepped forward to stop him. "Brother, the First Divine Gate Guardians aren't easy to deal with. Do you want to charge in together?" Lu Yin smiled and refused. "No need. Brother, I see that you're a cruiser, which is second only to a realmling. You won't be in any danger if you work together with us. Besides, we have the realmling Di Luo behind us, so we can guarantee your safety in the Daosaur sect's ruins." Lu Yin was surprised. Di Luo? Isn't the realmling DFA? Their expressions changed, and they stared at Lu Yin warily. "You're not from the Sixth Mainland." "I'm from the Martial Immortal Realm." They were astonished. The Martial Immortal Realm. Why would someone from the Martial Immortal Realm come to First Divine Gate? Lu Yin shrugged. "I don't know, but I'm here. The Bloodburn Realm's realmling is now Di Luo. Lord DFA has passed the age limit and is no longer a realmling," the person explained. He then looked at Lu Yin seriously. "Say that you're from the Martial Immortal Realm. Show us your imprint." Lu Yin smiled. "Sure." With that, he disappeared. The group, where did he go? Lu Yin quickly passed through the First Divine Gate and arrived at the Budding Terrace. He then headed towards the space of the 9 cauldrons. DFA had surpassed the age limit and was no longer a realmling. This meant that most of the realmlings who had competed against each other before had already surpassed the age limit, and the same was true for the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters. A new era had arrived, but Lu Yin was still part of the younger generation, if he didn't count the years that Lu Shaoxian had lived. He could be considered as someone who had lived through that era. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the 9 cauldron space and discovered that it was still sealed. When he had absorbed the cauldron aura, he had caused the first cauldron to shatter. Many of the Sixth Mainland's older generation experts had come to investigate, and the various major factions had fought over the cauldrons. They had sealed off the space within the 9 cauldrons, and even though many years had passed since then, the incident was still on everyone's mind. It was impossible for ordinary people to enter the space of the 9 cauldrons. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was different. He had walked right past those people who had sealed off the space within the 9 cauldrons, and none of them had noticed. The first cauldron shattered, and Lu Yin entered the second cauldron. He discovered that there were people inside, most likely descendants of imprinter families. They were all passers-by, so he knocked them out and began to absorb the cauldron qi. Compared to the last time he absorbed the cauldron aura, his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the cauldron aura absorption speed had increased very quickly. A few days later, the second cauldron trembled, and then, under the shocked gazes of many, it fell and shattered. "Quick, quick, inform the elders of the families that the second cauldron has changed," someone cried out. Many people rushed towards the shattered cauldron, as if they were searching for something. The people who had been knocked out by Lu Yin in the second cauldron were startled awake when the cauldron fell. They looked around in confusion, as they had no idea what had happened. "Someone knocked us out," someone said in a low voice. He subconsciously imprinted and raised his strength to its peak. "Seal the entrance. No one is allowed to leave." Not only were there people in the second cauldron, but there were also people in the third, fourth, and 9th cauldrons. Jian Ru walked out from the 9th cauldron with a calm expression. His voice echoed throughout the space within the 9 cauldrons. No one is allowed to act rashly. No one dared to speak. Even though Jian Ru had been defeated by Shao Qing and lost his position as a realmling, he had still been a realmling in the past. Now, he had retired from the younger generation due to his advanced age. In the eyes of these youths, Jian Ru was considered an elder expert. Even though they had secretly cursed Jian Ru and the others for being shameless and entering the Daosor sect's ruins to compete with them for opportunities, they still did not dare to act impudently in front of this person. Jian Ru's gaze swept across the space within the 9 cauldrons. This place was not large, and he could easily see through it. Finally, his gaze settled on the 3rd cauldron. The first cauldron and the second cauldron had both shattered, so it should be the 3rd cauldron's turn next. As he thought about this, he leapt into the 3rd cauldron, and then, he lost consciousness. Lu Yin felt helpless. What was the point of all this? He had only wanted to quietly absorb the cauldron aura, but there had been such a big commotion. He looked outside the cauldrons. These people were probably waiting for news from Jian Ru. Imitating Jian Ru's voice could intimidate these people, but the older generation's powerhouses should be arriving soon. At that time, they would not be intimidated by Jian Ru. Since that was the case, Lu Yin exhaled and completely released his domain, which instantly enveloped the space within the 9 cauldrons. Some people's expressions changed. What a powerful domain! Before they could react, everyone fell to the ground. They had all been subdued by Lu Yin's domain. Lu Yin raised a hand and arranged a flow diversion diagram to isolate the 3rd cauldron. He then began to absorb the cauldron aura. Not long after, one youth after another entered the space within the 9 cauldrons. They had all received news that the 2nd cauldron had shattered, so they quickly rushed over. However, when they arrived, they saw that everyone had fainted. The crowd panicked, and no one dared to act rashly. Soon after, an expert arrived, and it was Hong Ying. The Daosor sect's ruins were a battlefield for youths to compete for opportunities, but this was only by default. The older generation's powerhouses could still enter, and Hong Ying was no exception. She entered the space within the 9 cauldrons, looked directly at the 3rd cauldron, and then leapt out. She was still a hunter, but she was very close to becoming an enlighter. Just as she was about to step into the third cauldron, she was isolated by the flow diversion diagram, and she was sent flying back dozens of meters. When she saw the flow diversion diagram, Hong Ying felt that it looked familiar, but she did not think too much about it. Instead, she took out her spear and stabbed out. The tip of her spear struck the flow diversion diagram, but it was useless. Hong Ying's expression changed, and behind her, Madame Red activated her imprint. Her power level increased, and she also stabbed out with her spear with the support of her martial imprint. The same scene occurred once again, and her attack was completely useless. Hong Ying landed on the ground. It must be that the older generation's powerhouses had discovered something and were trying to seize the opportunities within the 9 cauldrons. She looked at the first cauldron that had shattered. That person had already seized the opportunity several years ago, and it had only been a few years since then. Who could it be? Fan Shun had also arrived at the Daosaur sect's ruins. He had immediately rushed over as soon as he had heard the news. At this moment, there were no less than 100 people in the 9 cauldron space, and they all fell silent as they looked at the unconscious people on the ground. Hong Ying turned around to look at Fan Shun. Previously, they had not cared much about this Fan Realmling, but during the Sovereign Tournament, this person had displayed terrifying strength, innate talent, battle techniques, and secret techniques. He truly lived up to his name as a Realmling, and Hong Ying was convinced of his abilities. Fan Shun directly used his imprint on the medicine immortal, and the surrounding trees began to grow. Towering trees rose from the ground and transformed into a tree giant that slammed its palm towards the third cauldron. This attack had been used during the Sovereign Tournament, and its power was immense, and Hong Ying had to admit that she was no match for it. The tree giant slammed its palm against the flow diversion diagram that surrounded the third cauldron, and an enormous power spread out in all directions, transforming into lines that shot out in all directions. Hong Ying's expression changed slightly as a line shot towards her. She stabbed out with her spear, but there was a thump as her body was sent flying back 100 meters. Her palm trembled, and the web between her thumb and forefinger began to bleed. She looked up and saw that the third cauldron had not changed at all. Fan Shun's attack had failed. Bang bang bang. The surroundings exploded as lines bombarded the 9 cauldron space in all directions, distorting the void. Over 100 people panicked, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. The towering trees all retreated, and Fan Shun frowned. He no longer attacked, and even his imprint disappeared. Hong Ying asked, "It's useless." "He's here," Fan Shun said coldly. Hong Ying's eyes narrowed. "Who?" Fan Shun looked at Hong Ying. "Don't you think that the scene just now was very familiar?" Hong Ying looked at the third cauldron and recalled the scene where the power had been dispersed. Her expression suddenly changed, and she stared at Fan Shun. "A sourcebox array. Luin." Fan Shun's lips curled up. "He's finally returned after being missing for 2 years." Hong Ying gritted her teeth and stared at the third cauldron. He actually obtained the fortune of the 9 cauldrons. Fan Shun raised his head. "Only a supreme genius like him has the right to obtain the fortune of the 9 cauldrons. Neither you nor I can break through this sourcebox array. Among our peers, even the Daosaur's 3 skies cannot break through it. The only way is to invite an imprinter." When he thought of this, he looked at the crowd. "Immediately invite an imprinter. Tell him that Luin is here." "Wait." Hong Ying stopped him. "If an imprinter comes, then we won't be able to obtain any of the fortune here." Fan Shun was helpless. "If Luin is here, then even if we call all of the 6th mainland's Daosaur's 3 skies and all of the Realmlings here, it'll be useless. Who can stop him? Who can snatch his fortune?" Hong Ying wanted to retort, but she recalled the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament. All of the top experts had joined forces against Luin, but none of them had been able to make him move a single step. That kind of hopeless disparity had been impossible to make up for, and even numbers could not make up for it. Helpless, she could only feel indignant. How could such a freak appear among their peers? Within the third cauldron, Lu Yin had heard the conversation between Fan Shun and the others, but he had no way of stopping them. All he could do was absorb as much of the cauldron's aura as possible before the imprinter arrived. Lu Yin was anxious, but Fan Shun and the others were even more anxious. They had always treated the Daosor sect's ruins as the sixth mainland's land of fortune, but now, Lu Yin had snatched away what might have been their greatest fortune. They could not accept this no matter what. Fan Shun was more aware of the bigger picture than Hong Ying, which was why he had immediately decided to invite an imprinter. He could only hope that Lu Yin would not snatch too many fortunes before the imprinter arrived. What kind of fortune had he obtained? It would be great if they could capture Lu Yin and interrogate him. Of course, this was only a thought. With Lu Yin's status in the fifth mainland, even the three progenitors had to be wary of him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1572. One day later, Shang Rong arrived. He had created a white sun in an attempt to break through the flow diversion diagram, but it had been scattered by the diagram and bombarded the entire space of the 9 cauldrons. It had affected some people and injured quite a few. Not long after, the junior arrow saint arrived. His aura was much weaker than Fan Shun's. He had been lucky to have survived the sovereign tournament, and his strength was not much stronger than Hong Ying's. The junior arrow saint had not come to steal Lu Yin's destiny, but rather to see Lu Yin's. He knew that the imprinter would arrive soon, and Lu Yin would not be a match for them no matter what. Xiao Qing had also arrived, and she seemed to be very interested. Although Lu Yin was anxious, he did not panic. He had expected this to happen before entering the Daosor sect's ruins, and he had already prepared a backup plan. Now, it was just a matter of who the imprinter would be. There should not be too many powerhouses entering at first, but as long as one imprinter failed, Lu Yin would not have much time left. Once those old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands were lured over, Lu Yin would not be able to defend himself without any external defensive items. Half a day later, the first imprinter arrived. Although there were many emissaries in the sixth mainland, their statuses were extremely high, and it was difficult for the juniors to come into contact with them. Emissaries also needed to cultivate, so it was not easy to disturb them. The first imprinter had arrived by chance, and it was an old woman. It's Senior Ling from the D family. She left the D family after Ancestor D died. The old woman ignored the youth's discussions and looked at the third cauldron. Fifth mainland's junior, I'll give you a chance. Come out. Everyone looked at the third cauldron. Now that the imprinter had arrived, they felt that Lu Yin would not be able to escape. There was no response, so Lu Yin continued to absorb the cauldron aura. Junior, don't make me attack and damage our relationship with the fifth mainland. The old woman's tone became more severe. Fan Shun respectfully replied, Senior Ling, please act as soon as possible. Lu Yin's time in the Daosor sect's ruins is almost up. Once his time is up, he can leave immediately. The old woman's gaze was sinister as she stepped forward and pressed down with a single hand. The void shattered, and the attack disappeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Lu Yin looked up and remained unmoved. He watched as the old woman's attack emerged from the astral source universe and landed on the diagram. The power of the attack then transformed into lines that bombarded the diagram in all directions. She could not break through it. How could this be? It wasn't just her, Fan Shun and the others were also stunned. That was an imprinter, and beating them up should have been child's play for him. Why couldn't he break through Lu Yin's sourcebox array? The space within the 9 cauldrons was unstable to begin with. Now that the old woman had interfered with it, the void was filled with cracks. One of the careless cultivators was swallowed up by the cracks, leaving behind only a miserable scream and a trail of blood. It was a horrifying sight. Everyone's faces paled as they slowly retreated. The old woman gritted her teeth, and strange changes appeared on her body. She had activated her bloodline, a cultivation method unique to the blood ancestor realm. She struck the diagram again, but she still couldn't break it. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The greatest advantage that the 6th mainland's cultivators had over the 5th mainland's cultivators was their natural suppression. In addition, they also had the special cultivation methods and imprints that the 3 progenitor region had given them, which made them seem stronger than the 5th mainland's cultivators. But in reality, without these advantages, the 6th mainland's cultivators would be at a disadvantage when fighting against the 5th mainland's cultivators. The cultivation method of the imprint not only limited their future, but also made them dependent on it. How could this old woman break through his energy channeling diagram without relying on the imprint? Even without the help of external items, he could still fight against an emissary with a combat power of 600,000. He was referring to an emissary from the astral tree. The old woman descended and said, "External items. This kid must have used some external item." In the distance, Fan Shun and the rest had ugly expressions. They had also guessed that Lu Yin must have used some external item. Otherwise, how could an enlighter at most block an emissary's attack? How long had it been since the sovereign competition? They did not believe that Lu Yin had improved so much. "Senior Ling, if we work together, we'll definitely be able to break through," Shang Rong said. The old woman frowned. "If I can't break through, then what's the point of you juniors attacking?" Shang Rong clenched his fists, but he did not dare to retort. "Fine, let's just wait. Let's wait for another imprinter to come, and then we'll definitely be able to break through," the old woman said. "I'm just afraid that Lu Yin's time is up," Shang Rong said anxiously. The old woman stared at Shang Rong. "Can't we find him outside of the Daosaur sect's ruins?" Shang Rong did not say anything else, as there were some things that only they knew. How could the 6th mainland be willing to live in the outerverse of the 5th mainland? As long as they knew that Lu Yin was here, things would be much easier. Lu Yin heard this, and his eyes flickered. These people from the 6th mainland had not given up on seizing control of the 5th mainland, but they had hidden their intentions. If there was one Qing Tan, then there would be 10 or even 100 Qing Tans. How interesting. Then, let's see who's stronger. Another day passed, and more people gathered within the 9 cauldrons. Fan Shun, Shang Rong, and the rest watched anxiously as the second imprinter finally arrived. Fan Shun was delighted to see Senior Chao, and he hurried forward to explain the situation. Senior Chao was from the Fan realm and was an expert from the Azure realm. Senior Chao looked at the 3rd cauldron. "Even an imprinter can't break through." He looked at Senior Ling. "Why didn't you use your imprint?" The old woman answered, "Not at the moment." After the D ancestor's death, some of the D family's experts had died, while others had left. Only a few had remained behind. The old woman had left the D family in search of other powerhouses, but she had yet to join them. Senior Chao said in a low voice, "Let's work together and break it." After he finished speaking, an imprint appeared behind him. It was a slovenly old man dressed in a long green robe and holding a wooden staff. This person was the imprint powerhouse of the Green Transformation Realm, esteemed Xinghua. Guru Xinghua and Senior Chao's strength, which had been lower than the old woman's, instantly rose to surpass her. They attacked the diagram under her envious gaze, and the old woman struck out with a palm at the same time. Within the 3rd cauldron, Lu Yin sighed. It was too late, these imprinters had arrived faster than he had expected. The third cauldron had absorbed a portion of the imprinters, and the rest could only wait until the next cauldron. There was a loud boom as the diagram shattered. Fan Shun and the rest were delighted. Senior Chow and the old woman looked towards the third cauldron, wanting to grab Lu Yin. However, all they saw were Jian Ru and the others who had fainted. Lu Yin was nowhere to be seen. The two landed in the third cauldron. Where was he? Seal the exit. Senior Chow seemed to have thought of something and immediately shouted, but it was too late. Lu Yin swept past everyone and left the 9 cauldron space. The moment the diagram shattered, Lu Yin used the plan's secret art to leave. Even the 2 imprinters had not been able to see him clearly. Fan Shun and the rest hurriedly sealed the exit, but Lu Yin had already left. After absorbing 2 complete cauldrons, he still had a third cauldron's qi, which meant that he could use the 3 suns. After leaving the 9 cauldron space, Lu Yin calculated that he still had more than half the time, so he headed towards Heaven's Pit. The 9 cauldrons this space would definitely attract even more of the 6th mainland's older generation powerhouses, and it might even attract old freaks like the celestial imprinters. Lu Yin did not plan on going any closer. After Lu Yin left the 9 cauldron space, there were naturally people heading there as well, but not a single person was able to detect his presence. Lu Yin entered the space where Heaven's Pit was located through a pillar of light. When he looked up, he saw that it was not Heaven's Pit above him, but rather spatial cracks that flowed like water. The first time he had come here, he had been shocked. This space had been specially cut out, and if there was a problem with the space, everything here would disappear. The dense, water-like cracks in the void above his head made him panic. Heaven's Pit was a palm print that was rumored to be Progenitor Chen's. It could be used to pry into Progenitor Chen's secret technique, but to this day, there was no clear evidence that anyone had succeeded. Lu Yin walked to the side of Heaven's Pit. In front of him, 5 stone pillars soared into the sky and pressed down on the palm print's fingertips. Only by standing on the pillars could one see the palm print clearly. At this moment, there were people on the stone pillars. Aside from the time when the 6th mainland had invaded the 5th mainland, the stone pillars had always been occupied. There was also a familiar face among them, Di Luo, who had replaced DFA as a realmling. The 6th mainland's talent had also withered. Even Progenitor D had died, but Di Luo had still been able to become a realmling. He had truly suppressed the younger generation of the Bloodburn realm. Lu Yin quietly snatched a stone pillar and studied the palm print. He leisurely studied Progenitor Chen's palm print in Heaven's Pit, and the 9 cauldron space grew more and more lively. Powerhouses arrived one after another, and even the old woman and Senior Chow had to bow. More than 10 days later, a 9th-stage blacksmith from the forging family arrived. He was a world imprinter, and everyone bowed to him. Lu Yin. That kid actually returned. He's been missing for 2 years, and the first cauldron shattered before he went missing. That means that he obtained the opportunity to learn the 9 cauldrons battle techniques when the first cauldron shattered, the 9th-stage blacksmith said in a low voice. Someone else chimed in, that's right. This kid's opportunities are truly heaven-defying. During the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, the ancestor guessed that he might have obtained the legendary Death God's inheritance and become invincible among his peers. Everyone fell silent. Lu Yin was like a mountain that not only weighed down on his peers, but even they felt pressured. In particular, the image of the Death God during the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament represented invincibility. This kid would be invincible no matter what realm he reached. There's no need to think too much about it. Seniors, breaking through to become an imprinter is fair. The stronger Lu Yin is, the stronger his origin tribulation will be. He might not even be able to survive his tribulation, Xiao Qing said in a crisp voice. The junior arrow saint gloomily said, if he can survive his origin tribulation, then he'll become the strongest imprinter in history. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. That's so exaggerated. Are you scared? The junior arrow saint gritted his teeth, but he did not retort. The ninth stage blacksmith's eyes flashed with a gloomy light, and he exchanged glances with the other imprinters. He then waved his hand. Disperse. From now on, this place is sealed, and we will take turns guarding it. The space within the 9 cauldrons is now sealed. When they heard this, the youths were unwilling to give up. If Lu Yin could obtain an opportunity, then they wanted to stay here even more. Who knew, they might be able to comprehend something as well. The ruins of the Daosaur sect had existed for countless years, and even its history had been forgotten. The number of opportunities that could be obtained was extremely small, such as Heaven's Pit, the Scripture Pavilion, and the Primordial Enlightenment Platform. It was rumored that there were great opportunities within those places, but no one had ever obtained them. Now, it was confirmed that an inheritance had appeared within the 9 cauldrons, so they were naturally unwilling to leave. Thank you, Book 579233593, Brother Yi Yin, for your tip. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Starstump. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1573. Senior, if Lu Yin can comprehend it, then we might be able to as well. Please allow us to stay and comprehend it, and also cut off Lu Yin's path of retreat, Shang Rong pleaded. The level 9 refiner replied, you may leave. We'll discuss who can enter and who can't. We'll have an answer. Xiaoqing muttered, so overbearing. I can't comprehend it myself. The level 9 refiner immediately glared at her, which startled her. She stuck out her tongue, fine, I'll leave. With that, she turned and left. Xiaoqing's status in the 6th mainland was special because she had defeated Bukong once during the Sovereign Tournament. She was considered the best candidate to replace Bukong as the Daosaur's 3 skies. If not for the fact that she was from the progenitor of Combat Realm, she would have already succeeded Bukong as the Daosaur's 3 skies. However, Bukong was dead, Wu Taibai and Ziyi were missing, and none of the Daosaur's 3 skies were present. It was only a matter of time before she became one of the Daosaur's 3 skies. The 9 cauldron space attracted most of the people there, and once they received the news, many left as well. Di Luo left as well, leaving only Lu Yin to study the palm imprint. He studied it for more than 10 days without any progress. He really wanted to learn the 9 clones' secret technique, but that was just wishful thinking. Even after the 9 cauldron space closed and everyone returned to Tianqing, Lu Yin was still at a loss. What was so interesting about this palm imprint? Who had said that he could comprehend progenitor Chen's secret technique? Had he comprehended it? It couldn't be a scam, right? I've never seen you before. Where are you from? A voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears, and he looked over to see Di Luo. Di Luo hadn't noticed Lu Yin at first, but after the news had spread, everyone had gone to the 9 cauldron space. Lu Yin hadn't moved, and when he returned, he was still here. This wasn't right, as even the 9 cauldron space's inheritance couldn't attract this person. Could he have comprehended something in Tianqing? What's up? Lu Yin asked. Di Luo stared at Lu Yin. Where are you from? What did you see in Tianqing? Nonsense, Lu Yin spat out before disappearing. Di Luo's pupils shrank. How is this possible? Who is this person? Wait, is there someone here? What the hell? After leaving Heaven's Pit, Lu Yin considered whether or not he should go to the beginning enlightenment platform. Perhaps he could meet Xian Nu there. If he wanted to do something, then he would do it. In any case, he had nothing else to do in the Daosor sect's ruins. Right, the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Back then, he had come to the Spirit Palace to search for the mountains and seas inheritances. Now, he could finally go and do that. Back in ancient times, Patriarch Hui had set up a trap to detonate the mountain and sea realm, preventing the Eternals from invading the 5th continent. He had also set up a trap for the 6th continent. The fact that the mountain and sea realm had been detonated so easily proved that it wasn't very valuable, and had been nothing more than a prelude to Patriarch Hui's plans. But was that really the case? It should be known that the 9 mountains and 8 seas had already existed during the Daosor sect's era, and the 6th mainland had yet to invade at that time. So, how could Ancestor Hui have predicted that the 6th mainland would invade and even left behind such a huge trap? Moreover, at that time, Ancestor Hui was not the only progenitor in the 5th mainland. It was impossible for him to use the other progenitors' mountains and seas as chess pieces. There had to be some sort of truth that he did not know about, so he decided to head to the mountain sea to investigate. Suddenly, he thought of something else. The Eternals had invaded the 6th mainland, and it was said that the Daosor sect had collapsed. If he could snatch a futon from one of the 6th mainland's cultivators, then wouldn't that mean that he could enter the 6th mainland's Daosor sect? Just as this idea popped up in his head, Lu Yin immediately dismissed it. He estimated that the 6th mainland's Daosor sect was filled with Eternals, and going there would be suicide. The Mountain Sea inheritance was a progenitor's inheritance, and many people knew about this. However, there were very few people who could come here to search for it. The Realmlings, the 10 Arbiters, and the others could come here, but Lu Yin had not seen anyone else yet. This should be an unwritten rule or restriction. Lu Yin leaned against the wall with interest as he watched several figures battle on the distant sea. He had not expected to see familiar faces fighting as soon as he entered the Mountain Sea inheritance. Arbiter Wen Sanxi and the War King were fighting Nan Yanfei and DFA. When he had merged with the bodies of the 6th mainland's experts, he had indeed heard Nan Yanfei and DFA discuss coming to the Daosor sect's ruins to cause trouble for the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters and the Realmlings were old enemies. In the 2 years that Lu Yin had been gone, these people's strength had not changed much. Lu Yin was most curious about War King Xing Kai, as he was one of the few 10 Arbiters that Lu Yin had not fought, but he was the first to hear about him. War King Xing Kai had a powerful physical body and was 3 meters tall. Lu Yin's greatest impression of him was that he had once killed a realmling in the Daosor sect's ruins. Above the sea, Xing Kai and Nan Yanfei fiercely clashed against each other, causing the heavens and earth to shake and the surface of the sea to tremble. When Sanxi was trying his best to trap DFA, as DFA's ghostly raccoon bloodline was very troublesome and could penetrate through anything. The 4 of them fought for an unknown amount of time, and Lu Yin was puzzled as he looked at the tall mountain on the other side of the sea. These people seemed to think that the Mountain Sea inheritance was fake. That made sense, as the 5th mainland had detonated the 5 mountains and 5 seas to become pawns in progenitor Hui's scheme. These people probably believed that the Mountain Sea inheritance did not have a progenitor's inheritance. Regardless, Lu Yin still wanted to explore the Mountain Sea inheritance, as these people had already explored it countless times. With Lu Yin's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to bypass them and reach the tall mountain without attracting their attention. Soon, the 4 of them were fighting fiercely, and a tall mountain appeared in front of him. Just as Lu Yin was about to climb up, his body was suddenly pulled, and he was sucked into the mountain without any resistance. At the same time, a loud voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. "Challenger, enter." Lu Yin's body swayed, and he almost lost his footing. He looked up and saw a circle of torches surrounding him. The flames suddenly rose up and merged in front of him. Every time a flame merged, the color of the flames would darken a bit. Eventually, the color of the flames could no longer be seen, and neither could Lu Yin. All he could feel was an indescribably high temperature that was enough to turn him to ash. It was like a normal person facing the sun, unable to touch it or approach it. This was exactly what he was feeling at this moment. He was certain that if he touched that flame even a little bit, he would be turned to ash. No amount of defense would be able to do anything about it. This flame brought him a fatal crisis. However, it only lasted for an instant. When the torches around him lit up again, Lu Yin's entire body was drenched in sweat, and beads of sweat were dripping down his fingers. Challenger, fail. A voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. After that, Lu Yin returned to the surface of the sea. In front of him was the same mountain, but behind him, the War King and the other three were still fighting fiercely. Lu Yin had just experienced a true life and death situation. Even when he had faced the sorcerer god's murderous intent and Wang Xi's attack, he had not felt such despair. It was not despair, but rather reverence for the natural order of life. That flame had surpassed the scope of his understanding. Although he did not understand the might of a half-ancestor, he did not know why, but he felt that even if a half-ancestor had been in his previous position, it would have been the same. That flame couldn't have been the power of a half-ancestor, right? Lu Yin looked at the tall mountain in shock, as there was a progenitor's inheritance here. He suddenly looked at Wen Sanxi and the others, as he desperately wanted to know if they had experienced it. The four were still fighting, and it seemed like this battle would last for a long time. Lu Yin did not want to wait. He estimated that he would be leaving the Daosor sect's ruins in less than 10 days, and he still wanted to explore another mountain. There were only 2 mountains and 1 ocean left in the Daosor sect's ruins. There was a thump, and Xing Kai was forced back. Nan Yanfei used his imprint on old man Sangqiong and used his Taotai bloodline to suppress Xing Kai. On the other side, DFA also imprinted on old man Sangqiong and used his ghost raccoon bloodline. Xing Kai, back then, you severed one of your fingers to kill Tang Wei's realmling, and then you said that you would sever all 10 fingers and destroy all of the realmlings. Try it. Nan Yanfei shouted. Xing Kai's gaze was calm as he raised his hand. A Taotai descended in front of him and roared fiercely. There was a boom, and Xing Kai's entire body was sent to the bottom of the sea. When Sanxi acted, using his literary prison to trap Nan Yanfei while simultaneously avoiding DFA's attack. He looked at the bottom of the sea. There's no need to go all out. Xing Kai charged out of the sea with a solemn expression. I know. Nan Yanfei and DFA were even more cautious of Wen Sanxi. This person had displayed extraordinary talent during the Sovereign Tournament, and his innate gift was too difficult to defeat. Just as they were about to continue fighting, a cool breeze swept past them, and Nan Yanfei and DFA fell into the sea before floating up. Wen Sanxi and Xing Kai were shocked. Who's there? They had not been attacked. Lu Yin walked out of the void and smiled at the two. Long time no see, you two. The two looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin. Didn't you go missing? Lu Yin replied, I just returned. Xing Kai was shocked. Were you the one who attacked just now? Lu Yin nodded. He had used his spiritual force to directly defeat Nan Yanfei and DFA. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to do so. Not to mention the fact that he had once been a realm hunter, even his current cultivation had surpassed these people. When Sanxi and Xing Kai exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. They had not even sensed any traces of Lu Yin's attack, but they had still been defeated by powerhouses at the same level. This was an absolute suppression, and it was even more shocking than Lu Yin's final battle in the Sovereign Tournament. At the very least, they had been able to put up a fight back then. What's your current cultivation? Xing Kai asked. In lighter, Lu Yin replied. He then pointed at a distant mountain. Have you guys been there? Wen Sansi nodded. Of course. It was once a progenitor's inheritance ground, but it was just a cover. Lu Yin raised his brows. Nothing at all. There were a few inheritances that you fought for, but there was nothing at all. Why would you lie? Lu Yin muttered to himself. It seemed that he was the only one who had experienced what had just happened, and Wen Sansi did not seem to be lying. Brother Lu, where have you been? It's been 2 years since we last met, and you've changed a lot, Wen Sansi asked curiously. Xing Kai's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, as if he wanted to fight Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin was curious about Xing Kai's severed finger. He said that you could defeat a realmling with a severed finger. What's your innate gift? Do you want to try? Xing Kai smiled. I was absent from the Star Tower contest and the Sovereign tournament. Brother Lu, I really want to fight you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Sorry, but you won't have the chance. What do you mean? Xing Kai did not understand. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Just his domain alone was enough to suppress Xing Kai and Wen Sansi. The two were shocked, as this domain strength definitely surpassed invisible lights, and it made it difficult for them to even move. If you have the strength to challenge an emissary, then you can play with me. Otherwise, forget it. The difference between you two is too great, Lu Yin said confidently. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1574. Wen Sansi raised a hand, causing a barrier to appear and push it towards Lu Yin. He wanted to test the strength of Lu Yin's attack. Lu Yin raised his hand and flicked his finger. A blast of wind from his finger shattered the barrier, leaving Wen Sansi and Xing Kai in disbelief. Lu Yin had the ability to shatter the barrier. They knew that Wang Yi had been able to do the same back then, so there was no need to mention Lu Yin. However, the fact that Lu Yin could do it with just his finger wind defied common sense. Wang Yi had relied on battle techniques to break the barrier, but what about Lu Yin? The gap between them was so big that it was exaggerated. I already said that there's no need to test me, Lu Yin said. Wen Sansi was shocked. Every time he saw Lu Yin, he felt something new, and this time it was the most intense. This person would surpass everyone in the future. Lu Yin looked at Xing Kai. You still haven't answered my question. Is finger severing an innate gift? Xing Kai then said with a deep voice, cutting off a finger will allow you to perfectly replicate your enemy's talents. It reminded him of the Shi family's 8-direction secret technique, which allowed the user to borrow the enemy's battle techniques to attack. It was a different approach, but it was a pity that Xing Kai's broken finger innate gift was too damaging to his body. Looking at how Xing Kai now had 9 fingers, it was obvious that he could not recover them. This was an innate gift that hurt both the enemy and the user. Lu Yin looked at Wen Sansi. The Wen family's literary prison only has 1 level. Wen Sansi was puzzled. What's the first level? Lu Yin thought about it. Literary prison can be stacked. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Didn't you know? Wen Sansi was confused. There's such a way to use it. Lu Yin laughed. You don't know how? Or have you never heard of it? Wen Sansi stared at him. You know how? He didn't really believe it and thought that Lu Yin was just spouting nonsense. Who knew more about the literary prison than the Wen family? Lu Yin raised his head and raised a hand, using his star energy to imitate Wen First's attack. Of course, He did not know the sevenfold literary hell, but he could still use his star energy to imitate Wen First's attack. Wen Sanxi stared at the sevenfold literary prison in a daze. There was such a way to use it. Lu Yin wasn't afraid that the Wen family would learn it just by looking at it, as that was impossible. Otherwise, the Wen family would have learned it long ago. Where did you see it? Wen Sanxi asked anxiously, his eyes filled with excitement. The seven-layered literary prison had opened up another path for the Wen family's cultivation. It could be said that once they learned the seven-layered literary prison, the Wen family's power would surpass all the other powers in the Interverse, and they would become the most powerful family in the Interverse. The first layer of the literary prison might not be able to trap a realmling, but what about the seventh layer? Nan Yanfei didn't even need to think about moving. Victory and defeat could be decided directly. Lu Yin looked at Wen Sanxi seriously. He had been looking forward to this ever since he brought Wen First and the others into Mount Supreme in the meditative ruins. He had lost too many resources in the starry sky of trees and had to make up for them here. It looks like we should find some time to have a good talk. The literary prison isn't limited to just 7 levels, Lu Yin said with a smile before vanishing. He didn't plan to talk to Wen Sanxi now because he hadn't thought of what he needed. Judging from Wen Sanxi's performance, the 7th-layer literary prison was extraordinarily attractive. It was enough to change the power structure of the Wen clan in the 5th mainland. Then, this matter would have to be slowly studied. He didn't consider Wen Number One's attitude at all. They were just captives. Wen Sanxi calmed down as he stared at the empty surface of the sea. The appearance of the sevenfold literary prison had caused him to lose his composure. He knew that he had made a huge mistake by placing the entire Wen family in Lu Yin's hands. Based on his understanding of Lu Yin, the Wen family would have to pay an extraordinary price. The ruins of the Daosaur sect had been left with 2 mountains and 1 sea, and it seemed that only when the mountains and seas were connected together would the sect be complete. Among these 2 mountains, there was one mountain that did not have a sea. Lu Yin found that mountain. He approached it, and as expected, he was sucked into it. "Intruder, enter." A voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. Lu Yin opened his eyes, and what he saw was completely different from the mountain he had seen before. This time, there were no torches, and there was only a pool of spring water that continuously gushed out. It didn't extend further, but it also didn't stop. It continued to gush out in a 1-meter radius, as if there was no end to it. Lu Yin slowly approached the pool of spring water and looked at it for a while, but he couldn't see anything. He then squatted down and reached out to touch it. It was warm to the touch, but at the same time, it was icy cold. It was a very strange feeling. Suddenly, the voice rang out in his mind again. "Intruder, fail." He then appeared outside the mountain. Lu Yin was stunned, as he hadn't done anything. He looked at the mountain in front of him and charged over again. He then merged into the pool of spring water, but he failed again and tried again. It was the same, and he tried again, and it was the same. He tried again and again, but he still couldn't succeed even when the time was up in the Daosaur sect's ruins. If Wen Sanxi and the others hadn't lied to him, then he was the only one who had entered the so-called mountain. Did this mean that there was a progenitor's inheritance? If that was the case, then how could Elder Chan and the others have been willing to use the 5 mountains and 5 seas to set up this trap? In the end, they had indeed saved the 5th mainland, but using 5 progenitors' inheritances to set up this trap didn't seem like something progenitor Hui would do. Unless, of course, the mountain and sea realm that had been detonated was fake. The scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he returned to the Black Street. He stood up. During this trip to the Daosaur sect's ruins, besides absorbing the cauldron qi, his greatest gain was that he had learned that a progenitor's inheritance truly existed. However, it wasn't easy to obtain one, and he didn't dare to try absorbing the first inheritance a second time out of fear that he would turn to ash. He also didn't know which progenitor's inheritance it was. As for the cauldron chi, it was a bit of a headache. After causing such a huge commotion, the sixth mainland definitely wouldn't let him absorb it again so easily. They could have just sent a random world imprinter, and even Flying Willow would not have been a match for him. Lu Yin didn't know when he would be able to absorb the cauldron chi again, and it would be troublesome. Brother Lu, all of the materials have been smelted. Ming Yan was very happy to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin had enjoyed spending time with her, but unfortunately, he had to leave in the end. Yan listen to me and leave this place. Lu Yin tried to persuade her one last time, but he still failed. Ming Yan was very gentle towards him and would listen to everything he said, but she was very insistent on this matter. Whenever Lu Yin pushed her too hard, the white-haired Ming Yan would appear, and when the black-haired Ming Yan reappeared, she would lower her head and look like she was admitting her mistake. Lu Yin was helpless. In the end, Lu Yin could only give Ming Yan the dagger that he had obtained from Wang Su and that he had upgraded himself. This dagger had helped Lu Yin kill many enemies, and its power level was close to 800,000. Combined with Ming Yan's Moonstar battle technique and the white-haired Ming Yan's vitality poison, it should be enough to deal with any crisis. Lu Yin also changed his itinerary. He had originally planned to head to the Sirius sect after his trip to the Black Street in order to learn the next stage of the Sirius art. However, Banjo had suggested that Lu Yin change his itinerary and head to Aurora Corporation instead. This was because Aurora Corporation had technology that surpassed Banjo's, and they could help Lu Yin create a new set of universal armor. Without any external defenses, Lu Yin felt a sense of insecurity. He was more eager to upgrade his universal armor, so he headed directly to Aurora Corporation. Besides, he would have to pass by Aurora Corporation if he wanted to get to the Sirius sect. Aurora Corporation was located in the Neoverse Northern Territory, and when Lu Yin and Audi used the Flying Willow Flower Voyage shuttle to reach the Northern Territory, they returned to their spacecraft. Lu Yin also brought Luo Shin out of Mount Supreme once more. She did not ask Lu Yin about what had happened in the Black Street. After a while, more and more spacecraft appeared in the area. Lu Yin could only recognize their grades, but he could not tell where they came from. Some of the spacecraft were unique and seemed to be custom-made. He suddenly wanted to customize a spacecraft that belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance. Brother Lu, is that Aurora Corporation? Luo Shin exclaimed as she looked at the colossal object in the distance. Lu Yin walked forward and looked into the distance, where he saw a fort that was similar to Iron Blood Weaves. That's right, that's the Aurora Corporation's headquarters. Aurora Corporation was a colossus in the Neoverse, and although it could not compare to the Sirius sect or the Mavis family, it was still an existence that had the qualifications to own a part of the universe. Aurora's ships were sold well on the fifth mainland, and even the most backward solar systems could be seen everywhere. Each Aurora ship was worth quite a bit. One could imagine how wealthy Aurora Corporation was, second only to the Mavis Bank. Mr. Lu Yi looked at the fort in the distance with a shocked expression. It actually makes me feel threatened. Lu Yin glanced at him. Although the Aurora Corporation was a commercial organization, to be able to stand tall in the Neoverse meant that their foundation was unimaginable. It would be a joke if an emissary with a power level of over 700,000 was able to ignore them. Lu Yin was certain that the Aurora Corporation had the ability to instantly obliterate the Flying Willow Flower. Lu Yin had already notified Aurora Corporation before his arrival, and the person who welcomed him was Chairman Ji, the boss with the greatest authority in the company. The ship docked at the harbor, and Lu Yin stood at the window and looked down to see Chairman Ji's group. Chairman Ji was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, and he had the smile of a businessman that was very sincere. If it weren't for his identity, it would be impossible to tell that he was in charge of such a colossus like Aurora Corporation. He wasn't very strong, at least from Lu Yin's perspective. There was a soft sound as the ship docked, and Lu Yin walked out with Luo Xin, flying willow flower, and Audit Chairman Ji led a group of people from Aurora Corporation and stood nearby, smiling at them. Welcome to Aurora Fort, Alliance Leader Lu. Chairman Ji walked forward and greeted him warmly. Lu Yin smiled. Chairman Ji, you're too polite. It's my honor to be able to come to Aurora Fort. I've long heard of Aurora Corporation's reputation, and it would be inexcusable if I didn't come to the Neoverse. In front of the Great Eastern Alliance, my Aurora Fort is just a small place. Alliance Leader Lu, please, I'll show you around. Thank you, Chairman Ji. Lu Yin smiled and did not decline. With his status, it was only natural that Chairman Ji would show him around. As the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance and the master of the Outerverse, Lu Yin had the right to do so. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony, and Chairman Ji's smile became even more enthusiastic. However, there was caution in the depths of his eyes. This was the youth who had prevented Shamrock Enterprises from moving their headquarters into Jie Mountain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1575. Even though he didn't think much of Shamrock Enterprises, the mysterious Leaf King was still a force to be reckoned with. However, this person didn't seem to care at all and even secretly controlled the directors, which was equivalent to controlling a portion of the Realm Mountain's authority. This was what Ji Dong feared the most. The Realm Mountain was the core of the human domain, and anyone who controlled it was far more powerful than an Outerverse Lord. This person also had the support of the head Inquisitor and Elder Chan, as well as the troublesome Leon's Armada. In the entire Fifth Mainland, there weren't many people that Ji Dong feared, and Lu Yin just so happened to be one of the youngest. Flying willows and flying flowers weren't as important as Lu Yin had expected. They were envoys and top powerhouses in the Fifth Mainland, but they weren't the strongest in the Aurora Corporation. The Aurora stronghold was huge, and it would take at least a few years to tour the entire place. Ji Dong brought Lu Yin around the core area, such as the construction of Radiant-grade spacecraft and Black Hole-grade Aurora spacecraft. He even showed Lu Yin their newly developed Black Hole-grade collapsible spacecraft. Collapsible spacecraft can break through to the Black Hole grade. Lu Yin was astonished. Previously, collapsible spacecraft had been at most Radiant grade because the collapsible parts couldn't withstand the pressure of a Black Hole grade spacecraft. Ji Dong was helpless. We already have the technology, but we don't have enough materials. We can only make a few, and most of them are custom-made. The buyer has to pay for the materials for the collapsible parts. Speaking of materials, Ji Dong, I have some here. Would your company be able to help me make universal armor according to the blueprints? Lu Yin took out the blueprints. Ji Dong took a look. No problem. Universal armor is simple, but what are the materials that Alliance Leader Lu has? Some materials are very difficult to smelt and combine. Lu Yin took out the materials and spread them out on the ground. Someone behind Ji Dong exclaimed, "Pentecost gold." He excitedly stepped forward and picked up a piece of metal that emitted a faint gray glow. Lu Yin looked at Ji Dong curiously. Ji Dong replied, "Please don't mind him, Alliance Leader Lu. He's an engineer of the Aurora Stronghold and is obsessed with manufacturing. He has some understanding of all sorts of materials." Lu Yin nodded. Star Mother Stone, orbit lines, colored glass, they are all extremely rare materials. Especially Star Mother Stone, it should have gone extinct. How could it be here? That person was agitated as he muttered to himself. Another person walked out from behind Mr. Ji. It was an old man, and he hesitantly looked at a thin piece of metal on the ground that looked like a plant. He squatted down to examine it carefully before looking up at Lu Yin. Is this alive? Lu Yin raised a brow. Alive? Alliance Master Lu, this is a living metal. The person from before looked at the metal in the elder's hand in shock and asked in disbelief. To make. To. No way. The person who had recognized the Winterdust gold looked up in agitation and glared at Lu Yin. You want to use Star Source to make universal armor? Make universal armor from living metals? I don't agree either. While they could not recognize all of the metals, they recognized all of them, but just a few of them were enough to shock them. Lu Yin had Banjo verify these materials, but he had not been able to recognize even a tenth of them. Here, however, he had already recognized most of them. The Aurora Company truly lived up to its name. Even though these people had been promoted to management, their knowledge was not to be trifled with. Every one of them had sharp eyes. Lu Yin watched the scene unfold. So what if the materials were precious? Once they were made into universal armor, he would be able to upgrade it. Alliance Master Lu, you've really given me a difficult problem. To be honest, these materials are very precious, but it would be too wasteful to use them all to make universal armor. You won't be able to fully utilize the properties of these materials. Take that Star Mother, for example. If you used it to make a folding part of a spacecraft, it would be enough to support a cosmic-grade spacecraft. Ji Dong sighed. Lu Yin shrugged. I have no choice. I've offended too many people. Ji Dong, you should know that I was once chased by the 7 sky gods. At Ji Dong's level, he naturally knew about the 7 sky gods. That's too wasteful. It's impossible to make universal armor. I don't agree. That's a blasphemy to these materials, the elder shouted. Although the people around him did not say much, they all had the same expression. Lu Yin understood their stubbornness. Ji Dong, I'll pay you the full cost of the materials. The others looked at Ji Dong with pleading eyes. Ji Dong was helpless. Alliance Master Lu, is it possible for the Aurora Company to purchase these materials? Of course, the Aurora Company can also provide the life-saving items that Alliance Master Lu needs. Lu Yin refused. It's a matter of life and death. Even if these materials are wasted, it's enough to improve the universal armor's performance by just a little bit. Ji Dong was helpless. If anyone else had brought these materials to the Aurora Fort, they would have left some behind no matter how high their status was. However, he could not use force on Lu Yin. The others tried to persuade him, but Lu Yin refused as well. Even Ji Dong's offer of a power vessel that could defend against a powerhouse with a power level of 600,000 was rejected. Lu Yin believed that once these materials were made into universal armor and upgraded, it would be comparable to the cloud landing robe. That's too wasteful. Even if these materials were made into universal armor, it would only be able to defend against an attack with a power level of 400,000 at most. It would be very difficult to break through the limits of an emissary. Alliance Master Lu, please reconsider. The Aurora Company can provide you with even better protection, which is more in line with your wishes, the elder pleaded. Senior, can the materials compare to these? Lu Yin retorted. The elder was stunned. As long as the defense is better, why do you need better materials? They could not understand Lu Yin's thinking. Lu Yin was like a wastrel who only used the most expensive materials and did not use the best. Ji Dong stopped the others from trying to persuade Lu Yin any further. Lu Yin did not agree, and if they continued, it would only cause resentment. These materials are only a portion of what I have. If Ji Dong is willing, I'm willing to make a deal with the Aurora Company. As for items, they are similar materials. Lu Yin smiled. Ji Dong and the others were shocked. You have more materials? Lu Yin nodded. Not right now, but I'll have some in the future. Ji Dong did not believe him. The Aurora Company searched the entire universe for rare materials, and even the Hall of Honor could not compare to them. Most of the materials in the universe were concentrated in the Aurora Fort, and they only lacked rare materials from ancient eras. However, Lu Yin had these materials. Could it be that his previous guesses about this kid had been true? Lu Yin had continuously taken out foreign objects in the outerverse to challenge those at a higher realm than him. Others had long since guessed that Lu Yin had discovered the ruins of an ancient power, and those foreign objects had come from that era. Thus, these materials should be the same as well. You really have more? The elder asked with an excited expression. Lu Yin nodded. Since you said so, I have more. Alright, Alliance Master Lu, if you have more, you can sell them to the Aurora Company. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied with the price. Lu Yin had already thought of a price, which was a custom-made spacecraft that belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance. He wanted the Great Eastern Alliance to be unique. Sigh, what a pity. It's too wasteful to make universal armor. How about this? The person who had discovered the Woodingchen gold looked at Lu Yin. We'll make a miniature armor for you. What's a miniature armor? Lu Yin was curious. Miniature armor is a type of armor that's similar to skin. It's the armor that fits the human body the best when it comes to combat. Humans won't even be able to sense its existence, and it won't affect their movements. Universal armor is just a tool that ordinary people use to travel through outer space. It's completely useless, and it's also inconvenient for combat. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Better than universal armor in terms of defense. Defense depends on the materials used. The advantage of miniature armor is that most people won't be able to see it. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. Alright, miniature armor it is. It took much longer to make miniature armor than universal armor, so Lu Yin stayed at the Aurora stronghold during this time. Brother Lu, aren't you afraid that they'll steal the materials? Luotian muttered softly as her eyes darted around. Lu Yin laughed. Don't worry, they won't. Over the next few days, Lu Yin was brought around by Chairman Ji. Lu Yin was very interested in the Aurora stronghold. Chairman Ji, how strong is the Aurora stronghold's defenses? Chairman Ji smiled. 1,000,000. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. 1,000,000. Even Master Yuan can't break through. Chairman Ji smiled, but he didn't continue the topic. Lu Yin looked down and saw a huge city. There were no less than 10 billion people living in the Aurora stronghold, and they were all employees of the Aurora Corporation as well as their families. Among them were the Mavis Bank and many other commercial giants that dominated the universe, including Shamrock Enterprises. In the distance, a glaring light shone from the top of the Aurora stronghold and illuminated a corner of the city. Lu Yin looked over and heard rumbling sounds. It's that brat again. He's getting more and more overboard. Lu Yin was curious, and he looked towards a corner of the city where he saw a group of people racing. That's right, they were racing, and it was a very ancient car that moved on 4 wheels. Is that a car race? Lu Yin was astonished. Chairman Ji sighed. It's that brat from my family. He's racing with a bunch of idiots who have nothing better to do. Every time he races, the city becomes restless. I'll definitely catch him this time. Lu Yin was interested. That's a very ancient car. It's meaningless to cultivators since it's not exciting at all. Chairman Ji replied, that's why they emit star energy. Those cars are specially modified and are very fast. It's enough for them to get excited. Chairman Ji, I'll leave you to your work. I'd like to take a look. Chairman Ji was astonished, but then he smiled. That's fine. I forgot that Alliance Master Lu is about the same age as my brat. Are you interested in these things as well? My brat has a racing car at home. Would you like to try it out? Thank you, Chairman Ji. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1576. These ancient cars reminded Lu Yin of his days on Earth. He had stayed there for 2 years, and the outskirts of the city he lived in were often raced. He would go there to watch when he had nothing better to do, and it made him reminisce. He had also raced with others on Xenu Star. The sky above Aurora Stronghold was filled with air bridges, and the surroundings were illuminated by lights. The lights above were like the sun, illuminating the cars and the racers. Countless people stood on both sides of the bridges, and the surrounding buildings were filled with people shouting. There was no lack of beauties among them. This place was filled with passion and zhongyang. They weren't afraid of being arrogant, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to be arrogant. The cars all had 4 wheels, and each one was more domineering than the last. Some were in the shape of beasts, some were in the shape of spaceships, and some were even in the shape of swords. The most exaggerated one was in the shape of a beautiful woman, and it was an eyesore. With a whoosh, hundreds of cars charged out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The city was huge, and the cars could easily fit in. Young Master Ji rushed to the front, and a beautiful woman sat in the front passenger seat. He kept shouting, and all the cars had beautiful women in the front passenger seats. Not long after, the collisions began. These cars didn't prohibit collisions, and for cultivators, even if the cars exploded, it wouldn't matter. The constant collisions sounded like the rhythm of the night, and the entire city was stirred up. In every race, the final victors were always the same few people, and young Master Ji had won the most times. Only a few cars could compete with him. Young Master Ji, your legs must be weak. You can't go fast enough, ahaha. A car passed by, and a young man laughed arrogantly. He wore a tattered shirt that was stained with rust, and he looked like a beggar. Young Master Ji was furious. Just you wait, old one. I'll smash you to death. You think you can? Bang! 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 The collision made the beautiful woman even more excited. Suddenly, a racing car fell from the sky and smashed into another racing car. Then, it quickly rushed out and took the lead. Young Master Ji and the rest were stunned. Since when could cars fly? Wait, why does this car look so familiar? Isn't that mine? Young Master Ji's eyes turned red. Someone had stolen his car. Old Wan was shocked. Young Master Ji, isn't that your last champion car? Someone stole your car. Get out of the car. You dare to steal my car. You must be tired of living. I've even participated in the Supreme Tournament. Young Master Ji was extremely angry, and he sped up. Wan Lauer immediately rushed up as well. Someone was trying to steal young Master Ji's carriage. Interesting. Lu Yin's lips curled upwards. To him, racing was too slow, he couldn't get into it. He just treated it as a game. In the front passenger seat, Lu Ocean was so excited that her face was flushed red. She looked at Lu Yin with sparkling eyes. This was a wonderful feeling. No one had ever done something like this with him before. This was an experience that belonged solely to the two of them. Brat, how dare you steal my car? Get out. Young Master Ji rushed over and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned to look at him. Young Master Ji was taken aback at first. How familiar. Then, he remembered who he was, and his expression changed drastically. You. Why are you here? Lu Yin smiled, but then, his car was suddenly bumped into, and he turned to look to the side. Wan Lao looked at Lu Yin and gave him a thumbs up. You've got guts, kid. You actually dared to steal young Master Ji's car in the Aurora stronghold. Lu Yin smiled nonchalantly, but just as he was about to speak, his pupils suddenly shrank as he saw something on old Second Wan's collar. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. It was a very familiar symbol, Earth invisibility. This person's clothes had the symbol of Earth invisibility. It was dark red, and it looked like a bloodstain. Hey, bro, what's your name? Old Second Wan asked loudly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What's your name? Old Second Wan was shocked. You don't know me. You don't even know who this racer is. You must be new. Lu Yin looked at Old Second Wan, curious that this person didn't know him. Had he never watched the Sovereign Tournament before? That's right, he's new. Young Master Ji, this brat is new. You have to teach him well, ha ha ha. Old Second Wan laughed, and the car sped up again. Lu Yin turned to look at young Master Ji and smiled. I think we've met on Mount Supreme. Young Master Ji gulped. Hello. This game is very interesting. Let's continue tomorrow, Lu Yin said with a smile before chasing after Old Second Wan. Young Master Ji stared blankly at Lu Yin's back, and the beauty beside him urged him to hurry up. However, young Master Ji didn't move as the cars behind him overtook him. Young Master Ji, did your legs really go soft? Looks like that little beauty from yesterday made him want to die, someone mocked loudly after the race. Young Master Ji, you're welcome to come again tomorrow. Young Master Ji, hurry up and modify your car. Young Master Ji didn't seem to hear the mockery as he looked for Lu Yin, but he was nowhere to be found. Young Master Ji, what happened? Did you go crazy? Old Second Wan stopped his car excitedly. He was the winner tonight. Young Master Ji looked at Old Second Wan. Where's that guy? Who? The brat who stole your car. I didn't see him. That's strange, where did he go? Young Master Ji left immediately. The Aurora Corporation was a business giant, and it wasn't ruled by a single person. Although young Master Ji was in charge of the Aurora stronghold, that didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted. Young Master Ji himself wasn't a spoiled brat, and he had a good relationship with everyone in Aurora City. It should have been a night of fun, but young Master Ji wasn't in the mood. He found young Master Ji and asked solemnly, Lu Yin is here. Young Master Ji looked at his screen and replied, he arrived a few days ago. Did you guys meet? Lu Yin isn't a good person. Why is he here? Young Master Ji asked. Young Master Ji was surprised and looked at him. Are you afraid of him? You're concerned about the company. Young Master Ji sat down and took a sip of wine, no longer looking like his usual playful self. He said in a low voice, I don't care about the 10 arbiters or the 5 astral children. No matter how strong they are, they're just inheritors of their predecessors. But Lu Yin is different. He's too ambitious and wants to unify the outerverse. Now that he's back, he'll definitely target the innerverse. On this day, he was looking at the surrounding star charts when an oppressive feeling surged out. At the same time, an urgent voice sounded out, not good, I'm about to break through to Envoy. Lu Yin was astonished. Break through to Envoy? Who? He looked up and saw Ada charge into outer space, leaving the Aurora fort in the blink of an eye. Audio was about to break through to Envoy. Breaking through to Envoy would bring about an origin tribulation. The origin tribulation's power was determined by the astral source within the person undergoing the tribulation. If Audio remained at the Aurora Fort, then the origin tribulation might sense the astral sources of the other envoys within the fort and increase its power. This was something that Audio could not endure. The Aurora Fort also couldn't help Audio pass through the origin tribulation. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that the astral source within the fort could be sensed, it would still be a disaster. Audio left the Aurora Fort and stood in outer space. Above him, the void distorted as if a terrifying beast had descended. It released an extremely oppressive aura that could destroy the world. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1577. President Xi and the other envoys appeared one by one in outer space. Liu Yefei and the others also appeared far away from Audio, but most of them were in lighters. Watching others transcend their origin tribulation was very beneficial to their future. Liu Yin also appeared in outer space, his expression solemn as he asked in a low voice, "Mr. Liu Yi, in your opinion, can Audio survive this origin tribulation?" Mr. Liu Yi shook his head. "It's hard to say. It depends on what form the origin tribulation takes. Everyone's origin tribulation is different. The origin tribulation's power should be determined based on the amount of astral sources that the cultivator has attracted," Liu Yin said. Mr. Liu Yi nodded. Breaking through to become an emissary requires the formation of an astral cyclone, which is determined by the amount of star energy in a person's body. The more star energy one has, the more astral sources one needs to form an astral cyclone, and it cannot be hidden. Audio doesn't have much star energy, so as long as he's prepared well, he should have a 20% chance of breaking through. Only 20%. Liu Yin was astonished. Big Sister Fei Hua said unhappily, "Do you think transcending the origin tribulation is a joke? Out of 10 initiates, it's already pretty good to have one emissary. If he's undergoing his origin tribulation here, he's either fighting someone and couldn't suppress his origin tribulation and had to break through, or he was careless. Otherwise, there's no way he would be undergoing his origin tribulation here. 20% is already very high. What if there are external objects?" Liu Yin asked in a low voice. Mr. Liu Yi replied, "With an external object, as long as it doesn't involve an astral source, it won't affect the origin tribulation. However, the origin tribulation is mysterious. External objects that you use all year round won't affect you, but if you borrow an external object from someone else, it'll be easily detected. Once detected, its power will increase dramatically, and you'll have no hope of surviving. The origin tribulation can detect whether or not an external object is borrowed." Liu Yin was horrified. Wasn't this the same as life? No, it was more intelligent than life itself. At the very least, when he took out an external object, no one would know if it was borrowed or not. Big Sister Fei Hua rolled her eyes. If it's that easy to fool an origin tribulation cultivator, then envoys would have already flown all over the place. Everything else aside, any Enlighter Realm envoys who break through to the Enlighter Realm will be able to stay at Aurora Fort for as long as they stay there. Liu Yin pursed his lips, as Audio's words made sense. If that was the case, then Audio's departure from the Aurora Fort wasn't because he was afraid that his tribulation would sense the astral source within the fort. Instead, he was afraid that an external object like the Aurora Fort would be discovered. There's one more thing. The power of the origin tribulation mostly affects the astral origin cyclone. External objects can't resist it, Liu Yi said. Not far away, Shizong sighed. The origin tribulation is really like a life of its own. It's even more intelligent than life itself. It's like a law that no one can reverse. One can only endure it. Only by becoming stronger can one deal with the origin tribulation. Everyone looked at Ada, looking at his solemn expression. At this moment, the vortex above his head was getting bigger and bigger. Thunder rumbled, and the sharp light tore the space apart, tearing many cracks. It's the saber. His origin tribulation is related to the saber, said an emissary from the Aurora Corporation. He should also be a master of the saber, Mr. Liu Yi said. In the next moment, there was an intense explosion that sounded like two blades clashing against each other. Sparks appeared in the void and lit up the entire universe. Then, two long blades materialized and slashed at Ada. The first blade was like a dragon, and its roar shook the entire universe. The second blade kept flickering and was accompanied by a peculiar power. It wasn't just a saber, but also a battle technique. Liu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at the rune lines of the two blades. They were about the same as Ada's. No, the two blades were descending at the same time, which meant that Ada would have to endure two attacks that were equivalent to his own power. This was the origin tribulation. Ada retrieved a grayish-white blade from his cosmic ring and slashed upwards, clashing with the first blade. The first blade was like a dragon as it ruthlessly pressed down. Ada growled, and at the same time, the second blade descended and slashed at his chest. His clothes were stained with blood, as he couldn't defend against two attacks at the same time. The origin tribulation wasn't a test, it was truly meant to destroy the nirvana tribulation. To the astral source universe, the nirvana tribulation was an enemy. Ada pushed away the first saber, trying to cut the second saber in half. However, there was a strange power on the second saber that blocked Ada's blade. The crowd sighed, as the chances of success were very low. At that moment, a third blade appeared above Ada's head. Fei Hua shook her head, he's dead. Shi Zong was just as helpless, this is the origin tribulation. Liu Yin's eyes narrowed. They really weren't giving him a chance to survive. Ada looked up and saw the third blade taking shape. There was a sudden clap of thunder in his ears. He took out his power vessel and other external items, but they were all useless. These items weren't strong enough to withstand the origin tribulation. When he saw the first blade slash down again, Ada's eyes grew crazed. At that moment, he heard a sound, and his blade suddenly changed direction and slashed at a certain spot on the second blade. The second blade strangely changed direction and blocked the first blade's attack. Ada grew excited and attacked again. His continuous attacks were so fast that the surrounding enlighters couldn't even see them clearly. These attacks didn't hit the same spot, and each time, the direction and position of the blade changed. The strange power was also forcefully changed, and each time, it blocked the first blade's attack. Shi Zong and the others were shocked. How had this person changed? Liu Yifeiwa and Liu Yifeiwa looked at each other, then turned to Ada in shock. Every time he attacks, he hits the most appropriate spot. It's like the second origin tribulation blade is blocking the first one. With his understanding of the blade, he shouldn't be able to do this. Not too far away, Liu Yin's eyes grew solemn as he transmitted a message to Ada. He was the one helping Ada. Even if the origin tribulation could sense external items being borrowed, it couldn't possibly sense that someone was transmitting a message to help. That would be too ridiculous. Whether or not an external item was borrowed could be determined by its aura, but there was no way to check if someone was using a voice transmission. Perhaps this was the origin tribulation's lifeline. If this origin tribulation wasn't a blade but something else, then Liu Yin wouldn't have been able to help Ada. However, since it was a blade and a weapon, then he had the ability to do so. He hadn't learned how to use a sickle to break through 10,000 weapons for nothing. He had been receiving the Sword Steel's inheritance for a longer time than by Siener. Finally, there was a soft sound as the second blade shattered. Ada growled and slashed at the first blade, shattering it as well. He panted heavily as blood flowed down his chest and onto his hand. He looked up as the third blade took shape and slashed down. There was no battle technique involved, it was simply aimed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This wasn't good, the rune lines far exceeded the previous two blades. He looked at Ada, as he couldn't help with this attack. This attack's power wasn't something that could be broken by techniques. It was over. President Ji and the others shook their heads, Ada had failed. Even the enlighters around them could see how terrifying this attack was. Even if Ada had been at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to block this attack, let alone with his heavily injured body. Ada looked up and watched as the attack descended. The gray blade in his hand disappeared, and a blade that looked exactly like the gray blade appeared. The only difference was that this blade had a scabbard. This was an innate gift. Da's eyes widened as he grabbed the hilt of his sword with his right hand and swung it towards Lu Yin's head. In that instant, boundless rune lines shook Lu Yin, and the boiling star energy shook everyone around him. This was an attack with far more star energy than Ada's, and it was as if there were several or even a dozen Adas attacking at the same time. The attack shattered the third blade and slashed at the origin tribulation vortex. Everyone was shocked. They sucked in a breath of cold air. How was this blade possible? President Ji was shocked and blurted out, an innate gift for drawing the blade. You're De Chiu. Lu Yin looked at President Ji. You know him. President Ji was astonished. Yes, I should have remembered. The old Hall of Honor's methods have been lost for decades. Lu Yin looked at Ada. Was he the Hall of Honor's method? In the distance, Ada sheathed his blade, and the gray blade gradually disappeared. He stood in place without moving. Others couldn't see anything, but Lu Yin could tell that Ada's rune lines were rising. He had successfully faced his tribulation and was now an emissary. Above his head, the vortex slowly dissipated, and everyone looked at Ada enviously. He had successfully faced his tribulation. Mr. Lu Yi sighed. Innate gift. His innate gift is quite good, and his blade technique is even better. He's lucky to have survived this tribulation, but he might not be able to survive the next one, Fei Hua said. Everyone looked at Ada and watched as his body occasionally disappeared and entered the astral source universe. Enlighters didn't know this, and only emissaries could experience it. Once an emissary entered the astral source universe, others couldn't see him, and they couldn't block the attacks from the astral source universe. This was what it meant to be an emissary, a godlike existence compared to an enlighter. The crowd gradually dispersed, and President Ji left as well. Emissaries were indeed worthy of attention, but Ada belonged to the Hall of Honor and was from the Interstellar Arbitration Center. President Ji didn't even care about Lu Yefei, let alone Ada. Of course, there were also people who stayed behind to ask about Ada's tribulation. Ada opened his eyes and looked at his palm. Although his injuries were serious, they weren't a problem for him at this moment. After successfully overcoming his tribulation, an astral source cyclone had formed in his body, and he had become an emissary. He immediately turned around to look for Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't leave, and neither did Lu Yefei. Ada arrived in front of Lu Yin and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Yefei looked at him strangely. Lu Yin smiled. There's no need. It was nothing. Ada solemnly replied, it may have been nothing to you, but it saved my life. Thank you again, Daikyu. Lu Yin curiously asked, Daikyu. President Ji said that you were once a member of the Hall of Honor, Fatsi. Ada nodded. I used to be. After I became an enlighter, I joined the Interstellar Arbitration Center and changed my name. I've been there ever since. Luine was amused. I never thought that I would be so lucky as to randomly pick a tour guide who used to be FOTSI. Big Sis Feiwa sneered. Randomly pick one. You're looking for the most powerful one, and you still have the nerve to say that. Luine was speechless. Was there a need to expose him? However, she wasn't wrong. After going to the arbitration center, he had found Ada because he was infinitely close to being an emissary. The others were much weaker than him. Since you used to be FOTSI, and now that you've become an emissary, will you become an elder when you return to the World Mountain? Or will you leave the Interstellar Arbitration Center? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1578. Aude replied, I haven't thought about it yet. This tribulation was an accident, so I'll think about it after helping Mr. Lu return to the Outerverse. Luine nodded. That's fine. I'm familiar with the head Inquisitor, so let me know if you need any help. Aude felt strange. In the eyes of everyone in the Interstellar Arbitration Center, the head Inquisitors were mysterious, dignified, and inviolable. They represented justice, judgment, and faith, but why did Luine make it sound like the head Inquisitor was an uncle next door? Aude suddenly thought of the head Inquisitor's warrant that Luine had. Could this person be the head Inquisitor's illegitimate son? Before the tribulation, Aude's attitude towards Luine had been lukewarm, but after the tribulation, his attitude had completely changed. Luine had basically saved his life, and he now looked at Luine with even more respect. Luine was also a member of the Hall of Honor, and he hadn't used this identity. When he revealed it, Aude looked at him even more affectionately. Aude had broken through to become an emissary, and this was a good topic for discussion in the Aurora stronghold. That night, Wan Lao was taught a lesson again, and in his anger, he wanted to race with Ji Hao and challenge Luine. Unfortunately, Luine was no longer interested in racing. He was more interested in Wan Lao's father. When Wan Lao stormed out of the house, his father, Wan Gong, sighed. Useless thing. He shook his head and was about to return to his room when the lights in the hall suddenly lit up. Wan Gong felt strange and looked towards the living room. Wan Gong, let's talk, a voice called out. Wan Gong's expression changed, and he subconsciously tried to contact the outside world. There had always been people who wanted to steal the Aurora Corporation's technology, and the technicians all had bodyguards who were not weak. Don't waste your energy. I've already made preparations since I was able to come. Wan Gong felt that the voice sounded familiar, and he slowly walked downstairs. He saw Luine sitting on the sofa, leisurely looking at some blueprints. The blueprints were just ordinary spacecraft parts, and Wan Gong didn't care. He stared at Luine. Alliance leader Lu, why are you visiting so late at night? If it's about the miniature armor, you can rest assured that it will be ready in 2 days. Luine placed the blueprints on the table, and beside them was a tattered old shirt. Wan Gong's face sank when he saw the shirt. Luine picked it up and flipped open the collar, revealing the bloodstain of the Hidden Earth organization. Wan Gong, can you explain this symbol? Wan Gong stepped forward, puzzled. That's just blood. Luine looked at Wan Gong. You, or your ancestors, should be from Earth. Wan Gong's fingers trembled, and his gaze sharpened. What Earth? Never heard of it. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Since that's the case, it's fine even if President Xi discovers the significance of this symbol. I've already sent someone to report to the higher-ups of Aurora about Second Bro One wearing clothes with this symbol. Wan Gong, think of a way to explain this to them. Wan Gong's expression changed drastically. Alliance Lord Lu, what is the meaning of this? Lu Yin replied, nothing much. I just want to have an open discussion. There's nothing to talk about. So what if my ancestors came from the hidden earth realm? The Aurora stronghold won't care. I didn't say, hidden earth. I said earth, Lu Yin replied. Wang Gong replied in a low voice, the Aurora stronghold doesn't care about Earth's hidden earth. To them, it's just an insignificant small organization. Maybe, but if you don't. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Who knows if I'm related to Earth invisibility? I'm from Earth, and if someone sees us talking in the middle of the night, think of a way to explain this to President Xi. Wang Gong frowned. What are you trying to do, Lu Yin? Lu Yin looked at Wang Gong. You betrayed Earth invisibility. I didn't. I admit that my ancestor did come from Earth, but that was a long time ago. That shirt isn't mine, it's my ancestors. We didn't betray Earth invisibility, but we've already settled down in the Aurora stronghold. We don't want to have anything to do with Earth invisibility. Why? This is my home, Wang Gong said in a low voice. Lu Yin understood. All right, I understand. With that, he prepared to leave. Wang Gong had no value, and the only reason Lu Yin had sought him out was to learn more about Earth invisibility. Since Wang Gong had already left Earth invisibility, and he hadn't joined Earth invisibility himself, but rather his ancestor, there was no need for him to continue pestering him. Lu Yin wasn't from Earth invisibility, and it had nothing to do with him. Wang Gong didn't seem to believe that Lu Yin would leave just like that. What do you want, Lu Yin? Lu Yin replied, nothing much. Since you've decided to leave Earth invisibility, then live your life well. You didn't tell anyone about me, did you? Wang Gong asked anxiously. Lu Yin waved a hand. Don't worry. With that, he left. Wang Gong looked at the empty living room and the shirt with a complicated expression. It had been many years since he had heard of that name, and now it had appeared again. Back then, his ancestor had been valued by the Aurora stronghold due to his technical talent. He had then coveted the Aurora stronghold's luxuries and didn't want to suffer with Earth invisibility. He had then pursued the primeval surname alliance, but he had paid a huge price. It wasn't as simple as leaving Earth invisibility, but rather betrayal. A true betrayal. Everyone who knew that his ancestor was from Earth invisibility had been silenced. More than 10 people from Earth invisibility had been killed, and that was a blood debt. Earth invisibility didn't know about his ancestor's betrayal, which had allowed his bloodline to remain stable for so many years. Wang Gong didn't plan on getting involved with Earth invisibility, but why had Lu Yin come looking for him today? How had Lu Yin discovered this? Wang Gong looked at the shirt on the table and the bloodstain. Blood debt, blood debt, blood debt, blood debt, blood debt. Wang Gong's heart sank, and his face paled. Lu Yin was definitely here for revenge. What was there to live a good life? What awaited him was despairing revenge. Wang Gong wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want his son to die with him. His eldest son's premature death had left him in despair, and he couldn't allow anything to happen to his second son. He didn't doubt Lu Yin's ability. Even President Xi had personally received this person, so dealing with him would be too easy. No, he definitely couldn't allow Lu Yin to take revenge on him. That was his ancestor's debt, so why should he pay for it? Wang Gong immediately walked out. He couldn't let a tragedy happen again. Not long after Lu Yin returned to his residence, Wang Gong arrived. He found it strange, especially since Wang Gong's face looked as if his son had died. Wang Gong immediately knelt down. Alliance Master Lu, I beg you to let my son go. I'll do anything you want. Please, I'll pay for what you owe me. Lu Yin was stunned, but then his eyes flickered. He grunted and casually sat down. How? When Wang Gong heard Lu Yin's words, he was certain that Lu Yin was here for revenge. I will repay the lives that my ancestors owed to Earth Hidden. Our family has been rooted in Aurora Stronghold for many years, and we've gained their trust. I've also participated in the core research of Aurora Spaceship Company, so all I can do is take control. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. I'll tell you everything I know about the Aurora Stronghold, and I'll tell you everything I know. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Core technology. What technology? Wang Gong hesitated for a moment. Lu Yin snorted coldly. Wang Gong's heart sank, and his gaze hardened. Microarray technology. Lu Yin didn't understand. Explain in detail. Wang Gong exhaled, as there was nothing he wanted to hide now that he had mentioned microarray technology. Ever since the Aurora Corporation was established, 1/10 of its annual profits disappeared without exception. It was a huge expenditure, and many people were curious as to where it went, but no one knew. That was until one day, when my skills and background were recognized, and I was allowed to participate in a research project called microarray technology. That sum of money was invested in this project. Lu Yin was shocked. The Aurora Corporation's annual profits were enormous, and it wasn't any less than the Great Eastern Alliance's. How much resources would 1/10 of the Aurora Corporation's profits be? It was simply unimaginable. Microarray technology takes everything that can be seen in the universe, including objects, life forms, and even attacks. Everything tangible and intangible can be stored into a small device that can be activated by anyone. This is the core and goal of microarray technology. It sounds similar to cosmic rings, but cosmic rings can only store objects and not life forms or attacks. Microarrays, on the other hand, can do that. No matter how incredible the idea is, the Aurora Corporation has always believed that it can succeed, and they've invested a huge amount of money into it. Now that the project has reached a bottleneck, they'll continue to invest without a single cent less, or even more. Lu Yin leaned forward, as if he had thought of something, but he couldn't recall what it was. Continue. Wang Gong continued, microarray technology is the Aurora Corporation's core project. If it succeeds, it will change the entire human race, and it can be used in daily life and even in war. Think about it, a person's attack can be stored in a device that can be fired at any time. What would that be like? Lu Yin's mind flashed, and he suddenly remembered the Splitting Skies array. The Splitting Skies array was a sourcebox array that could be used at any time. Right, there were also power vessels, but those could only be created by special people. Microarray technology, on the other hand, could be used by everyone, including the average person. What would it be like for a normal person to use a Splitting Skies array and fire it, instantly destroying a planet? Lu Yin shook his head. This technology isn't practical. I know, but the Aurora Spaceship Company is certain it can be done. The microarmor and the energy vortex decomposer are all derived from this technology. The Aurora Spaceship Company makes money by manufacturing spaceships, but in essence, they're investing in researching this technology. Over the years, countless geniuses have been brought to the Aurora Stronghold and invested in this research. Those people died of old age and couldn't leave the Aurora Stronghold, and I'm no different, Wang Gong said. Lu Yin took out the Splitting Skies array and tossed it to Wang Gong. Take a look at this. Back when he had used the heaven-splitting formation's 4 moves, he hadn't thrown it away. Wang Gong took the Splitting Skies array and took a closer look. His expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Alliance leader Lu, where did you get this? Is it useful? Lu Yin was interested. Wang Gong was excited. Yes, it's very useful. This is basically a model for microarray technology, and it might even lead to a breakthrough. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1579. Lu Yin fell into deep thought, as this was not a model, but rather a true copy of the four forms of Split the Heavens. However, it also contained a sourcebox array. There should be an origin array master among the researchers of microarray technology. Wang Gong replied, "There's a powerful GUN array master." Lu Yin exhaled, as this made sense. This technique had to be used in conjunction with a sourcebox array. The Aurora Corporation was really willing to invest heavily in this project. Forget about Realm Force Array Masters, even an Origin Array Master was not something that just any organization could possess. Even the White Dragon Clan, one of the four scales of the Cosmic Tree, could not produce an Origin Array Master and could only hire them. There were even Array Masters in real yuan, which was something that Lu Yin could not afford to invest in. Wang Gong excitedly studied the heaven-splitting formation, as if this was the first time he had seen the materials that Lu Yin had brought over. He went crazy. This was the nature of a technician, and nothing could change that. With this, will there be any progress in microarray research? Lu Yin asked. Wang Gong subconsciously replied, "Of course there is, there definitely is." He then looked at Lu Yin longingly, not even willing to let go of the heaven-splitting array. "You've forgotten why you're here." "We still haven't settled our debts," Lu Yin said. Anyone who knew about microarray technology was passionate about it. Even if they didn't believe the technology could be realized, the Aurora Corporation had invested so much money into it, so they would pour all their passion into it. Because of the splitting heavens array, Wang Gong had forgotten his purpose for coming here. Lu Yin's reminder caused his entire body to turn cold. Lu Yin smiled and waved his hand, causing the splitting heaven array to disappear from Wang Gong's hand. Wang Gong was reluctant, but he still looked at Lu Yin with pleading eyes. "With your status, no one is keeping an eye on you." Wang Gong replied, "Yes, I have a way to get rid of them." Lu Yin nodded. "I'm looking for you because of the debt from back then. It's time for you to pay it back." Wang Gong's face was pale. "Alliance leader Lu, I'll pay you back. Let my son go. Let him go." Lu Yin looked at Wang Gong. "With this splitting heaven array, how long will it take to realize microarray technology?" Wang Gong replied, "Based on my understanding, I can break through within 10 years, but I've been away from this project for a long time, so I'm not sure about the progress. Based on my understanding of this project, it should take around 10 years. 10 years was too long, but it was worth it when compared to microarray technology." Lu Yin looked forward to the day when he could incorporate all sorts of attacks into his microarrays, allowing each soldier to use one. What would it be like if hundreds of thousands of soldiers simultaneously unleashed an envoy-level attack? Let alone the sixth mainland, even the starry sky trees and the Eternals would be dumbfounded. As he thought about it, he tossed the splitting the heavens formation to Wang Gong. "I'll give you a chance. Stay here and research the microarray technology. Once you succeed, hand over the complete technology to me, and you won't have to pay back your debt." Wang Gong was overjoyed. "Really?" Lu Yin nodded. This person was a technical genius, but he didn't understand the changes microarray technology would bring to the universe in the future. Or rather, he didn't see the big picture. The Aurora Corporation was different. They had invested an unimaginable amount of money since their establishment. They could see the big picture, but they didn't have the technology. What he was most curious about now was how the Cold Immortal sect made the heaven-splitting array. Was the heaven-splitting array something they researched, or was it something they already had? If it was something they researched, it meant that they had mastered the microarray technology. This wasn't good news. What was he planning to do if he didn't use the microarray technology against the Eternals? You may return. Remember, if Fort Aurora acquires any important skills, let me know, Lu Yin said. This meant that Wang Gong had become a traitor to Fort Aurora. His ancestor had betrayed Hidden Earth and joined Fort Aurora. Now, he was going to betray Fort Aurora and join Lu Yin's faction. He had to pay back his debt. Wang Gong sighed, stood up, and slowly left. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and said to Lu Yin, the Aurora Corporation might be related to the Sirius sect. Lu Yin was stunned. What did you say? Revealing the microarray technology meant that Wang Gong had completely betrayed the Aurora Corporation. He couldn't turn back, and his change in stance made him more inclined towards Lu Yin. I once used the technology to detect that more than one person in Aurora Corporation is using the Sirius arts. Although I can't see how the Sirius arts are used, the technology was able to detect it. However, I'm not completely sure. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Aurora Corporation and the Sirius sect shouldn't be related at all. I understand. 2 days later, the miniature armor was completed, and Lu Yin took it and touched it. Micro-armor was not so much battle armor as it was clothing. It was a very thin piece of clothing, similar to the Cloud Lair garment. However, the Cloud Lair garment relied on its material on sourcebox arrays, while micro-armor only relied on material. Its defensive capabilities were far inferior to the Cloud Lair garments, but that was only for now. Across from him, President Jeet sighed in admiration. With so many rare materials and the Aurora Fort's technology, this miniature armor's defense can reach a power level of more than 400,000. It's already very close to an envoy's power level. Unfortunately, it still hasn't broken through. Lu Yin smiled. That's enough. Thank you, President Xi. Lu Yin's group watched the Aurora Fort gradually disappear as they headed towards the Sirius sect. Lu Yin's original destination had been the Sirius sect, and he wanted to study the Sirius technique. Wang Gong's words had also made him want to investigate them. For a long time, the Sirius sect was located in the Western Realm, while the Aurora Corporation was located in the Northern Realm. The two were unrelated, and Lu Yin had never heard of any connection between them. However, if Wang Gong's investigation was correct, then the Sirius sect and the Aurora Corporation were related, which meant that the union of these two behemoths would change the entire structure of the Neoverse. The possibility was not high, or else the Hall of Honor would not have noticed it for so many years. Mr. Liu, there's something strange up ahead, Ada's voice rang out. Lu Yin was tasting the fine wine that President Xi had given him with Luotian, and he hurriedly walked out when he heard the voice. There was an astral city in front of the spacecraft. There were many astral cities in the Neoverse, such as the Great Red Star and Wangxi City that Lu Yin had visited before. However, the astral city in front of them was actually cracking apart. Let's go take a look, Lu Yin said. There were many people living in the astral city, and it would be difficult for them to survive if it was destroyed. If possible, Lu Yin wanted to help. The spacecraft appeared above the astral city, and Lu Yin and the rest looked down. Two groups of people were fighting fiercely within the city, and it was their battle that had caused the city to collapse. Countless people were fleeing in despair, and many nearby spacecraft could not even start. Lu Yin's gaze trembled, as both groups were using the Aeon evolution scripture. They're from the home of the gods, and the other group is one of the cosmic sea's 4 tyrants, the Mastiff Society, Ada said. The Mastiff Society was the main culprit behind the death of 72 people. Even though Lu Yin had killed Fu He during the Sovereign Tournament, who he had been ordered to do so by the Mastiff Society. "Mr. Lu Yi, please suppress them," Lu Yin said. There was a source box array inside Lu Ye's body. As long as Lu Yin wanted to, he could kill them at any time. Ever since they had followed Lu Yin, he had never ordered them to do anything. Sister Feihua had not been polite to Lu Yin, and he had not minded. However, this was the first time he had asked them to do something. Sister Feihua wanted to say something, but Mr. Lu Yi stopped her and shook his head. They had interacted with Lu Yin for the past few days, and they had seen through the network and had a better understanding of Lu Yin. They knew his temper, and if they dared to contradict him now, Lu Yin would not hesitate to destroy them. The two groups of people fighting in the city were mostly explorers, with a few enlighters and 2 envoys. It was precisely because of these 2 envoys that Astral City was on the brink of destruction. Get lost. You ants only know how to sit in the Neoverse. One day, our Mastiff Society will take over your home of the gods and enslave you trash. A man laughed maniacally and raised his hand, causing an arc to appear in front of him. Opposite him, the old turtle from the home of the gods, who was dressed in luxurious robes, shouted, "Impudent." He attacked as he spoke. Both sides cancelled out each other's rune lines, but they also used their rune lines to attack each other. They would occasionally disappear into the astral source universe, and the destructive power of their attacks caused the city to rapidly collapse. They did not care about the destruction of Astral City at all. The other cultivators who were fighting did the same, and the cultivators who were originally in Astral City did not dare to interfere. This was a competition between giants. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept past, and the 2 envoys who had entered the Astral Source universe were jolted out. They looked up in shock and saw Mr. Lu Yi standing high up in the sky. The city regained its calm, and there was a loud explosion as flames soared into the sky. Some people looked up in despair, as they had thought that they would definitely die. Beneath their feet was an invisible space. Both sides stopped fighting and looked at Mr. Lu Yi. The old woman spoke up. "I wonder which senior has descended, but please assist our home of the gods in destroying the traitors of the Mastiff Society." The man from the Mastiff Society spoke up as well. "I didn't know that senior was passing by, so I apologize for disturbing you. When you visit the Cosmic Sea in the future, the Mastiff Society will definitely welcome you with open arms." Everyone looked at Mr. Lu Yi, waiting for him to speak. Mr. Lu Yi did not move, and the void beside him distorted as Lu Yin appeared and looked down at both sides. "Lu Yin," someone recognized him and cried out. The others stared at Lu Yin. "That's right, it's the champion of the Sovereign Tournament, the only prime. It's him, it's Lu Yin." Within the city, the old woman was delighted. The home of the gods was not popular, and not many people liked it. However, Lu Yin was familiar with Tai Yishan and could be considered half a friend. More importantly, Lu Yin had killed Jin He during the Sovereign Tournament, who was the most outstanding successor of the Mastiff Society and had even been ranked among the 10 arbiters of the Interverse. Lu Yin and the Mastiff Society were enemies. When he saw Lu Yin appear, the man from the Mastiff Society did not hesitate to flee into the Astral Source universe. However, he had only taken a few steps when a willow leaf appeared in front of him. No matter how the man attacked, he could not break through the leaf. Mr. Lu Yi was astonished. This person was only at the first tribulation, and it seemed like he had just broken through. How was he able to weaken his attacks? The man was clearly at the third tribulation, but the strength that Lu Yi had displayed was only at the second tribulation. No matter how hard he tried, he could not increase his strength. The man gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, what do you want? What's going on?" "His methods are very strange," Mr. Lu Yi asked in a low voice as he looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin smiled. Have you heard of the rune progenitor? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1580. Mr. Lu Yi was confused. What's the rune progenitor? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, as it seemed that the cosmic tree did not know much about the rune progenitor. The rune progenitor created rune technology, which can create something out of nothing and weaken enemies. It's a very mysterious civilization, and it uses the rune progenitor's offensive techniques. You can treat them as battle techniques. Lu Yin then looked at the man. Who was the one who gave the order for Coquettish to banish Big Sister's mercenary group? The man answered, Coquettish acted on her own initiative. Heizage Lian also asked us about it, but it wasn't our group's doing. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Listen to my question carefully. I'm asking who gave the order for Coquettish to banish Big Sister's mercenary group. The man clenched his fists. He had come to the Neoverse to recruit experts to join his group. The previous incident had caused Leon's armada to go to war with his group, and the group had suffered heavy losses. Over the past 2 years, Leon's armada had mainly focused on the Great Eastern Alliance, which had allowed the group to take a breather. They had wanted to strengthen themselves as much as possible, but they had been unlucky and had been discovered by someone from the home of the gods. Today, he had bumped into Lu Yin again. Alliance Master Lu, I've already said that the incident was entirely Coquettish's doing. It has nothing to do with my group, the man said. Lu Yin frowned. Mr. Lu Yi, please deal with him. You can feel what a mysterious technique is. Mr. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. Thank you. Below them, the man charged into the astral source universe again. Mr. Lu Yi sneered. Even if his strength had been weakened, he still possessed strength that surpassed this person's. He wanted to see what mysterious technique this person had. Could a mere wasteland have a technique that could surpass the cosmic trees? With Mr. Lu Ye's help, that person would not be a problem. The rest of the group was terrified. Lu Yin ignored them and landed in the city. The old woman from the home of the gods walked over. Thank you for your help, Alliance Master Lu. On the other side, an old man arrived. He was an enlighter with a power level of 300,000, and he bowed to Lu Yin. Thank you, Alliance Leader Lu, for saving this city. I thank you on behalf of the citizens. Lu Yin ignored the old woman and helped the old man up. You're welcome. Go do your work. The city has been destroyed, so it'll take some time to clean it up. The old man thanked Lu Yin once again, and he quickly left. The old woman's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin had just ignored her and paid attention to an ant. He looked at the old woman. I'm not helping you. Besides, you're not worth my help. The old woman's gaze turned cold. Alliance Lord Lu, do you not accept the friendship of the home of the gods? You don't represent the home of the gods. In that case, I'll take my leave. I'll take the rest of the Pyrolite regiment with me. Alliance Master Lu, you don't have any objections, right? She did not ask Lu Yin to hand over the Pyrolite regiment's emissary to her. She was not stupid. Back when the mountain and sea realm had fought over the Star Tower, Lu Yin had not given the home of the gods any face. Aside from his relationship with Tai Yixing, Lu Yin and the home of the gods could only be considered not enemies, but not friends. As you wish. Lu Yin watched the old woman leave and then looked into the distance. Not long after, the man from the Nightmare Regiment was caught by Mr. Lu Yi. He was heavily injured and thrown in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin squatted down and looked at him. Same question. Who was it? The man's face was ashen, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. There was a huge wound on his abdomen, and he stared at Lu Yin savagely. It was Long He herself. It has nothing to do with the Pyrolite regiment. Lu Yin frowned and disappeared. Destroy. Not long after, the spacecraft continued towards the Sirius sect. There were many places in the Neoverse that Lu Yin wanted to visit. He wanted to go to the Sirius sect to learn the Sirius art. He also wanted to visit the Mavis clan to see how much money they had and whether they could share it with him. He also wanted to go to the Seven Courts to see if there were any records of the progenitor realm. He also wanted to go to the home of the gods to see if he could break through the Aeon Evolution true scripture. However, he did not have the time at the moment as he had too many things to do. He did not desire the Aeon Evolution true scripture as much as he had in the past. After all, it had too many restrictions and could not be used in many places. If he could use it in the astral tree realm, then he would have gone to the home of the gods long ago. Long he had cultivated the Aeon Evolution true scripture to the knower realm, and that strange method made him envious. After passing through the northern region, the Sirius sect appeared in front of everyone. Luotian covered her mouth and stared in shock. Seeing the Sirius sect for the first time was indeed shocking. Countless stars seemed to be held up by a palm, and that was the Sirius sect. It could be summed up in one sentence, but it was impossible to describe its stunning beauty. Mr. Lu Yi sighed in admiration. It's similar to the Wang family of the four cardinal scales, but the Wang family used a broken palm to hold up the entire family. Here, the stars revolve, but they seem to be held up by an invisible hand. Sister Fei Hua nodded. I thought that the wasteland would be a cultivation desert, but it seems that it's not that bad. Mr. Lu Yi said, not only is it not bad, but it even exceeds our expectations. You haven't fought with that person from before. He was able to create something out of nothing and even weaken my attacks. It's very mysterious, and not even the astral tree realm has seen such a technique before. He then looked at Lu Yin. Is the symbol progenitor a progenitor from the wasteland? Lu Yin replied, something like that. An unrecognized progenitor created an unrecognized civilization. Mr. Lu Yi sighed. He created a civilization with a clear conscience. I really want to take a look at the true scripture of Yin Flow. Lu Yin smiled. That person only cultivated the true scripture of Yin Flow to the spiritual realm. I've seen a genius who was an enlighter who cultivated the true scripture of Yin Flow to the knowing realm. He was able to negate the effects of certain things, which means that he could even ignore attacks that exceeded what he could withstand. He could truly ignore them. Mr. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. Where is this person? I really want to meet him. I killed him, Lu Yin said. Mr. Lu Yi choked. Fei Hua was furious. Then why are you still talking about it? Just because I killed him doesn't mean that he's not powerful, Lu Yin said. Luotian giggled, as this was a compliment. Brother Lu was really interesting. With Lu Yin's current status, when he returned to the Sirius sect, he was welcomed by sect master Yuan Qiong. Yuan Qiong led Elder Yuan Shou, Elder Yao Shan, Elder Yuan Ku, Elder Yuan Miao, and a group of core disciples to welcome Lu Yin. When Lu Yin saw Elder Yuan Qiong and the rest, he hurriedly walked over and bowed deeply. The fifth core disciple, Lu Yin, greets the sect master and the various elders. Yuan Qiong was stunned. The person he was welcoming was the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, who was also a supreme of the Fifth Mainland's younger generation. Only someone like that was worthy of his personal greeting, not a core disciple. Why would he need to personally welcome a core disciple? Since he was welcoming Lu Yin, it meant that the Sirius sect had recognized Lu Yin as the Alliance Master and the only supreme. What did this mean? Alliance Master Lu, back then, you only exchanged disciples with Eternal Sky Island. Your title as the fifth core disciple was already gone when you left, Elder Yao Shan said. Lu Yin sincerely replied, once a disciple of the serious sect, I'll always be a disciple of the serious sect. This disciple will never forget the teachings of the sect. In that place, this disciple regrets not being able to save eldest senior sister. Well said. With such a heart, you're a disciple of the serious sect, Elder Yuan Shou praised. Lu Yin bowed again. Yuan Qiong's eyes flashed. No, this isn't right. This kid's attitude is too good, and he's too sincere. There must be something wrong. Even though he could not figure it out, Yuan Qiong still made a mental note. Let's not talk about this today. Alliance Master Lu, you've come from afar. Please enter the sect. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, how could I trouble the sect master to lead the way? This disciple is afraid. Elder Yao Shan's eyes suddenly flashed, as if he had thought of something. Alliance Master Lu's heart is with the serious sect, and this sect is comforted. However, you must never mention my name again. You're not a true disciple of the serious sect. Elder Yuan Shou barked, Yao Shan, what are you doing? Lu Yin has treated our serious sect with sincerity, but you're rejecting him at the door. Is this the responsibility of a serious sect elder? Are you still an elder? Elder Yao Shan's expression turned ugly. Alliance Master Lu is the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, and he's the only paragon. I also want him to become a disciple of the serious sect, but he's not. Our serious sect does not want to take advantage of this. What are you talking about? Lu Yin cultivates the serious technique, and he used the third method to become a true disciple. That's why he's a disciple of our serious sect. That's because he exchanged disciples with Everlasting Sky Island. The time limit has already passed. But his heart is with the serious sect. There are many people who are with the serious sect. Are they all disciples? Lu Yin pursed his lips and quietly listened to the two argue. He had considered himself a disciple because he wanted to learn the serious technique. If he was not a disciple, then why would they teach him? Enough. You're all elders, but look at yourselves. Yuan Qiong shouted angrily. Behind them, Mu Ziying, Hua Shao, and the rest were speechless. How could this Lu Yin cause trouble the moment he arrived? He even had an innocent look on his face. Yao Ji looked at Lu Yin, and his entire body itched. This bastard really deserved a beating. Yuan Ku admired Lu Yin a lot. Sect master, it's rare for a child to be so filial, and he's even thinking about the serious sect. We can't disappoint him. Yuan Qiong looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, let's not talk about the matter of being a disciple for now. Let's first enter the sect. Lu Yin nodded. After you, sect master. Yuan Qiong knew that Lu Yin would not allow him to lead the way, and he also understood what this kid was trying to do. He had his eyes on the serious technique, but that would not do. The first 3 stages of the technique were fine, but the 4th stage of the technique required one to open all 36 death acupuncture points, and it could not be easily taught to an outsider. Back then, they had paid a great price to obtain the first stage of the technique in the smog-gulping mountains in order to allow that lonely little fool to become a lockbreaker. Who would have thought that the kid would fail to live up to expectations and lose the technique? Serious sect had always kept this matter in mind, and the serious technique could not be casually taught to outsiders. Who are these two? Elder Yuan Shou finally noticed Lu Yehua and Lu Yehua. Yuan Qiong and the rest had been stunned by Lu Yin's interference, so no one had noticed Lu Yehua and Lu Yehua. The serious sect was different from the Aurora Corporation, as the latter was a business giant. Lu Yehua and Lu Yehua were of no use to them, so they did not care about them. The serious sect was a sect, and its disciples were always outside, so they naturally wanted to make friends with experts. Yuan Qiong was rude and did not notice the two of you. Please forgive me, Yuan Qiong apologized to Lu Yehua with a solemn expression. His power level exceeded 800,000, and his cultivation surpassed Lu Yehua's, but he still treated them with respect. This was the difference between a sect and a business giant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1581. Mr. Lu Yi smiled. Sect Master Yuan, please don't mind us. We're just Alliance Leader Lu's bodyguards. Yuan Qiong and the rest were shocked. They could sense that Lu Yefei was powerful, and she even surpassed Sirius's elders. She was second only to the sect master and other top powerhouses. There were actually two of them protecting Lu Yin. Big Sis Feihua was displeased. Lu Yin smiled. Mr. Lu Yi is too humble. They are my seniors, and it's just a coincidence that they're traveling with me. Right, there's also this person. Sect master and the other elders should have heard of him. He's Diqiu. The former Hall of Honor's method. Yuan Shou was shocked. Elder Yao Shan looked at Diqiu in shock. You've become an envoy. Diqiu replied, I was lucky to have broken through with Mr. Lu's help. At that moment, Lu Yin's image in everyone's minds became even greater and more mysterious. He had 3 envoy-level bodyguards by his side. Who else in the Fifth Mainland could do such a thing? Even the Shangqing, who had been groomed by the Hall of Honor, could not reach such a level. Right, the Shangqing had been defeated by Lu Yin. Yuan Qiong looked at Lu Yin deeply. He knew a few things, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lu Yin was very likely to be a future progenitor of the Fifth Mainland. Even though Elder Gong had not explicitly stated it, this kid might have succeeded in that place. If that was the case, then even a nominal disciple would be acceptable. A future progenitor was worth the Sirius sect sacrifice. His thoughts changed. Within Sirius Main Hall, Lu Yin refused to sit in the guest seat no matter what, and Yuan Qiong did not stop him. Instead, he allowed him to sit in the disciple's seat. Elder Yuan Shou and the rest were seated while Lu Yefei was invited to the guest seat. Luoshan sat with Lu Yin, and Diqiu was second only to Lu Yefei. Mu Ziying and the rest had no seats, so they could only stand and watch. Lu Yin's main goal in coming to the Sirius sect was to learn the serious arts, but he did not know how to bring it up, especially with Elder Yao Shan present. This person had always been hostile to Lu Yin, and as long as Lu Yin asked, he would definitely be obstructed. Besides, Elder Yuan Shou and the rest valued him, but they might not be willing to pass on the serious arts to an outsider. Left with no choice, Lu Yin could only exchange pleasantries with Yuan Qiong and the others. It really did seem like he was visiting Sirius. Half a day later, Lu Yin stood up. This disciple has seen Elder Gong before, and I'm here to pay my respects to Elder Gong. I hope that sect master will allow me to do so. You've seen Elder Gong. Yuan Shou was astonished. He had never seen him before. The Patriarch of Sirius was one of the 7 half-ancestors and had an extremely high seniority. When Yuan Shou had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, the Patriarch was already a half-ancestor. Not only Yuan Shou, few people present had seen Elder Gong before. Lu Yin replied, I have indeed met him once. Yuan Qiong's eyes twinkled. He was sure that Lu Yin had returned from that place. Elder Gong had been there for a while and had only returned recently. Lu Yin had definitely gone there, even if he didn't know how. I'll immediately report this to Elder Gong. Thank you, Sect Master, Lu Yin said. He really did pay his respects to Elder Gong and then went to find Yuan Qiong alone to find a way to learn the serious technique. After cultivating for so long, Lu Yin had discovered a pattern: the older the senior, the more ordinary the residence they lived in. Elder Gong was the same. He lived on a very ordinary planet near the Sirius sect, but the environment was very beautiful. There were no cultivators on this planet, only ordinary people. At most, these ordinary people had practiced some battle techniques that strengthened their bodies, and they had formed a mortal kingdom of conquest that reminded Lu Yin of star picking. When Lu Yin set foot on that planet, he saw two large empires fighting. Millions of ordinary people were slaughtering each other on the battlefield. Although it wasn't as grand as the intense battle between cultivators, the ordinary people's battles were just as hot-blooded. Every blade was bone-piercing, and blood flowed like rivers. Killing intent filled the air, and some ordinary people's heroic spirit was something that cultivators could not achieve. Elder Gong sat outside the battlefield and watched quietly. He looked like he was about to die of old age at any moment. Of all the half-ancestors that Lu Yin had seen, he was the oldest one. Disciple Lu Yin greets Elder Gong. Lu Yin walked up behind Elder Gong and bowed. Elder Gong's body twitched. Disciple. Lu Yin replied respectfully. This disciple represented Everlasting Sky Island in the Sirius sect for an exchange and was promoted to the fifth disciple. Oh, yes, that seems to be the case, Elder Gong said, and then he stopped talking and quietly watched the battlefield. Lu Yin blinked. Elder, what are you looking at? Elder Gong replied in a hoarse voice, a general. A general. Lu Yin was curious and looked at the battlefield. Although there were millions of soldiers fighting each other, it was still easy to find someone with a general status. His attire was too conspicuous. The general that Elder Gong was referring to was an old man dressed in black armor who wielded a halberd and charged into the battlefield. This planet restricts cultivation methods, so ordinary people will always be ordinary people. No matter how much they train their bodies, they won't be much stronger than others, especially on the battlefield. That general has already killed 1,000 people, Elder Gong said calmly. Lu Yin was shocked as he looked at the old general on the battlefield. This was an amazing achievement, as it was equivalent to killing 1,000 people who were about the same level as him. Furthermore, this was on the battlefield, where one could easily die if they weren't careful. I've stopped him from cultivating 3 times, but on this battlefield, he comprehended a heroic spirit similar to battle force. He's fearless, and it's unique, Elder Gong continued. Lu Yin was puzzled. If that's the case, then this person should be extremely talented. Why didn't you bring him into the sect? He rejected me, Elder Gong replied. Lu Yin was stunned. He said that 100 years is enough for a person's life. In this short 100 years, he left behind a glorious record in history. From birth to death, no matter how long one lives, it's just a process. Even if a cultivator lives for 10,000 years, they will still turn to dust, but his name will remain forever, Elder Gong explained. Lu Yin frowned and looked at the old general. Everyone had their own goals, and this person wanted to leave his name in history. However, some people just wanted to live longer. Kid, what's the purpose of your cultivation? Elder Gong asked. Lu Yin thought about it and then smiled. I also want to leave my name in history, but what I want to leave behind is not the history of this planet, but the history of the entire universe. Elder Gong smiled faintly. This is the height. Do you think that general can see this height? Lu Yin answered without hesitation, yes. Elder Gong nodded. His wife is dead, and he wants to accompany her. Not only does he want to leave behind a legacy, but he also wants to quickly accompany his late wife. The only way for him to die on this battlefield is to kill. He has chosen the path that he wants the most, but it may not be the right path. Elder Gong then fell silent and did not say anything else. Lu Yin bowed deeply. Elder, this disciple will take his leave. He then slowly left the planet. Walking the path that he wanted to walk might not be the right path. Lu Yin thought about the astral tree and the shaman spirit god's scheme. This might not be the right path for humans, but it was what he wanted. In that case, he would continue walking down this path, just like that old general. After leaving Elder Gong's planet, Lu Yin went to visit Sect Master Yuan Qiong alone. This disciple wishes to learn the 4th level of the serious technique, and I hope that Sect Master will grant me permission, Lu Yin said respectfully. Yuan Qiong looked at him. Is this why you consider yourself a disciple? Lu Yin replied, one of the reasons. The other reason is that once I enter the serious sect, I am a disciple of the serious sect. I will never forget this identity. Yuan Qiong looked at Lu Yin deeply. You went to that region of space, didn't you? Lu Yin nodded. Many people knew about this, but of course, it was limited to people at Yuan Qiong's level. People like Elder Yuan Shou definitely did not know about this. You succeeded. Yuan Qiong stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. This disciple will definitely become a progenitor in the future. Yuan Qiong's eyes flashed. Did you know that Senior Lingji Mavis, who died a while ago, also succeeded in that starry sky? Or rather, Elder Chan, Elder Gong, and the other half-ancestors also succeeded. Even if they failed, they still obtained what they needed. No matter what the reason is, you and the others were on the same starting line. Senior Lingji Mavis died a tribulation, so what makes you think that you will definitely become a half-ancestor? Lu Yin was shocked. Only now did he know that Elder Chan and the others also had an origin item. Yuan Qiong's words meant that some of them had gone to the astral tree and succeeded in bringing back an origin item, while others had failed. However, there were still origin items, and those who had failed could still obtain more. Could it be that the origin item belonged to this region of space? This was truly unexpected. Elder Chan and the others had gone to the astral tree, but they had not encountered the 4 cardinal scales, but rather the Lu family. The Lu family was much more powerful than the 4 cardinal scales, so they must have been lucky to have succeeded there. This disciple has been cultivating for nearly 16 years. Sect Master, who else has been able to reach my level of strength in 16 years? This disciple can defeat an emissary, Lu Yin answered seriously. His voice was sonorous and his gaze resolute. Yuan Qiong sighed. Not bad. Even progenitor Qin and the others might not have been able to reach your current level at your age. After a moment of silence, Yuan Qiong asked, how did you learn about the greater transfer array? Back during the Sovereign Tournament, when he had revealed the array during his battle with the Prime Clear, he had considered this question. I learned it from Chen Fu. Yuan Qiong was not surprised. The Great Red Star. Lu Yin replied, yes. This disciple discovered that the Great Red Star's City Lord, Shangju, killed Chen Fu and coveted the greater transfer array. This disciple secretly stole it. Yuan Qiong laughed. No wonder you couldn't find the array. You don't even know where Shangju is. They had already guessed this answer, and it was not Lu Yin's fault. No matter who it was, as long as they could take something away, they would not voluntarily hand it over. This was cultivation. It was a struggle against the heavens, and one could be unscrupulous. The only difference was whether or not one could maintain one's bottom line. No one's path of cultivation was smooth, and no one dared to say that they had not made a single mistake on their path of cultivation. The simplest path of cultivation was to see who was stronger. If Lu Yin had been discovered stealing the greater transfer array, he would have been punished. But now, who could punish him? If Lu Yin had not taken the initiative to come to the Sirius sect, then even the Sirius sect would not have been able to force him to answer for this matter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1582. Yuan Qiong only wanted an answer. You didn't lie to me. Not bad. Lu Yin replied, when I saw the array, I was confident that I could learn it, which is why I... Yuan Qiong waved a hand. Don't mention it again. Then, can I learn the Sirius technique? Yuan Qiong replied, if you want to learn the Sirius technique, you have to be a disciple of the Sirius sect. He then added, even if you're an exchange disciple. His body then vanished. Lu Yin was stunned, and then he was delighted. He understood and immediately contacted Xing Wudi. Powerless Saint's gadget beeped. Who is it? Senior, it's me, Lu Yin. Powerless Saint was astonished. You came back alive. Didn't the sage tell you? I wasn't at Eternal Sky Island. Where did you go? The astral tree. Powerless Saint was silent for a moment. You left early. Yes. Did you succeed? Yes. Amazing. Senior, I'm currently at the Sirius sect and would like to learn the Sirius technique. Can you ask the sage to give me another exchange disciple slot? It's a small matter. Many people from the Sirius sect have come to Eternal Sky Island. We can give you as many exchange spots as you want. Thank you, Senior. You're welcome. You can learn freely in the Sirius sect. If anyone dares to bully you, just look for me. With just a few words, Lu Yin quickly became a disciple of the Sirius sect. When Elder Yao Shan found out about this, he was furious. What does Eternal Sky Island think of the Sirius sect? Lu Yin isn't even a disciple of Eternal Sky Island. Why should they exchange him? Elder Yuan Shou replied, this isn't right. Does Lu Yin have any thoughts about this? Elder Yao Shan scolded, that brat wants to learn the Sirius technique, and you only just realized. Elder Yuan Shou coughed awkwardly. Yuan Qiong said, all right, since he's already a disciple of Sirius, there's no reason to stop him. Sect leader, the Sirius technique cannot be taught to outsiders. There was also a time limit when we agreed to exchange disciples with the Long Sky Island. Within the time limit, those disciples could only learn the first 3 levels at most. No one has ever learned the 4th level of the Sirius technique, Elder Yao Shan said anxiously. Elder Yuan Shou didn't help Lu Yin either. Sirius contributions were too great, and it was the foundation of the Sirius sect. Nothing could go wrong. Yuan Qiong said, I've already made up my mind. Do you want the Sirius sect to go back on its word? How will the disciples of the Sirius sect face Long Sky Island in the future? But Elder Yao Shan still wanted to say something, but Yuan Qiong stopped him. Change the conditions for the exchange of disciples. Every disciple can only be exchanged once. This will prevent this from happening again. Yao Shan, you will negotiate with Long Sky Island. Elder Yao Shan was helpless, as this was indeed the first time something like this had happened. Who would have thought that it would happen to Lu Yin, who he disliked the most? It was hard for him to accept that Lu Yin had to learn the 4th level of the Sirius technique. Yuan Qiong replied, how can the 4th level of the Sirius technique be so easy to learn? Let's not even talk about opening the 36 death acupuncture points. Even if he starts cultivating, how many stars will he be able to revolve within the Sirius Jade Disk? He won't be able to stay in the Sirius sect for long. These words made Elder Yao Shan feel much better. Yuan Shou, personally open the 36 death acupuncture points for Lu Yin, Yuan Qiong said. Elder Yao Shan looked at Elder Yuan Shou. How long will it take to open the death acupuncture points? Yuan Shou. The elder replied, 1 day is enough. Lu Yin has reached the enlightened realm, and his meridians have stabilized. Elder Yao Shan gritted his teeth. 1 day isn't enough. 1 month. Yuan Shou was stunned, as that was too long. Yuan Qiong shook his head and ignored the elder. He was willing to allow Lu Yin to learn the serious technique because of the youth's potential. If Lu Yin succeeded, then it was indeed possible for him to become a progenitor in the future. Yuan Qiong wanted to do Lu Yin a favor first, but whether or not he could learn the technique was up to him. In the end, Elder Yao Shan and Elder Yuan Shou came to an agreement. They would try their best to buy as much time as possible so that Lu Yin could spend less time cultivating in the serious sect. Once he left the sect, his progress in cultivating the serious technique would definitely slow down. From what they knew, the 4th level of the serious technique would be enough for Lu Yin to cultivate for a long time. The 3rd level of the serious technique required 726 stars to revolve, while the 4th level required 3,600 stars. They were not on the same order of magnitude. Within Chen Xing's astral hall, Elder Yuan Shou looked at Lu Yin. You've always wanted to learn the serious sex techniques, which is why you consider yourself a disciple, right? Lu Yin seriously replied, as a disciple of the serious sect, isn't it normal for me to learn the sex techniques? Elder Yuan Shou wanted to retort, but when he saw Lu Yin's sincere expression, he recalled how this youth's worship had attracted Elder Jiu Shen's attention. This youth's temperament should be genuine, so he nodded. That's right. You should have heard that the 4th level of the serious technique requires you to open 36 death acupuncture points. It's a rather long process, so you should be mentally prepared. Lu Yin was astonished. Mu Ziying said that it would take a few days at most. That's because his cultivation is weak. You're an enlighter now, and your meridians are tough. It won't be that easy to open them. Lu Yin thought about it and felt that it made sense. He then respectfully said, I'll have to trouble you, Elder. Please help me. Elder Yuan Shou grunted in acknowledgement, and when he saw Lu Yin close his eyes, he raised a hand. Lu Yin's body floated into the air as a strand of astral source entered his palm, causing him to feel pain as the 36 death acupuncture points began to open. Lu Yin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The serious technique was the first technique that he had cultivated on his path of cultivation, and it had helped him greatly. He had learned the serious technique not only because it was powerful, but also because he wanted to fulfill his own wishes. He still remembered the excitement he had felt when he had first obtained the 1st level of the serious technique, and now, he was finally going to learn the next level of the serious technique. The 36 death acupuncture points began to open from the 4 limbs. It took Lu Yin nearly 10 hours to open the one on his right palm, which meant that it would take him exactly half a month to open all 36 death acupuncture points. Elder Yuan Shou had been stuck for half a month. After opening the death acupuncture points in both hands, he raised his hand and sent the astral source into the soles of Lu Yin's feet, shattering them. As the astral source entered the death acupuncture points, a pattern appeared on the soles of Lu Yin's feet. The moment the pattern appeared, Chen Xing shuddered slightly, and another person appeared in the astral hole. It was a shocked youth. Elder Yuan Shou was shocked, and he stared at the pattern on the soles of Lu Yin's feet. He had even forgotten to open his death acupuncture points, and it was as if he had seen a ghost. Why was this pattern on the soles of his feet? Move aside. The youth pushed Elder Yuan Shou to the side and took his place in opening Lu Yin's death acupuncture points. In less than an hour, all 36 of Lu Yin's death acupuncture points had been opened. He opened his eyes and felt the star energy flow in his body become smoother, especially when he activated the Sirius technique. Luin, the youth said, looking at Luin. Luin landed on the ground and looked at the youth in confusion. Who was this? He then looked at Elder Yuan Shou with a confused expression. Elder Yuan Shou had a strange expression, as if he had 1,000 things to say. This is Elder Zhou Shin from the Sirius sect. Elder Zhou Shin. Luin was shocked. That was an old freak second only to a half-ancestor. Disciple Luin greets Elder Zhou Shin. The youth stared at Luin with a sinister gaze. How do you explain the pattern on the soles of your feet? Luin was confused. What pattern on the soles of my feet? Elder Zhou Shin's eyes narrowed as he stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Elder Yuan Shou said, I'm under your feet, but before he could finish, Elder Zhou Shin raised a hand to stop him. Elder Gong walked out of the void, no longer looking like he was about to die of old age. Although he had been through a lot, he was still full of vigor. Luin felt that something was off. Even Elder Gong had been alerted, so why was there a pattern on the soles of his feet? Why didn't he know about it? That shouldn't be the case. Cultivators had a clear understanding of their own bodies, so how could they not see a pattern? Elder Gong didn't say a word. He drew in the air, drawing the image of a person. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw the image. Why was it him again? It looks like you know him, Elder Zhou Shin said as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mouth went dry. This disciple knows him. He was the one who saved this disciple on Driftcharge planet in the Outerverse. Otherwise, this disciple would already be dead. Where is he? Where is he? Elder Zhou Shin barked. Lu Yin replied, he's dead. Impossible. Elder Zhou Shin couldn't believe it. How could that old man die so easily? Elder Gong asked, what did he say to you? Lu Yin carefully recalled what he said. Back then, this senior planted a hidden energy in this disciple's body and told me to come to the Neoverse to find someone. However, he changed his mind for some reason, and that's all. What about the pattern on the soles of your feet? Elder Zhou Shin asked anxiously. Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know what the pattern is. If Elder Yuan Shou hadn't helped me open my death acupuncture point, I wouldn't even have known that there was a pattern on the soles of my feet. Elder Zhou Shin looked at Elder Gong. What's your choice? Elder Gong looked at Lu Yin. This old man told you to come to the Neoverse to find someone. Did he say anything else? He told me to bring some things to the person I was looking for, but he didn't mention anything after that. Lu Yin tried to recall what had happened. He was starting to feel that this elder from Driftcharge planet was not simple. Kuei Luo from the Astral Tree domain had been looking for him, and the 5th mainland Sirius sect had been looking for him as well. Who exactly was he? Elder Gong clasped his hands behind his back and slowly spoke, recounting a story that only a few people knew about. Many years ago, a very ordinary Enlighter cultivator brought a child to the Sirius sect to seek refuge and become an outer sect deacon. The Enlighter was rather old, and he was very kind. Although his position in the sect wasn't high, he lived a carefree life. The child gradually reached the age of cultivation, but because of his mediocre aptitude, he was unable to cultivate the Sirius technique no matter what. The child had a stubborn personality, and he wholeheartedly wanted to cultivate the Sirius technique. He didn't care about other techniques or battle techniques, and he was ridiculed by the sect's disciples. In a fit of anger, the Enlighter sneaked into the Sirius Jade Annulus and stole our sect's most valuable treasure. However, I discovered him, and it was at that moment that I found out. Elder Gong's eyes were filled with amazement. He was a half-progenitor, and one who had been heavily injured and was unable to recover from his injuries. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. Where had an unfamiliar half-progenitor come from? This was the fifth mainland, not the astral tree domain, and there weren't that many half-progenitors here. A half-progenitor was hiding in our Sirius sect and stole our sect's most valuable treasure. How could we allow him to leave unscathed? However, this half-progenitor was very powerful, and even though he was heavily injured, I wasn't able to stop him and allowed him to escape the Neoverse. Even so, his injuries were even more severe, and I'm sure that he won't be able to live for much longer. What's even more tragic is that the shock waves from the battle back then might have affected that child as well. Lu Yin thought back to Driftcharge Planet, where the elder had wept at his grave and said that he was his grandson. That grandson must have been that child. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1583. This matter has nothing to do with right or wrong. For the sake of his own grandson, he stole the cosmic sect's most precious treasure in order to let that child cultivate the cosmic art. However, the child's death was the result, and the whereabouts of the cosmic sect's most precious treasure have been unknown ever since. At this point, Elder Gong looked at Lu Yin. The most precious treasure is the pattern beneath your feet. Lu Yin didn't understand, how can a diagram be a valuable treasure? Elder Jioshin answered, no one in Sirius has ever been able to cultivate the Sirius art to the highest level. The highest level of Sirius art must be compatible with this diagram, and that is Progenitor Chen's realm. Lu Yin was shocked and looked at the bottom of his feet. Was he stepping on the highest level of Sirius art? Elder Gong explained, this diagram not only represents the highest level of Sirius art, but it also hides Progenitor Chen's secret. Because of this, that person was certain that this diagram could help the child cultivate the Sirius art. Lu Yin finally understood why the diagram's appearance had attracted Elder Gong and the others. Elder, this disciple really didn't know the importance of this diagram. How about you take it away? Elder Jioshin was annoyed. How can it be considered a treasure if it's taken away so easily? Elder Gong was helpless. We don't know how that old man took it away from the Sirius Jade Disc, and it's the same now. The diagram has been carved into the bottom of your feet, and it will only appear after you open your death acupuncture point. We don't know how to get it back. Cut off your leg, Elder Jioshin said directly. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. Elder Gong shook his head. If it's that easy, then it won't be Progenitor Chen's secret anymore. Elder Jioshin stared at Lu Yin with a murderous look. Kid, I admire you. When you left your name in the Starry Hall, I even showed up. Unfortunately, you have Sirius's most valuable treasure, so don't even think about leaving. Stay in the sect for the rest of your life. Lu Yin blinked. I don't have time, I'm very busy. Elder Jioshin sneered, do you think you can leave? Lu Yin looked at Elder Gong. Elder Gong fell into deep thought. Elder Yuan Shou could not help but speak up. Lu Yin, it's not like there's no benefit in letting you stay. You have the diagram, and if you stay in the sect, you'll one day be able to cultivate the Sirius art to a level close to Progenitor Chen's. Then, you'll be able to leave. Elder Jioshin added, that's right. Since Ancestor Qin, no one has been able to cultivate Sirius to the highest level. Even though the diagram was left on the Sirius Jade Annulus, we were unable to use it to cultivate. But you're different. The diagram is in your body, and as long as you cultivate the Sirius technique layer by layer, you'll be able to use it one day. Lu Yin, this is a chance to change your fate. Once you reach the peak of the Sirius art, you'll be able to rival Progenitor Qin and become the next Progenitor Qin, Elder Yuan Shou tempted. The diagram also contains Progenitor Chen's secrets. One day, you'll find out. That's Progenitor Chen's secret. It might even contain the 9 clones technique, or the reason why progenitor Qin is so powerful, said Elder Zhou Shin. The two of them spoke in tandem. Lu Yin rolled his eyes, as the elder from Drift Charge Planet had given him a difficult problem to solve. At the same time, he was also glad that he had reached a certain level of strength. Even if the Sirius sect wanted to force him to stay, it would be very difficult. This was why Elder Gong was pondering this. If not for his current status, he would definitely have been forced to stay in the Sirius sect. The elder from Drift Charge Planet wasn't trying to harm him, but to Lu Yin, having his freedom restricted was more terrifying than anything else. Kid, speak. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. As a powerhouse who was second only to Elder Gong in the Sirius sect, he had never been so patient with a youngster before. He had even tried to entice Lu Yin slowly. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. Lu Yin respectfully replied, I'm sorry, senior. This disciple does not wish to remain in the Sirius sect. Is that up to you? Elder Zhou Shin sneered. Elder Yuan Shou hurriedly whispered something to Elder Zhou Shin, who grew more and more surprised. He had been in seclusion for a long time and wasn't aware of the outside world. Now that he heard this, he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Your status is quite high, but it's useless. Even if you're a disciple of the Hall of Honor, you still have to stay. Elder Gong calmly replied, all right, there's no need to force him. Elder Zhou Shin hadn't expected Elder Gong to say such a thing. Elder Yuan Shou only knew a small portion of the situation, and he didn't know what Lu Yin had gone through. He also didn't know about the origin item, but Elder Gong was different. He knew that Lu Yin was currently being watched closely, and even Elder Chan and the Sage Celestial Master wouldn't allow anything to happen to him. You've officially joined the Sirius sect, and there's no need to take a master. You'll be ranked first among the outer disciples, Elder Gong said as he looked at Lu Yin. Before Lu Yin could speak, Elder Zhou Shin immediately expressed his opinion. Senior, this won't do. An outer disciple doesn't have the qualifications to learn the higher levels of the Sirius sect. Elder Gong calmly replied, he's the same as us. Elder Zhou Shin was puzzled. What's the same? Suddenly, he reacted and looked at Lu Yin in shock. You've been to that place. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, and I succeeded. Elder Zhou Shin was stunned. He hadn't been able to see through Lu Yin's cultivation, which meant that there was a powerhouse backing him up. The Hall of Honor's method of exchanging disciples with Everlasting Sky Island was either Elder Chan or the Sage Celestial Master. It was no wonder that they couldn't force Lu Yin to stay. Elder, this disciple is willing to become an outer disciple of the Sirius sect, Lu Yin said respectfully. Elder Gong replied, since you don't want to take a master from Everlasting Sky Island, there must be a master behind you. Naturally, you won't want to take a master from the Sirius sect either. Outer disciples don't need to take a master, and you'll just be a disciple in name. However, on the day of the ceremony, you must swear an oath that you will never betray the Sirius sect and that you will protect the Sirius sect for all eternity. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as his thoughts raced. He bowed solemnly. This disciple understands. You may leave. I'll personally teach him the 4th level of the Sirius art, Elder Gong said, dismissing Elder Zhou Shin and Elder Yuan Shou. Lu Yin was excited. Elder Gong's personal teaching was much better than a true disciple's treatment. After Elder Zhou Shin and the others left, Elder Gong looked at Lu Yin seriously. The diagram beneath your feet can change your fate. When you succeed in the Sirius art and become comparable to progenitor Qin, you must leave behind this inheritance for the Sirius sect. Are you willing? Become comparable to progenitor Qin. Who knew how long that would take? Lu Yin replied, this disciple is willing. Elder Gong lowered his head and looked deeply at Lu Yin's feet with a complicated expression. Lu Yin asked curiously, "Elder, what secrets does this diagram hide? Can this disciple know?" Elder Gong thought for a moment and then raised his hand, causing stars to revolve around him. This was the serious art, and Lu Yin was no stranger to it. "How can you be sure that the planet you're on doesn't originate from the serious art?" Lu Yin was stunned at first, but then his scalp went numb and his mouth fell open. You mean? You can't say it. This is the serious sect's greatest secret." With that, Elder Gong brought Lu Yin out of the starry hall and descended. This chapter is not complete. Please turn the page. Outside the jade disk of Sirius. Coincidentally, a disciple was about to enter, but Elder Gong pushed him back. He sealed the jade disk of Sirius and explained the fourth level of the Sirius art to Lu Yin. The fourth level of the Sirius art opened 36 death acupuncture points, and there was a unique way to circulate them. It could only be cultivated with the help of the various Sirius stars within the jade disk. On the other side, Elder Yuan Shou was reporting to Sect Master Yuan Qiong. When Elder Yao Shan saw Elder Yuan Shou appear, his eyes turned red. "Elder Yuan Shou, didn't I tell you to delay for half a month? Why did you come out in one day?" "No, it hasn't even been a day." Elder Yuan Shou looked at Yuan Qiong helplessly. Yuan Qiong said to Elder Yao Shan, "From now on, don't target Lu Yin. He will be the leader of the outer disciples of Sirius, and his importance is no less than yours." Elder Yao Shan was stunned and did not understand. "What do you mean, Sect Master?" Yuan Qiong looked deeply at Elder Yao Shan. "The one teaching Lu Yin the serious art is Elder Gong." Elder Yao Shan was shocked, and then his face turned pale. Elder Gong was one of the strongest people in the human domain, and he knew what it meant to be personally teaching Lu Yin. Lu Yin's future position in the serious sect would be unshakable. Elder Gong explained the essence of the fourth level of the serious art to Lu Yin and then left. Lu Yin entered the Sirius jade disk and looked at the stars of Sirius. The fourth level of the art of Sirius revolved around 3,600 stars, which was 5 times more than the third level. Lu Yin was excited as he looked at the stars of Sirius. This was only the fourth level. The fifth level of the art of Sirius revolved around 99,000 stars, and there would be even more as it progressed until it reached Progenitor Chen's mastery of the stars of Sirius. He thought back to what Elder Gong had said about controlling Progenitor Chen's stars through the diagram. If there were already people living on those stars, did that mean that they could also control them? This was what Elder Gong meant by changing one's fate. Driftcharge planet Samsara had indeed changed his fate. In the Glory Realm, there were many worlds of different shapes and sizes. There were streams of water, cards, lights, and even leaves. Shamrock Enterprises' headquarters was a patch of clover, a very ordinary grass. No one would have thought that a single blade of grass would determine half of the Fifth Mainland's medicine supply. Within Shamrock Enterprises' headquarters, Yen stood respectfully beneath a tree, waiting for something. The tree was beautiful and filled with pink flowers. As the wind blew, the flowers landed on Yan's head and shoulders, but he didn't dare to move. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Even after a month, he still didn't dare to move. His head and shoulders were covered in pink flowers. "Lu Yin," a pleasant voice called out from behind Yen. Yan's expression changed, and he hurriedly turned to bow. "President." A beautiful woman appeared behind Yen. She had an elegant temperament and was dressed in plain clothes. She did not wear any makeup, but her beauty could not be hidden. She raised her hand and a pink flower fell on her palm. It was dazzling with her snow-white palm. She was the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse, Balsam Ji. No one would have thought that the president of Shamrock Enterprises' inner verse would be such a beautiful woman. Yen had been handling Shamrock Enterprises' inner verse affairs on her behalf all this time. Even the higher-ups of Shamrock Enterprises rarely saw her, and some had never even heard of her before. She was just as mysterious as the Leaf King. Yen was very respectful towards Balsam Ji, and he didn't even dare to raise his head. It was as if this beauty was terrifying. Did this child cause you to fail? Balsam Ji asked gently. Her gaze was as calm as water, and her entire body exuded a pleasant orchid fragrance. End of Chapter 1. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1584. Yen respectfully replied, yes. He controlled the 9 directors and voted. Half of them rejected the proposal, so I failed. What do you want? Balsam asked. Yen answered, Lu Yin's background is enormous. He has the support of a half-step ancestor, the Hall of Honor, Leon's Armada, and the Outerverse hidden powerhouse, Master Yuan. He's not someone to be trifled with, but if we don't directly confront him and just withdraw all of the medicine from the Outerverse, we might be able to deal with him. Shamrock Enterprises cannot be humiliated so easily. The pink flower in Balsam's hand disappeared, and she turned to leave. Up to you. Yan's eyes grew cold as he looked at the empty ground. Shamrock Enterprises might not be a business giant like Aurora, which could establish itself in the Neoverse, but they were not a company that could be offended so easily. He wanted to see how Lu Yin would deal with them. Unless he invited someone stronger than Master Yuan, Shamrock Enterprises was not afraid of anyone. Within Sirius Jade Disk, Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw 890 stars revolving around his body. This was the 4th level of the Sirius art. He remembered that Chaucer had been able to circulate 932 stars during the Sovereign Tournament. Even if her cultivation had improved greatly during the past 2 years in the Cosmic Tree domain, she probably could not have surpassed 2,000 stars. Saying 2,000 stars was an understatement. It was time to roll the die. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to time. Once Lu Yin left Sirius Jade Disk, the Sirius Jade Disk could be used normally. Sect Master Yuan Qiong was already waiting for him in Starry Hole. Lu Yin bowed respectfully, his attitude definitely not lacking. Yuan Qiong looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression, especially at the bottom of his feet. His Sirius sect's greatest treasure was actually beneath this brat's feet. If not for this brat's insistence on learning the 4th level of the Sirius art and opening his death acupuncture point, they would never have found out about this and would never have been able to find the treasure. When are you leaving? Yuan Qiong asked. Lu Yin replied, half a month at the latest. Yuan Qiong thought about it. Just stay in Starry Hall and cultivate. There's a forbidden area here that's suitable for you. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you, Sect Master. Yuan Qiong wanted to ask if this brat had planned everything from the beginning. He had tried his best to break through the Achilles heel just so that the Sirius sect would discover the pattern on the soles of his feet. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to ask. If that was really the case, then this brat was too deep. No matter what, the Sirius sect couldn't do anything to this kid. Out of sight, out of mind, Yuan Qiong didn't say anything else and simply left. Elder Yuan Shou entered and brought Lu Yin to a restricted training area behind the Star Palace. This had originally been a training area for the elders, but it had now been given to Lu Yin. Lu Yin expressed his gratitude once again, and Elder Yuan Shou's attitude changed as well. They had all guessed that Lu Yin had long since known about the diagram and had been pretending all this time. Although they could not be sure, their attitudes had changed because of their guesses. Lu Yin felt helpless, as he really didn't know what to do this time. He had been wronged, and this feeling was unpleasant. In any case, he had achieved his goal. Lu Yin wasn't worried about being spied on in the Elder's cultivation area. On the fifth mainland, even if someone discovered his innate gift with the dye, it wouldn't matter. There were too many people protecting him. He looked up and saw his dye appear. Lu Yin tapped it, enhance. His luck was too good. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin entered the time-stop space. He could definitely roll enhance. Since that was the case, he decided to cultivate first since he could only roll it once every 10 days. He naturally cultivated the serious technique. 10 days passed quickly, and Lu Yin rolled his die, enhance. It was useless, so he continued cultivating. Another 10 days passed, and he rolled enhance again. After a month in the time-stop space, he only rolled enhance. Lu Yin looked at the two screens and placed the miniature armor on top of them. He excitedly tossed in star essence. The miniature armor was of a much higher grade than the universal armor from before. Although the universal armor had materials from the technocracy, most of the materials were useless. The miniature armor also contained materials that could not be decomposed from ancient times, and it had been combined with the Aurora Corporation's technology. The first upgrade cost him more than 1,000,000 star essence, and the more money he spent, the better. Lu Yin was excited, and he wished that he could upgrade it a few hundred times until even a half-ancestor would not be able to touch it. It was a good idea, but the materials used for the miniature armor could not be upgraded indefinitely. Lu Yin upgraded it 11 times and spent nearly 1,000,000,000 star essence to upgrade it to a level where it could defend against a power level close to 900,000. However, it should not be able to exceed that level. Lu Yin was excited as he picked up the miniature armor. It was already pretty good, and there were definitely some precious materials inside. Otherwise, it would not have been able to upgrade it to such a high level. It should be known that even the aquatic plant power vessel, the armed puppet, and other power vessels that surpassed the envoys could not upgrade it to such a high level. It was no wonder why the people from the Aurora Corporation were so envious when they saw these materials. Lu Yin felt that he would have to visit the Black Street occasionally in the future, as that place was filled with all of the Neoverse trash that could not be processed or decomposed. Much of it came from the distant past, and the materials used were all very precious. After upgrading the miniature armor, Lu Yin still had 1.4 billion star essence left, which was enough for emergencies. He did not upgrade anything else and instead focused on cultivating the serious technique. The initial duration of the time-stop space was 3 days, and he could upgrade it to 300 days at most. It did not cost much, only about 2 million star essence, but it would be more in the future. 300 days was close to a year's time, and Lu Yin did not know how many stars he could revolve. There was no concept of time in cultivation, and the higher a cultivator's level, the more years they would spend in seclusion. For example, someone at Master Yuan's level would spend 1,000 years or even longer in seclusion. 300 days passed by very quickly. Lu Yin opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him changed. He had appeared in the Star Hall's forbidden cultivation area, and he had only been there for a second. He raised his hand and continued rolling his die. He wanted to cultivate the 4th layer as quickly as possible, and it would be best if he could cultivate the 5th layer before leaving. The 5th layer of the serious technique would be enough for him to cultivate for a while. 3 pips was useless, so he continued. 2 pips was useless, so he continued. 4 pips was useless, and the scene in front of him changed again. This time, he was back in the time-stop space, and he continued cultivating the serious technique. The past year of cultivation had allowed him to revolve more than 1,800 stars, and he did not know how many more he could revolve in the next 300 days. As the number of stars increased, Lu Yin's understanding of the serious technique would become more thorough. Although it would become more difficult in the future, he still had time. 300 days passed once more, and Lu Yin returned to the real world. He had to wait 10 days before rolling his die again, or else he would easily get dizzy. At this point, he had already revolved more than 2,600 stars. Lu Yin walked out of the forbidden cultivation area and saw Elder Yuan Shou looking at the names carved into the star hole. Lu Yin's name was there as well. Elder Yuan Shou was surprised to see Lu Yin come out. "You're not cultivating." Lu Yin had been cultivating for almost 2 years, but to Elder Yuan Shou and the others, it had only taken a few seconds. The main thing was the time he spent rolling his die. Lu Yin suddenly sighed. "Elder, this disciple would like to ask a question." "Speak." The elder's attitude was neither warm nor cold. "Elder, how many stars can you revolve?" Lu Yin asked curiously. Yuan Shou glanced at Lu Yin. "Normally, envoys with power levels below 700,000 will only be able to reach the 5th level of perfection, which is 99,000 stars. Only those with power levels above 700,000 can attempt to cultivate the 6th level of the cosmic art. If they aren't careful, their bodies will collapse, and their astral source will be forcefully extracted." Lu Yin looked at Yuan Shou. "I've cultivated the 6th level." Lu Yin had not expected Elder Yuan Shou to have a power level above 700,000, which was on the same level as Lu Yefei. "What about Elder Yao Shan?" "The 5th level," Elder Yuan Shou replied. Lu Yin nodded. It seemed that Elder Yao Shan's power level was over 600,000. In the Neoverse, Lu Yin did not dare to casually look at someone's rune lines, as it was easy to get into trouble. The home of the gods had long since alerted the various powers of the Neoverse. "What does Elder Joshin look like?" Lu Yin probed. He was also curious about this. Elder Yuan Shou frowned. "Go back and cultivate. Don't you want to leave?" Lu Yin could tell that Elder Yuan Shou did not want to talk about this, which made sense. After all, this was related to Elder Joshin. Elder Yuan Shou's standards were high, and he did not care too much. However, Elder Yuan Shou was different. To them, Elder Joshin was the heavens, and he was an old freak with a power level of over 1,000,000. Lu Yin returned to the forbidden cultivation area and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. 2 years of continuous cultivation had been very tiring. 10 days later, Lu Yin raised his hand and his die appeared. It had returned to normal. He tapped it, and it slowly spun until it finally stopped at 6 pips. Lu Yin sighed. Fortunately, he had placed his cosmic ring aside in advance and only kept a small amount of star essence in case he rolled 6 pips. Now, it seemed that it had been a wise decision. Lu Yin appeared in a strange space and did not hesitate to fuse into a ball of light that was not particularly bright. The small amount of star essence he had was not enough to last him more than a few seconds. When he opened his eyes, he saw a dusky sky and ordinary buildings. Before he could see anything clearly, memories flooded into his mind, and his face changed in shock. What kind of memories were these? Slaughter, slaughter, and more slaughter. Emotionless and cold, just like a corpse. What was this? A corpse king. He suddenly looked in all directions and saw the 7 familiar towers in the distance. Weren't those the Dark Towers? This was the Eternal Kingdom. Lu 7, someone shouted. Lu Yin was shocked. Someone was calling him. How was this possible? Someone had discovered him through the fusion of the die. Lu Yin's entire body instantly went cold, as if his secret had been exposed. He slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. Was it the ghost monkey? In the distance, the ghost monkey had already returned to his original appearance from when he had first fought Luin. He was no longer a shadow, and at this moment, he was sitting in a palanquin raised by two corpse kings. He raised his whip high and viciously whipped the back of one of the corpse kings in front of him. "Lu 7, I'm calling you. Can't you hear me?" "Yes," the corpse king replied in a hoarse voice. "Idiot, what should you call me?" "Louder," the ghost monkey shouted, baring his teeth with an arrogant look on his face. "Ho, ho bro," the corpse king mumbled. The ghost monkey was pleased. "Lu 7. Ho bro, Lu 7. Ho bro, awesome, Lu 7. Thank you for your support, brothers." "Thank you." The system was surprised, and Windborn was also helpless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1585. Lu Yin stared blankly at the palanquin as it passed, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. They hadn't discovered him. "That damn monkey, how dare you do such a thing? Just you wait, I'll beat you to death sooner or later." That had scared him to death, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Since he had fused with the corpse king's body, he might as well take a look at the 7 sky gods. He was most curious about Bai Wuxian, who was rumored to possess a list of traitors to humanity, immortality. Lu Yin controlled the corpse king's body to rush towards the dark tower. Soon, the corpse king approached the tower, and suddenly, Lu Yin's vision blurred. "Not good, I'm about to leave the fusion." He was helpless, as he still hadn't seen Bai Wuxian. Suddenly, Lu Yin stared at a distant dark tower. A figure slowly walked in from outside, and Lu Yin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It was Undying Yushan. Lu Yin's consciousness returned, and he gasped for breath as his eyes flashed. He had never dreamed that he would actually see Undying Yushan in the Eternal Kingdom. He wasn't dead, he really wasn't dead, and he didn't look like a corpse king either. He was a living person, Undying Yushan. Lu Yin had always guessed that Undying Yushan might not be dead, but he didn't know his whereabouts or why he was pretending to be dead. The closest guess was that he was hiding in order to cultivate the Undying Manual. When Lu Ying's Yishan had been controlled, Lu Yin had suspected that the person controlling her was Undying Yushan, but he hadn't been able to find anything. As time passed, Lu Yin had gradually forgotten. He hadn't expected to see Undying Yushan in the Eternal Kingdom. Why had he appeared in the Eternal Kingdom? Also, hadn't the Eternal Kingdom been destroyed by Mystery Progenitor? Why did it still exist? Or was it another Eternal Kingdom? Lu Yin was confused by what he had seen after fusing with the Corpse King, and he desperately wanted to know the truth. Unfortunately, the truth was too difficult to uncover. Perhaps he could find out if he found the monkey. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The monkey had been forcefully extracted by the Witchling God, and that fellow had been living so comfortably in the Eternal Kingdom. Perhaps he would know something. Lu Yin couldn't accept Undying Yushan, as the man had treated him well in the past. On the other side, Undying Yushan was unaware that Lu Yin had discovered his tracks. "I can easily control the Great Eastern Alliance and even influence the 7 courts. You should give me more of your life poison," he said as he stood in the dark tower. "We're just cooperating. We have no obligation to provide you with resources. Lu Yin is back, and I can control that kid. I don't believe that he has no value to you. Are you sure you can control him? Do you know that he's from the Lu clan? The invincible Lu clan." Undying Yushan smiled. "In the beginning, I only wanted to cultivate the Undying Scripture, and controlling him was just a side benefit. Who would have thought that a child who pretended to be a member of the Zishan family would reach this level?" Let him grow until he reaches the level that you all hope for. I will continue to hide and control him when the time is right. He will not be able to escape. I hope so. Don't underestimate the Liu clan. He rolled the die again, and after 2 rolls, he rolled possession and entered the time-stop space. Another 300 days passed, and when Liu Yin left the time-stop space, his serious art had reached the 4th level. The 3,600 stars brought about the transformation of serious art. Liu Yin stayed in the Star Hall for a few more days, which added up to about half a month. He couldn't stay any longer. After leaving Qinxing, Liu Yin went to the ordinary planet where Elder Gong was to meet him. If you're not cultivating, what are you doing here? Elder Gong asked calmly. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. In the distance, there was no focus. Liu Yin said respectfully, disciple has reached the 4th level of the serious art. I wish to learn the 5th level of the serious art. Elder Gong's eyes widened as he looked at Liu Yin. What did you say? You've reached the 4th level of the serious art. Liu Yin knew that this was unbelievable, but he had no choice. He couldn't cultivate here for too long just to hide his progress in the serious art. There was no need to enter the time-stop space to cultivate. Disciples' cultivation of the serious art has been surprisingly smooth. It only took me half a month to reach the 4th level, Liu Yin said. As he spoke, the stars on the surface of his body revolved. A total of 3,600 stars enveloped the planet and spread out, causing many in the serious sect to look over in shock. On Qinxing, Elder Joshin walked out and blinked. Is this that brat? That's ridiculous. It's only been half a month. Elder Yuan Shou was stunned as well. Liu Yin had reached the 4th level of the serious art in half a month. This talent was too monstrous. Yuan Qiong's gaze turned solemn. No, Qiu Shi's talent in the serious art was already monstrous, surpassing that of her predecessors. In theory, no matter how talented Liu Yin was, he shouldn't be able to surpass her by that much. There must be a problem. He immediately thought of the diagram, which was the only thing that Qiu Shi didn't possess. Liu Yin's ability to reach the 4th level of the serious art in half a month definitely had something to do with that diagram. It had been left behind by progenitor Qin. Yuan Qiong wasn't the only one who thought of this, everyone else did as well. Elder Gong sighed in amazement. A progenitor's power was unfathomable, and the diagram that had been left behind had allowed Liu Yin to reach the 4th level of the serious art in half a month. How long would it take for him to reach the 5th level? How long would it take for him to reach the peak? He had thought that the process would take a long time, but he hadn't expected it to be so fast. Liu Yin looked expectantly at Elder Gong. Elder, can this disciple learn the 5th level of the serious art? Elder Gong sighed in admiration. You have met the requirements to learn it, but before that, you must learn how to use the stars. Serious art not only aids in cultivation, but also serious palm and serious swordsmanship. Do you know any of serious swordsmanship? Liu Yin shook his head. He had seen Qiu Shi use it more than once, but he had never learned it. Serious swordsmanship was quite powerful, and the more stars there were, the more powerful it would be. Liu Yin was looking forward to it. With Elder Gong's guidance, Liu Yin felt at ease to stay here and receive guidance on serious swordsmanship. A few days later, a person arrived at the serious sect, bringing with him some mysterious smoke. It was Gu Shaoer. In the main hall of Sirius, Elder Yao Shan was the one who received Gu Shaoer. You lost the first level of the serious art back then, and you still have the face to come and learn it. Elder Yao Shan barked, glaring fiercely at Gu Shaoer. Gu Shaoer shrank back in fright and smiled sheepishly. Elder, I brought the cigarettes that the serious sect needs. I heard that you like to smoke. Nonsense. Elder Yao Shan shouted. Gu Shao pursed his lips. Wrong. Then who likes to smoke? Elder Yao Shan said coldly, leave the cigarettes. I can give you the first level of the serious art. But remember, if you lose it again, I'll skin you alive even if I have to chase you all the way to the smokescreen mountains. Gu Shao nodded obediently, cursing the old fart in his heart. After successfully obtaining the serious art, Gu Shao was about to leave. He did not want to stay in the serious sect, as the serious sect disciples did not like him. Unfortunately, he bumped into Yao Ji as soon as he walked out of the main hall of Sirius. Gu Shao grinned. Bad luck. Yao Ji glared at him. What did you say? Gu Shao was afraid of Elder Yao Shan, but he was not afraid of Yao Ji. Nice words. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. I won't repeat myself. Yao Ji blocked Gu Shao, and behind him, several inner disciples surrounded him, all of them staring at Gu Shao with hostility. Since Gu Shao had come to the serious sect, he had naturally been protected by experts from the Smokescreen Mountains. However, they had all remained outside the serious sect and were not allowed to enter without permission. Oh, you want to fight? I've never been afraid of anyone in my entire life. Come, kid, let me teach you how to write, submit, Gu Shao taunted. Yao Ji had been suppressing his anger because of Lu Yin's arrival, and now that he had been provoked by Gu Shao, he did not look around and immediately attacked. Gu Shao was not to be outdone, as he was stronger than Yao Ji. Even though Yao Ji had broken through to the hunter realm, only the second disciple of Sirius sect, Mu Ziying, could match up to him. Yao Ji was still slightly weaker. Outside the main hall of Sirius, Yao Ji led several inner disciples to surround and beat up Gu Shao. However, Gu Shao's cigarette was too mysterious, and no matter how Yao Ji attacked, he could not break it. It was not easy for Gu Shao to hit Yao Ji, and in a short period of time, many people had gathered to watch. Serious palm. Block it. Limitless explosion. Block it. Don't use cigarettes if you dare. Yao Ji roared. Gu Shao taunted, don't use serious art if you dare. Don't you feel embarrassed ganging up on me? Yun Feifei, Yan Kun, and the third disciple, Hua Shao, as well as a few deacon elders had also arrived. Finally, Elder Yao Shan arrived, and he waved his hand to disperse the people fighting. He glared at Gu Shao, you're causing trouble right after getting your hands on the technique. Do you want to lose it again? Gu Shao was sullen. He had clearly been ganged up on, but he was the only one being taught a lesson. He had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. They were the ones who started it. Does your serious sect only know how to protect its own? How dare you? Elder Yao Shan shouted angrily, and an enormous pressure descended upon Gu Shao. Gu Shao gritted his teeth and was almost crushed to the ground. At that moment, someone appeared in front of him and blocked Elder Yao Shan's pressure. Elder, this is my friend. Please allow me to take him away. The person who had appeared in front of Gu Shao was Lu Yin. Since he was cultivating Sirius's sword techniques, he did not have to stay by Elder Gong's side all the time. He had just happened to be wandering around when he saw this scene. When Gu Shao heard Lu Yin's voice, he looked up with tears in his eyes. Brother, big brother, is that you? Big brother Lu Yin, you're back. Lu Yin looked at him, why haven't you apologized to the elder yet? Gu Shao glanced at Elder Yao Shan and snorted. Elder Yao Shan's eyebrows almost shot up, you have no manners. Get out of my serious sect. Gu Shao was furious, who are you talking about, you old geezer? Elder Yao Shan's eyes widened, and he raised a hand to suppress Lu Yin. Impudent. Suddenly, Lu Yin raised a hand and sent an emptiness palm towards Elder Yao Shan. The void exploded, and a crack opened up between the two of them, forming a void ravine. Elder Yao Shan's eyes narrowed. His attack had not only been aimed at Gu Shaoer, but also at Lu Yin. He had wanted to teach him a lesson, but he had not expected to be hit back. He was an envoy whose power level was infinitely close to 700,000, but Lu Yin had actually been able to block his attack. Even if it had been a casual attack. Lu Yin's body only swayed slightly, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Elder, I was just saying a few words. Although it wasn't very polite, there was no need for you to attack." Gu Shaoer was shocked, as he had not expected Elder Yao Shan to attack without warning. If Lu Yin had not blocked the attack, he would have been embarrassed. At the same time, he was shocked that Lu Yin had been able to block an envoy's attack. Lu Yin's attack had shocked everyone. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1586. Elder Yao Shan looked deeply at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with fear. "Tell him to be careful with his words." He then glared at Yao Ji. "Get lost, you disgrace." Yao Ji's face paled as he looked at Lu Yin, who happened to be looking back at him. Yao Ji's heart trembled as he recalled what had just happened. He quickly lowered his gaze and left, not daring to say anything else. The crowd gradually dispersed as well, but the shock still lingered in their hearts. In the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, Lu Yin had challenged all the experts of the same level as him. Although that had shaken the Fifth Mainland, it had still been within acceptable limits. However, what they had just seen was that Lu Yin had actually blocked Elder Yao Shan's attack. That was no longer common knowledge. Even in the astral tree realm, that scene would have been equally shocking, let alone the Fifth Mainland. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lu Yin looked at Gu Shaoer. "Why are you here?" Gu Shaoer shouted exaggeratedly, "I should be the one asking you that. Didn't you go missing? When did you come back? Don't tell me you've been hiding in Sirius all this time. Bro, you're too mean. You didn't tell me anything." Lu Yin rolled his eyes and left Sirius's main hall with Gu Shaoer. This place was too conspicuous. Half a day later, Lu Yin stopped talking. "Do you understand now?" Gu Shaoer nodded. "I understand. You went to a very powerful place, and then you were abandoned. It was like throwing away a rotten fruit, right?" Lu Yin was speechless. This comparison was very unpleasant. "But you've changed so much since you came back. You could even repel that old bastard's attack. Tell me the truth, did you break through to become an envoy?" "Of course not, I just learned a few things," Lu Yin answered casually. "What did you learn? Have you heard of smoke cloud incarnation?" "What's that?" "Let me show you." Lu Yin then took out Mount Supreme and brought Gu Shaoer inside. There were 5 people inside: Long Shi, Wen Shishir, Prince Gui Qian, Lu Hao, and Yun Tingting. Lu Yin had brought Gu Shaoer here to find her. Ever since they left the meditative ruins, Yun Tingting and the others had been trapped in Mount Supreme. To cultivators, a few years passed very quickly. Even though they were trapped in Mount Supreme, they were still cultivating and slowly improving. Lu Yin and Gu Shaoer appeared about 100 meters away from Yun Tingting. Yun Tingting was flabbergasted by their arrival, but she ignored Gu Shaoer and fixed her gaze on Lu Yin. She gently asked, "Have you arrived at the abandoned grounds?" Lu Yin nodded. "Yes." Gu Shaoer blinked and stared at Yun Tingting before looking at Lu Yin with a strange smile. "Bro, are you hiding a mistress in the mountains?" Lu Yin looked deeply at Gu Shower and said, "The smoke from your smokescreen mountain range is very mysterious. That woman has it as well." "Impossible," Gu Shower asserted. "Aside from the bridge on Long Sky Island, there's no other place in the entire fifth mainland that has this kind of smoke." Yun Tingting heard this from the other side. "What kind of smoke?" Gu Shower stretched out his index finger and a wisp of white smoke floated out. It spun around the tip of his finger and took on various forms. "This smoke is very powerful. Even the Sirius sect needs it. That's why I was able to get the first-level Sirius technique. Do you think just anyone can get it?" Yun Tingting's eyes flashed and she raised her hand, causing a wisp of white smoke to float out and spin around her index finger. Just like Gu Shower, the white smoke took on various forms. Gu Shower was disdainful. "Imposter, I couldn't tell that you're a gentle person, but you're a liar." He waved his hand and the white smoke turned into a sharp blade that shot towards Yun Tingting. Yun Tingting's gaze deepened and she waved her hand as well, causing the white smoke to turn into a sharp blade that was identical to Gu Shower's. There was a clang as the sound of metal rang out. Gu Shower was stunned as his white smoke had been blocked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, as he had guessed correctly. The Smoke Cloud Sect and Smoke Gulp Mountain Range both originated from the same source, and they cultivated using smoke, which was extremely mysterious. During the battle in the Cosmic Sea, Gu Shower had relied on this white smoke to block Zi's life energy, and it had been extremely difficult to invade. The old smoker had also relied on this smoke to avoid the Red Lord's pursuit and had even been able to successfully escape after his assassination attempt had failed. Gu Shower had also mentioned the bridge, which meant that they both originated from the same source. That was incredible. Who had created this smoke? Gu Shower and Yun Tingting clashed, as he did not believe that Yun Tingting's smoke could compare to his Smoke Gulp mountain range. Yun Tingting felt the same way, as someone in the abandoned lands had actually grasped the Smoke Ancestor's power. In terms of cultivation, Yun Tingting was an enlighter, and she was qualified to accompany by Xiaohong to the Sovereign Realm. Gu Shower was far from her level, but they were now competing in smoke. Lu Yin watched as the two smokes intertwined and resisted each other, yet they were still able to fuse together. He had a vague guess. Not long after, Yun Tingting spoke up. "Is that all?" Gu Shower's eyes turned red. Smoke was the foundation of the Smoke Gulp mountain range, and it was a huge blow to him that someone else had grasped it. "I don't believe that your smoke is real. Can it strengthen the body?" "Yes, but can your smoke form clones?" Yun Tingting countered. Gu Shower was stunned. Clones? He had never heard of such a thing. "Can your smoke hide your aura?" "Yes, but can your smoke resist a secret technique?" Yun Tingting asked again. Gu Shower's heart skipped a beat. Your smoke, your smoke." He suddenly could not say anything else. Yun Tingting frowned. "Can your smoke deduce battle techniques?" Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That was a function of the bridge. Gu Shower retreated and stared blankly at Yun Tingting. In midair, his smoke had completely disappeared, having been absorbed by Yun Tingting's smoke. He could no longer control it, as this was an absolute suppression. Yun Tingting retracted her hand, and the white smoke vanished. She looked at Gu Shower. "It seems that you have only obtained a portion of the Smoke Ancestor's inheritance. My Smoke Cloud sect is the true orthodox." Gu Shower was confused. Smoke Cloud sect. Yun Tingting looked at Lu Yin. "How much does your abandoned land know about my Cosmic Tree sect?" "Almost nothing," Lu Yin replied. Yun Tingting shook her head. "What a pity. The Smoke Ancestors' battle techniques are very mysterious. Rumor has it that he was able to roam the astral source universe as an emissary and create clones that can replace ordinary objects with smoke. However, whether it's the abandoned land or my cosmic tree sect, the smoke ancestor did not leave behind much of his inheritance, not even a secret technique. This person just used the white smoke, and I thought that it would be something new. Gu Shower stared at Yun Tingting. You're saying that the power of my smokescreen mountain range is only your entry technique? You have doubts? Yun Tingting asked indifferently. She did not mock Gu Shower, but rather disregarded him as if she was looking at an outer disciple of the smoke cloud sect. Gu Shower was sullen. He had dared to talk back to Elder Yao Shan, but what could he say to this woman? Even the best of his skills had been crushed. Today, his pride had been trampled on. Lu Yin laughed and left Mount Supreme with Gu Shower. Yun Tingting tried to stop them, but she could not stop Lu Yin from leaving. When they returned to the serious sect, Gu Shower was dejected, as if he had no goals in life. My smokescreen mountain range stands tall in the Neoverse because of the white smoke. Everyone needs it, the serious sect, the Hall of Honor, and even the Seven Courts. Everyone wants it because it can be used as a power vessel to protect themselves. However, we've failed miserably. It turns out that we've always been frogs in a well. Lu Yin replied, that woman isn't from the fifth mainland. She's from the place I told you about. Gu Shower looked up. The place where you were abandoned. Lu Yin pursed his lips. The place where I'm viewed as an enemy, so she's our enemy. Gu Shower lowered his head again. So what? Learn from her and strengthen ourselves. One day, we'll be able to surpass them. She accompanied you just now because she wanted to know if the smokescreen mountain range had any inheritance related to the smoke ancestor that the smoke ancestor didn't have. Why can't you learn from her? At the very least, she definitely has an inheritance that your smokescreen mountain range doesn't have, Lu Yin said as he looked into the distance. Gu Shower thought about it and then slapped his thigh. That's right. He looked at Lu Yin excitedly. Bro, hurry up and take that woman away from me. I want to interrogate her. Lu Yin was amused. It's time to meet your father, the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. Gu Shower was not stupid. Lu Yin had specially brought him to meet Yun Tingting and had even said those words. How could there be no reason for this? This was the universe, and this was reality. Gu Shower and Lu Yin did not have much of a relationship to begin with. Gu Shower's gadget beeped, and he quickly contacted his father, the master of the smokescreen mountain range, Old Fogey Gu. Brat, did you get the serious technique? Old Fogey Gu's voice was coarse. Perhaps it was because he had been smoking for so long that his throat was not good, but his voice sounded like metal grinding against metal. I got it. Gu Shower picked his ear. Then why haven't you come back yet? Don't lose it again. If you do, I'll sell you to a brothel. Old Fogey Gu bellowed, not caring about his image at all. Gu Shower sighed. Dad, we're in trouble. Old Fogey Gu was stunned. What trouble? Dad, our worldview might be shattered, Gu Shower said slowly. His words made Old Fogey Gu want to jump out of the screen and kill him. Brat, you dare to make fun of your father. I think you're itching for a beating. Just you wait. Just you wait. At that moment, Lu Yin arrived beside Gu Shower and looked at the screen. He saw the coarse middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Senior Gu, it's nice to meet you. I'm the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin. Old Fogey Gu had not expected Lu Yin to appear, and he was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression changed, and he seemed to become a different person. So it's Alliance leader Lu. Didn't you go missing? Why are you with my brat? Lu Yin smiled. It's a coincidence. This junior is also in the Sirius sect. Old Fogey Goo looked deeply at Luin. What a coincidence. He did not dare to underestimate Luin at all. From all the information he had gathered, this young man was both brave and resourceful. He was far-sighted, and he was extremely calm. However, his background was complicated, and he seemed to be related to everyone. If anything happened, someone would always be there to take the blame. More importantly, his relationship with the Interstellar Arbitration's head Inquisitor and half-ancestor Elder Chan was unclear. Nobody could guess what was going on. Luin was young, but he had even ventured into the Seven Courts progenitor Chen's tomb, experienced trials, and even started a great battle. He was not someone to be trifled with. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1587. I'll have to trouble Alliance Master Lu to take care of my son. If you have the time, you can come to my smoke-gulping mountain range for a chat, old Mr. Goose said. Even though he was wary of Luin, he knew that Luin had a good relationship with Gu Shower. Luin smiled. I can't go for now, but I can make a deal with Senior Gu. Oh. What kind of deal? Old Mr. Gu was curious. Gu Shower immediately said, Don't be so wishy-washy, Dad. Brother Lu went to a strange place and captured a woman. That woman has a higher grade of smoke than we do, and she even said that she has the smoke ancestors' inheritance. Old Mr. Gu was shocked. What did you say? Luin smiled. Gu Shower was speechless. That's enough to topple your worldview. Old Mr. Gu looked at Luin. Is there a very large tree in the place that Alliance Master Lu went to? Luin was surprised. Senior knows about it. Have you been there before? Old Mr. Gu did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he said, It looks like Alliance Master Lu wants to help my smoke-gulping mountain range increase its strength. Luin smiled. Of course. I love doing things that benefit both parties. Then, what can my smoke-gulping mountain range do to help Alliance Master Lu? Old Mr. Gu asked. Luin looked at Gu Shower. What did you use to exchange for the Sirius sect Sirius art? Gu Shower blinked and then looked at the screen. Do you understand now, Dad? Old Mr. Gu smiled. That's easy. How much white smoke does Alliance Master Lu need to be willing to give that woman to us? Luin smiled. That woman is my friend, so I won't give her to you. However, I can persuade her to help you increase the quality of your white smoke, and she can also teach you more of the smoke ancestors' inheritance. In return, I want the smoke-gulping mountain range to provide the Great Eastern Alliance with enough white smoke for 100,000 people. The white smoke is like a power vessel, and once released, it can protect your entire body. This is something that the Sirius sect needs, right? Old Mr. Gu immediately replied, That's impossible. 100,000 people. Does Alliance Master Lu know how many people that is? Luin did some calculations. Compared to the Great Eastern Alliance's army, that's not much. Old Mr. Gu. This was also the reason why he brought Gu Shower to Mount Supreme to meet Yun Tingting. In the future, whether he faced the Sixth Mainland, the Starry Sky Trees, or the Eternals, he would need a powerful army. He wanted to build an invincible army. Old Mr. Gu was adamant that he would not agree to the number of 100,000. At most, he would accept 1,000. This was awkward, as the difference was too great. Luin shrugged. Since we can't reach an agreement, then forget it. Senior Gu, let's not ruin our relationship even if we can't work together. I'll visit the mountain range. He then turned to leave. Gu Shao hurriedly stopped Lu Yin and bitterly said, "Brother, your appetite is too big. You know that even if the Smoke Gulp mountain range used everything, it wouldn't be able to produce enough white-eye for 100,000 people. We only have 10,000 disciples, and even if we don't sleep, we won't be able to produce that much. We can't have the smoke ancestors' inheritance but not have the time to cultivate." Lu Yin did not believe him. "Old Mr. Gu said loudly, "Alliance Master Lu, I know about your relationship with Eternal Sky Island and the Hall of Honor. You can ask them. They know exactly how much white-eye the Smoke Gulp mountain range produces every year. I won't lie to you about this." Lu Yin paused. It seemed that the Smoke Gulp mountain range really did not have the ability to produce 100,000 people. 10,000. That should be fine. If not, then there's no need to continue the discussion. Gu Shao looked at old Mr. Gu. Old Mr. Gu's expression changed, and he looked up at Gu Shao. Gu Shao was anxious, and he kept glancing at Lu Yin's cosmic ring. In the end, old Mr. Gu agreed, but the condition was that he had to obtain the smoke ancestors' inheritance and not just increase the quality of his white smoke. Lu Yin agreed. The moment he handed over the inheritance to the Smoke Gulp mountain range, it would mean that the Great Eastern Alliance would have an additional army of 10,000 that could use the white smoke for protection. The next step was the most important, which was to get Yun Tingting to cooperate. This would not be easy, and Lu Yin had to think about it. Within Mount Supreme, Lu Yin once again appeared not far from Yun Tingting. Yun Tingting looked at him. "When will you let us go?" Lu Yin smiled and brought Yun Tingting out of Mount Supreme to appear in the Sirius sect. Yun Tingting was astonished. Lu Yin raised his gadget. "Take a good look at this universe. This is where you'll be staying for the rest of your life." He then turned on his screen and opened a star chart. Yun Tingting looked at the screen and the introduction on it, and she was unknowingly drawn in. After a period of time, she retracted her gaze and looked around. "Where are we?" "This is the Sirius sect, one of the Neoverse sections. Its status is equivalent to the Lu family and the School of Agriculture in the Cosmic Tree realm. The only difference is that the Hall of Honor is the strongest here, and there is no balance between the four sides." Yun Tingting had been hoping that Lu Yin was lying to her and that they were still in the Cosmic Tree realm. However, there were no trees. In the Cosmic Tree realm, the mother tree could not be seen unless it was in a hidden civilization, such as a lake or a mountain range. However, those places did not have the same powerful aura as the Sirius sect. Yun Tingting could easily sense the presence of astral envoys here, which made her feel uneasy. She had truly arrived at the abandoned lands. "All right, it's enough that you understand. Return to Mount Supreme and wait there," Lu Yin said. Yun Tingting stared at him. "You're still going to imprison us? The fifth mainland is what you call the abandoned lands. The people here don't know anything about the Cosmic Tree realm, so you can't leave to prevent information about it from leaking out. Then why did you bring me to understand this place?" Even with her graceful personality, Yun Tingting was furious. She felt like Lu Yin was toying with her. Lu Yin said, "I have to let you know where you are." Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. "I forgot to tell you that the Misty Cloud sect leader, Yun Mubai, has been confirmed as a redback and has been arrested by the 9 Humble Schools superintendent, Qingqin. The Misty Cloud sect is now under Yun Wang's control." Yun Tingting was shocked and her eyes went wide. "Impossible, my father isn't a redback." Lu Yin shrugged. "It's up to the Humble School to decide. It's not up to you or me. Let me go, I want to go back." Yun Tingting said anxiously. She was worried about Yun Mubai's safety. Redbacks were well hidden, and Yun Mubai couldn't possibly tell her. He had taught her the same thing as everyone else, which was to get rid of redbacks. In her mind, her father was ruthless and had a cold personality, but he had always resisted those monsters. How could he be a redback? Someone must have wrongly accused him. Of course not, you can't even leave Mount Supreme, Lu Yin said. Yun Tingting's gaze turned cold, and white smoke appeared around her body. One Yun Tingting after another materialized from the smoke and rushed out in all directions. Lu Yin's interest was piqued. When he had fought in the Oblivion ruins, this woman had used clones. These clones were different from the Xia family's 9 clones, as they could exist for a long time and were independent of each other. They each had their own opportunities and thoughts, but these clones were merely battle techniques. It would have been fine if they were just battle techniques, but what interested Lu Yin the most was these clones. Each clone had the same power level as the original, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. Because they were formed from white smoke, they could resist many attacks and even secret techniques. It was very strange. Yun Tingting had wanted to escape with her clones, and she had created 10 of them. Unfortunately, since Lu Yin had dared to let her out, he had obviously made preparations. The 10 clones were instantly trapped in his domain. Lu Yin's domain was stronger than anyone in his generation, including Obscurus. Even if he didn't use it as well as Obscurus, it still didn't affect its power. Although Yun Tingting was an enlighter, she was no different from a child in front of Lu Yin. The 10 clones were trapped by his domain and couldn't escape. Lu Yin raised his hand and unleashed an empty palm strike. It was too fast, and invisible palm prints bombarded each of Yun Tingting's clones. In the end, all 9 clones were scattered. Yun Tingting's face was deathly pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Lu Yin with despair and unwillingness. Lu Yin approached her step by step. You're too weak. Even the 4th young ancestor wouldn't be able to escape from me, let alone you. What do you want? Yun Tingting wasn't stupid. Lu Yin had specially brought Gu Shower to compete with her and confirmed that the Smoke Ancestors' inheritance existed in the abandoned lands. He had also brought her out to learn more about the abandoned lands and told her about Yun Mubai. Lu Yin's lips curled up. The person you just saw is my friend. He wants to learn the smoke cloud sex battle techniques, and he also has requirements for the quality of the white smoke. Impossible, Yun Tingting refused. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Then you can stay in Mount Supreme forever. By the way, I broke through 3 stages and obtained the origin item. My status in the universe is even higher than the 4th young ancestors in the Astral Tree sect. I have many envoys protecting me, so it's impossible for anything to happen to me. You'll have to stay in Mount Supreme for as long as I live. Think about it carefully. Lu Yin then tossed Yun Tingting into the mountain. How could it be so easy to obtain another sex battle techniques? It all depended on Yun Tingting's choice. Within Mount Supreme, Yun Tingting wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, feeling uneasy. She didn't believe that her father was a redback. Someone had definitely set him up, but who could it be? Did the Cloudwatch ancestor not want to save her father when he was overseeing the sect? Or was he planning to support someone else to become the sect master? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1588. After a while, Yun Tingting found Wen Shizi. He was the only one she could find in Mount Supreme. We're already in the abandoned land. Looks like it's not long before we leave, Wen Shizi sighed. Yun Tingting told him what had happened to her, and Wen Shizi was shocked. If Ancestor Yan's inheritance exists here, could it be related to me as well? Very likely, Yun Tingting said. When Shitzi was helpless, you came to tell me this bad news. Yun Tingting was helpless, I want to know what to do. When Shitzi shook his head, I'm meat on the chopping block. I can only listen and accept. Can we trust his words? Yun Tingting asked. When Shitzi thought about it, I've heard of his name in East Sien Academy. He was the one who personally exposed the 3 Guan brothers of the humble Huayuan school as redbacks. Yun Tingting's eyes flashed as she thought of something. She looked outside Mount Supreme, Long 7, I want to see you. There was no response. Yun Tingting called out again, but there was still no response. We can only wait for him to find you himself, Wen Shitzi said. Lu Yin was currently helping Gu Shaoer cultivate the first level of the serious art. With Gu Shaoer's current cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to cultivate the first level, unlike when Lu Yin had just started cultivating. Every star had been difficult to revolve, especially when the 9th star had been forged by the crazy headmaster. The first level of the serious art is missing the 9th star. I can't exchange for it, Gu Shaoer said helplessly. Lu Yin was glad that he had become an exchange disciple of Eternal Sky Island. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to learn the rest of the serious art. However, that might not be the case since Mr. Mu could let him learn it. Brother, that woman still doesn't agree. Gu Shaoer asked a few days later. He had already revolved 8 stars at a very fast speed. The serious art wasn't of much help to him, and the only reason he wanted to learn it was to become a lockbreaker. This was his wish. If Gu Shaoer hadn't mentioned it, Lu Yin would have forgotten about Yun Tingting. He was just about to find Elder Gong to learn the 5th level of the serious art. Avoiding Gu Shaoer, Lu Yin brought Yun Tingting out. Yun Tingting stared at him. Did you wrongly accuse my father of being a redback? Lu Yin was furious. Of course not. Yun Tingting stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. It definitely wasn't me who found out that your father was a redback. The one who captured him was Superintendent Qingchen of the 9 Gates. You'll know if you can return to the cosmic tree. Indeed, he wasn't the one who found out that Yun Mubai was a redback, nor was he wrongly accused. That old man Kue Luo had found out that Yun Mubai was redback. Of course, after the battle at Dragon Mountain, Lu Yin had a new understanding of the old man's character. He couldn't rule out the possibility that he had deliberately framed Yun Mubai, and the one who had captured Yun Mubai was indeed Qingchen. From beginning to end, he had only been a messenger, nothing more. Really? Yun Tingting was still doubtful. Lu Yin frowned. With my strength as an enlighter, how could I have found out that your father was redback? Even entering the smoke cloud sect is unlikely. Moreover, how long has it been since I, Long Qi, left the Lianshan mountain range? Is it so easy to find out that I'm still a redback? At most, they'll be spies. Yun Tingting thought about it and agreed. The 3 Guan brothers. Those 3 were unlucky. They found someone to scheme against me and happened to find my friend. Right, you've met her before. She's Yu Hua Mavis. Yun Tingting's expression turned strange, and she didn't know what to say. Redbacks and stowaways were both enemies of the cosmic tree. Redbacks had actually found a stowaway to scheme against another stowaway. They were truly unlucky. Have you thought it through? I'm going into seclusion. If you haven't, it might be a long time before we meet again, Lu Yin said impatiently. Yun Tingting gritted her teeth. I have a condition. Speak. Since you were able to sneak into the cosmic tree, you must have a way to go back. Send me back, and I'll tell you the smoke cloud sect's ancestor Yan's battle techniques. Lu Yin laughed. Don't you know how often stowaways go there? If it's so easy to get to the cosmic tree, would they have forgotten about us so easily? Wouldn't there be rumors about the 5th mainland? Yun Tingting's eyes flickered. Lu Yin activated his gadget, and a screen appeared. It was a scene of Wang Yi's match in the Supreme Tournament. Do you know this person? Yun Tingting was shocked. The martial god Emperor Yi. Lu Yin replied, I can tell you how he got here. You can find him yourself, but whether or not you can return is up to you. In any case, I won't help you. At most, I won't get in your way. Yun Tingting thought about it for a moment. All right, you have to keep your word. Long Shi is my witness. She knows me well, and I'm a trustworthy person, Lu Yin said matter-of-factly. Not long after, Lu Yin told Gu Shao the method to upgrade the white smoke. Of course, he knew about it himself, but he had never cultivated the white smoke, so he didn't know the smoke ancestors' inheritance. He wasn't even interested in the smoke cloud incarnation, but the 9 clones technique was different. Gu Shao excitedly explained the method to Old Lonesome, and Lu Yin and Old Lonesome came to an agreement. If they could successfully upgrade the quality of the white smoke, they would send 10,000 wisps of white smoke to the Great Eastern Alliance. Only after ensuring that 10,000 people could use it normally would Lu Yin give them the smoke cloud incarnation battle technique. Yun Tingting also had to wait for Lu Yin and Old Lonesome to fulfill their agreement before she could leave. Lu Yin was also worried that Yun Tingting would tamper with the battle technique. After settling this matter, Lu Yin went to find Elder Gong and applied to learn the 5th level of the serious art. Elder Gong did not refuse and personally taught him. 10 days later, Lu Yin bid farewell to Daikyu. With Elder Jioshin's help, Lu Yin brought Luoshin and Lu Yefei across the cosmic sea and into the Innerverse. Of the 5th mainland, Lu Yin had explored the cosmic sea the least. He had only fought here when the 6th mainland had invaded, but he had never been here again. The cosmic sea had many changes, and he had always relied on the strength of absolute powerhouses to pass through, such as Elder Jioshin. Kid, take this. Elder Jioshin tossed something to Lu Yin that looked like a token. Lu Yin caught it and filled his eyes with star energy. He saw a sea of rune lines that were comparable to the upgraded miniature armor. That's the Star Lord token, a power vessel that I created. It contains stars and is activated by the Sirius art, allowing you to use Sirius sword techniques and Sirius palms. It's used to protect your life. Be careful, don't die, Elder Jioshin warned. He looked like a youth, but his voice was filled with vicissitudes of life. Lu Yin did not dare to underestimate Elder Jioshin, as this old freak's strength was comparable to invincible sages. I understand. Elder, I have a request. Speak. Although Elder Jioshin found Lu Yin to be an eyesore because of the diagram, he had to be patient. Even he had to admit that this kid had a high chance of becoming a progenitor in the future, and the Sirius sect's supreme inheritance still depended on him. Lu Yin coughed. The sect seems to have a secret technique called stellar shift. Elder Jioshin grumbled, you really guessed it. You've been staring at stellar shift all this time, haven't you? Lu Yin smirked. No. Lu Yin was stunned. Why? Elder Jioshin's expression turned solemn. What do you think a secret technique is? A cabbage. Can anyone learn it? And there's no limit. Every secret technique was created by a progenitor and contains their comprehension of cultivation. It's fine if you learn 1 or 2, but if you learn too many, your body will be crippled. That's right. You can't learn too many secret techniques, Mr. Lu Yi added. Lu Yin was disappointed, but it did not matter to him. Revolving star passage technique was a secret technique for escaping, and he had the secret seal of plan as well as a sourcebox array like the greater teleportation array. It did not matter whether or not he had revolving star passage technique. Elder Jioshin left, and Lu Yin looked towards the north. He had finally returned to the universe. If he had not guessed wrong, this should be the first flow zone. Lu Yin took out his collapsible spacecraft and headed towards Fennel Flow Zone with Luo Xin and Willow Flyflower in the other. Although the spacecraft was slow, Lu Yin could still handle some matters calmly. When he left the serious sect, he did not pick up a few calls. Not long after, his gadget rang. It was Wen Sansi. "Brother Lu, why don't you come to my Wen family for a chat?" "It's about the sevenfold literary prison," Lu Yin said directly. The reason why he had imprisoned Wen Yixin and the others in Mount Supreme was slowly starting to show. He had spent a lot of money to trap them, and he had to make them cough up this debt. The first was the Smokescreen Mountain Range, and the second was the Wen family. "Brother Lu is straightforward. What price does my Wen family have to pay for Lu Yin to be willing to teach us?" Wen Sansi asked. "If you're sincere, then go to Fennel Flow Zone for a chat," Lu Yin said before ending the call. He was not worried about angering the Wen family, as he really did not care right now. He had just ended his call with Wen Sansi when someone else contacted him. This time, it was Madame Yu. When Luo Xin heard Madame Yu's voice, her expression changed, and she looked at Lu Yin nervously. "Yi has been taken away by the Sword Sect. Alliance Master Lu, I heard that you're back. Can you help my court?" Madame Yu's voice was bleak, and she sounded exhausted. Lu Yin replied, "If you want to join the Great Eastern Alliance, then we'll talk at Fennel Flow Zone." He then ended the call. The Yo court had split from the Yu family, but they were still one entity. When Madame Yu had contacted him for the first time, he had felt that something was amiss. Since the Yo court had been discovered to be in possession of the Yo symbol, why hadn't the Yu family pursued the matter? Why hadn't the Yo court returned to the Yu family after being threatened by the Sword Sect? They were facing some unknown danger, and Lu Yin did not want to shoulder it, even if he was not afraid. There was nothing in the Fifth Mainland that he was afraid of. Of the remaining 6 half-ancestors, 3 of them were helping him, and the head inquisitor was even his senior. If word of this relationship got out, then he would truly be the Fifth Mainland's crown prince. The spacecraft headed towards Fennel Flow Zone, and Luo Xin subconsciously leaned against Lu Yin's shoulder. She knew that once they returned to the Outerverse, it would be difficult for them to spend time together like this again. This period of time had been wonderful for her, and the racing within Aurora Stronghold had been especially beautiful. Lu Yin did not know that while he had been at the Sirius sect, something major had happened in the Outerverse. Shamrock Enterprises had cut off all supplies of medicine to the Great Eastern Alliance, and they had refused to sell it even if they had the money to do so. Lu Yin had also stopped Shamrock Enterprises from moving their headquarters into Jia Mountain, so Shamrock Enterprises naturally retaliated. And the one who had dealt with Shamrock Enterprises was Cheong Shier. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1589. Shamrock Enterprises had not expected that Cheong Shier had been guarding against them all this time. Ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had been established, she had been secretly buying up pharmaceutical companies of all sizes. Now that Shamrock Enterprises and the Great Eastern Alliance had started fighting, the medicines that she had bought from over 100 pharmaceutical companies had flowed directly into the Great Eastern Alliance. At the same time, she had cut off the supply of medicines to Shamrock Enterprises. No matter how powerful Shamrock Enterprises was, they could not survive on their own. They needed to buy all sorts of raw materials, whether it was medicine or equipment, but Cheong Shier had cut them off. She had cut off Shamrock Enterprises' source of raw materials, causing them to be unable to produce half of their medicines. However, the other half could still be produced. Shamrock Enterprises had more than 100,000 planets that specialized in growing raw materials, so they were able to guarantee a supply for a short period of time. A fight in the pharmaceutical industry had begun in the outerverse and spread to the innerverse. Cheong Shir remained calm as she continuously used her gadget to communicate with someone. Her maid, Xiao Nan, followed her instructions and gave orders to various departments. Young Master, 27 companies have already been paralyzed. Most of their raw materials come from Shamrock Enterprises, and now, they've cut off their exports, Xiao Nan reported to Cheong Shir. Cheong Shir did not mind. That's expected. Shamrock Enterprises took longer to act than I expected. It seems that Lu Yin has caused them some misgivings. Young Master, the number has increased to 40. I estimate that in less than 2 days, all of the pharmaceutical companies under our control will be paralyzed, and the losses will be great. Shamrock Enterprises will only lose 1 batch of medicines at most. 1 batch. No, half. Shamrock Enterprises has been monopolizing the pharmaceutical industry for so many years. Do they really think that no one else has done anything? These 100 companies have perished together with them, Cheong Shir said. Any giant that monopolized an industry would be secretly boycotted by its peers, and Shamrock Enterprises was no exception. They had never cared, and without the Great Eastern Alliance, they would have continued to monopolize the industry and become the overlord. Cheong Shir had seen this and had been preparing for this for several years. The Great Eastern Alliance could not be choked by others. Half of their medicines are only for the outerverse. Their business in the innerverse hasn't been affected, Xiao Nan mumbled. Cheong Shir was about to speak when her gadget rang. She glanced at it. They've finally contacted me. The call connected, and Lu Yin's voice came through. I heard that the outerverse is very lively. Cheong Shir smiled. Alliance Master, what are your instructions? Nothing, just asking. Do you want me to help? Lu Yin asked, as he had only just found out about what had happened in the outerverse. It was an all-out confrontation with Shamrock Enterprises, which was a huge matter. Even though Shamrock Enterprises could not compare to the Day-Night Clan, they were still a colossus. If Lu Yin did not have enough experts on his side, then Shamrock Enterprises would be able to suppress the Great Eastern Alliance. Those from the outerverse would be completely useless, even if the Sea King's Dome and the Elders were added to the mix. It's different for the time being. I have a way to deal with them. I definitely won't be able to win, as their foundation is too deep. However, I can delay them and discuss them. I've already calculated the losses, and it's within an acceptable range, said Cheong Shir. Lu Yin grunted. What do you plan to do next? He was really curious. If he did not make a move against Shamrock Enterprises, would Cheong Shir be able to do anything? Cheong Shir smiled. I've always believed in one principle. The enemy we're facing is, first and foremost, people, resources, heritage, and strength. They're all additional, so we just have to deal with people. What do you mean? Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Beside him, Luo Shen heard the conversation and was curious as well. Cheong Shir explained, everyone has to eat and live. Everyone has their own desires. How many people does Shamrock Enterprises employ? How much do they spend on living? Lu Yin understood, as Cheong Shir was targeting the most basic of people. He had to admit that this woman was indeed smart. Shamrock Enterprises might have thought that the Great Eastern Alliance would go against them in the pharmaceutical industry and even send out powerhouses to rob them of their medicine, but they would not have thought of these most common things, which just so happened to be the most basic of things. Life, transportation, and so do cultivators, Lu Yin muttered. After ending the call, Luoyin saw Luotian's astonished expression and found it funny. "What are you thinking about?" Luotian sighed in admiration. "She's so smart." Luoyin replied, "The higher you stand, the further you can see, and you tend to overlook the bottom of your feet. You might not even know how to solve a child's problem. That's not being smart, it's just looking at the problem from a different perspective." "Oh," Luotian acknowledged. Since he did not need to do anything, he was happy to watch the show. He wanted to see how long Cheongshi could cause a ruckus. The universe was dark, but there were also gorgeous celestial bodies that were of all colors. Spacecraft after spacecraft flew out from the planet and headed towards the universe. Shamrock Enterprises' logo could be seen on the exterior of these spacecraft, which meant that they had come from the planet where they cultivated medicinal ingredients. "Captain, there's still half a month before we reach the Astral River, Arkansas. You should rest first," a woman said in the spacecraft's control room. She held a drink in her hand and looked at the man in front of her with admiration. This man was the captain of this spacecraft, a cruiser who had worked for Shamrock Enterprises for 100 years and had never made a mistake. It was said that he would soon break through to the hunter realm, and at that time, his status would change greatly. He might even be able to take up a post in the universe. "Rest? Where would I have time to rest? I can't be careless," the captain said with a heavy tone. The woman was puzzled. "We've been transporting medicinal ingredients for many years, and no one has ever dared to touch Shamrock Enterprises' goods. What are you worried about, Captain?" The captain smiled bitterly. "That's because we didn't have any enemies before, but now, we have the Outerverse's greatest enemy." Just as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed in the distance, and the spacecraft's alarm sounded. "Captain, the spacecraft has been damaged. An enemy attack!" Someone cried out in alarm. The captain's eyes widened as he stared into the distance. A man was standing in space, and from his attire, it was obvious that he was an interstellar pirate. He hurriedly shouted, "This is Shamrock Enterprises' spacecraft. Do you wish to become enemies with Shamrock Enterprises?" The man carried a broadsword and grinned cruelly. "Leave the goods behind, and you can scram." "How dare you?" the captain barked, and the spacecraft shot beams at the man. Shamrock Enterprises had naturally made preparations for transporting medicinal ingredients, and they were more than enough to deal with an ordinary attack. However, in the Outerverse, a hunter was already considered a powerhouse, and the defenses that Shamrock Enterprises had prepared for their Outerverse transport spacecraft were clearly not at the level of a hunter. Soon, all of the medicinal ingredients were stolen, and everyone from Shamrock Enterprises, including the captain, could only take a small spacecraft. "Captain, these pirates actually dare to rob Shamrock Enterprises' goods. They're too impudent." The woman inside the spacecraft was furious. The captain was bitter. "Do you really think that he's a pirate?" "A pirate?" The woman was confused. The captain looked to the east. The conflict between the Great Eastern Alliance and Shamrock Enterprises was becoming more and more intense, and they had even resorted to such methods. It seemed like Shamrock Enterprises could not even take away the medicinal ingredients that they had cultivated in the Outerverse. "Let's head to the Innerverse first." The captain made a prompt decision. Even if they returned to their planet and transported the medicinal ingredients, it would be useless since they could not take them away. There was one thing that the captain was overthinking. He wanted to return to the Innerverse and wait for orders from headquarters, but to do so, he had to take the Astral River Arc, which was controlled by the Great Eastern Alliance. Although the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had been handed over to the Ross Empire and the Dragon Clan, the Astral River Arc had not been abandoned, and it would not be abandoned. No one from Shamrock Enterprises was allowed to leave the Outerverse. Cheong Shier's method of dealing with Shamrock Enterprises was to prevent them from operating normally, at least in the Outerverse. It would be very difficult for them to return to the Innerverse. A similar scene was occurring in various parts of the Outerverse. The Innerverse was also being restricted by the mainland's shipping routes and the various flow zones pirates. Under these circumstances, Shamrock Enterprises activated all of their hidden seeds. Any seed that had been recognized and cultivated by Shamrock Enterprises was no ordinary person. Liu Yin's classmate, Ji Su, had the innate gift of void explosion. The moment that Shamrock Enterprises seeds were mobilized was also the moment that the company revealed its fangs. This commercial giant that had dominated the fifth mainland displayed a shocking strength. The seeds that they had cultivated were all experts, and they caused the pirates to suffer heavy losses. There were also seeds within the Great Eastern Alliance, and they were hidden within the Astral River Arc, which had nearly caused the vessel to lose control and change owners. To the Great Eastern Alliance, this was a war. Thus, the Alliance's experts were mobilized, and the conflict with Shamrock Enterprises grew more and more intense. Far away from the Astral River Arc, within the dark mist weave, a figure was fleeing towards the north while being chased by Great Eastern Alliance experts from various places, including the 9 allied nations, Evenground Palace, and Aegis. Suddenly, the figure was enveloped by a black fog, and he died. Top Mist walked out with an astonished expression. That's one of Shamrock Enterprises' seeds. What a powerful innate gift. He was only a cruiser, but he almost escaped. This person almost caused the Astral River Arc to change owners. If he had succeeded, no one would have been able to withstand His Highness' fury. A woman's voice came from not too far away from Top Mist. It was the Melder Mistchild from before, and she had now become an explorer. Her cultivation was progressing rapidly. One person can't steal the Astral River Arc, but Shamrock Enterprises' seeds are truly powerful. If all of the Innerverse seeds are mobilized, then the Great Eastern Alliance will be in trouble. The explorer Mistchild looked towards the south. When would His Highness return? She desperately wanted Liu Yin's poison, as only Liu Yin could provide her with enough to increase her strength. In the Glory Realm, Yan's expression turned ugly, as he had underestimated the Great Eastern Alliance's preparations. Based on the current situation, the Great Eastern Alliance had definitely been prepared to make an enemy out of the Outerverse Weave. At the very least, they had treated the Outerverse Weave as an imaginary enemy. The Outerverse Shamrock Enterprises could be considered to have been crippled. Not to mention the medicinal ingredients, even Yumu could not return. The seeds that had been scattered throughout the Outerverse had also been severely damaged. If the Innerverse wanted to provide reinforcements, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Great Eastern Alliance. Yan had never imagined that the conflict would develop to this point, and he was starting to lose control. He could not declare war on the Great Eastern Alliance. Although the Great Eastern Alliance had not been established for long, it was very stable due to the fact that it had combined the interests of all parties. The Great Eastern Alliance could afford to waste time, but Shamrock Enterprises could not. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1590. Not only because of the resources, but also because of the confidential project. That project required too much resources and could not be delayed. As he thought about it, he immediately contacted Yumu. King Yi is about to come out of seclusion. If this matter isn't resolved, I won't have a good time, and you'll be in an even worse state. This whole thing started because of your stupidity. Yumu ended the call, and his eyes flickered. Shamrock Enterprises wasn't afraid of the Great Eastern Alliance, but they couldn't afford to suffer such great losses. The Great Eastern Alliance's preparations were far too thorough, and this had completely exceeded his expectations. Helpless, Yumu finally contacted Liu Yin. Lu Yin was already very close to the Fennel flow zone, and he had left the matter of dealing with Shamrock Enterprises to Cheong Shier. He had not interfered since it would not cause too much of a ruckus. Shamrock Enterprises knew about Lu Yin's background, and it was impossible for them to escalate into a full-blown war. Now, it all depended on who would compromise first and who would not be able to hold back. His gadget beeped, and he glanced at it. His lips curled up as he answered, "Speak." Yu Mu's voice rang out. "Alliance Master Lu, I was wrong about Director Tsong-Ying. I can compensate you. The Hall of Honor is one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, and you're specifically targeting my Great Eastern Alliance. Can you afford to compensate me?" Yu Mu clenched his fists. "Alliance Master Lu, you've already made it impossible for Shamrock Enterprises to gain a foothold in Border Mountain. Do you really want to become enemies with Shamrock Enterprises? Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. With Alliance Master Lu's current status, I, Yu Mu, am only a nobody. Please give me a chance. Both Shamrock Enterprises and the Great Eastern Alliance hope to end this dispute. You're the ones who started this conflict." Yu Mu felt helpless. He had been very happy when he had started the conflict, but who would have thought that the Great Eastern Alliance would be so well prepared? They had completely treated Shamrock Enterprises as their mortal enemy and had not played by the rules. This had caused Shamrock Enterprises to suffer losses that exceeded their initial estimates, and their subsequent losses might even affect their grand plan. This was absolutely unacceptable. "Alliance Master Lu, you can take a look at the data I sent you. It's only been half a month since the conflict began, but the Great Eastern Alliance has already lost 3 times as many cultivators as usual due to the lack of timely medical supplies. Moreover, this number will only increase due to the conflict. This is not a good thing for the Great Eastern Alliance," Yu Mu said. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. "So many losses." "The data is proof," Yu Mu said seriously. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "I didn't even manage to check the Great Eastern Alliance's data, but you managed to do it before me. Impressive." Yu Mu's heart sank, and his voice was a little hoarse. Shamrock Enterprises has accumulated a lot of information and data over the years. It's not difficult to calculate them. Lu Yin did not harp on this point. Data was a weapon, and he was clear that he would leave this matter to Wei Rong, as he had to obtain Shamrock Enterprises' data. "So, does Boss Yu intend to resolve this dispute with just a few words?" "I, Yu Mu, am willing to pay the price and do my best," said Yu Mu. Lu Yin thought about it. "There's nothing about you that's worth my attention." Yu Mu asked, "Alliance Master Lu, do you know anything about King Yi? Tell me about it." "The Leaf King is the founder of Shamrock Enterprises. He has a long history, and even Master Yuan might not be his match. He represents creation and healing, and his combat power is at least over 1,000,000. It's not that Shamrock Enterprises doesn't have the ability to move our headquarters to Jia Mountain, but we haven't done so. Although we can't compare to the Mavis Bank nor Aurora Corporation, we still have the ability to protect ourselves. Offending King Yi over a meaningless dispute isn't a good thing for Alliance Master Lu," Yu Mu said slowly. He was not threatening Lu Yin, and his words were rather pertinent. Lu Yin replied, "Offending such a powerhouse is indeed unwise." "Then, let's talk about compensation." Yu Mu's eyes lit up. "Please. Shamrock Enterprises is supposed to provide 10 times the resources to the Great Eastern Alliance. At the same time, Shamrock Enterprises will bear all of the losses caused by this dispute. Don't try to deny it. You've already shown me the data," Lu Yin said. Yu Mu was stunned, as he had never thought that the data that he had used to convince Lu Yin would become the standard for compensation. "Alliance Master Lu, your request is too much. I'm not discussing this with you. This dispute is just a small matter, and I'm not getting involved. If I do, I can mobilize Leon's armada to stop Shamrock Enterprises' development in the cosmic sea. I can also mobilize the Sirius sect to stop your development in the Neoverse. I forgot to tell you, but I'm now a disciple of the Sirius sect. I don't even need to bow when I see the sect master, Luin said slowly. He did not care if Yumu could accept this request, as Yumu did not have the qualifications to agree to his conditions. I have to report this to the higher-ups, Yumu said helplessly. Luin immediately hung up. Aren't you afraid that he won't agree? Luo Shen was curious, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Luin. Luin replied, "It doesn't matter. They don't have a choice whether they agree or not." Then, what about the medicine? Luo Shen asked. Luin smiled. I'll ask the Hall of Honor for it. There are a few directors helping me, so I won't run out of medicine. Luo Shen nodded and looked at Luin with admiration. Luin enjoyed this gaze, but he found it hard to accept Luo Shen's feelings. He could only wait for time to fade away. One day later, just as Luin was about to reach Fennel Flow Zone, his gadget beeped again. It was an unfamiliar number. Luin accepted the call, and a pleasant voice answered, "Alliance Master Lu." "You are?" Luin was puzzled. Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse President, Balsam. Luin was stunned. So it's the Innerverse President. Yen is your secretary. That's right. Does Alliance Master Lu have time? Let's have a chat, Balsam said. Luin replied, "Go ahead." Balsam switched the call to a screen, and Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had never thought that the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse would be such a stunning beauty. Lu Yin's gaze was pure, and there were no distracting thoughts. Balsam met his gaze and calmly said, "Shamrock Enterprises is not afraid of competition or war. However, we are businessmen, and if we can solve problems with money, we try not to use force." "So you agree to my conditions?" Luin asked. The Outerverse Shamrock Enterprises has already allocated a lot of resources to the Great Eastern Alliance. Those resources were originally provided to deal with the Sixth Mainland, and even after the war with the Sixth Mainland ended, we did not withdraw those resources. This is a sign of respect to the Great Eastern Alliance. "Thank you," Luin said, as he was aware of this. Every year, although those resources aren't much, they aren't little either. After all, they are provided to the enormous Great Eastern Alliance. But if we increase those resources by 10 times, do you know what that means? It means that the Outerverse Shamrock Enterprises will be on the verge of collapse, and they will only be able to replenish their resources from the Innerverse. Luin did not believe her. Balsam tried her best to appear sincere. She intentionally explained the situation of Shamrock Enterprises operations to Luin. If we increase our resources by 10 times every year, it will be quite a burden for Shamrock Enterprises. Since we previously provided a lot of resources to the Great Eastern Alliance, Alliance Master Lu should be able to sense Shamrock Enterprises' sincerity. Luin did not know whether she was telling the truth or not, as he did not have any talent for business. Cheong Shi-er was able to argue with Balsam, but he did not even have the heart to argue with her. He immediately took out the red bell that was the head referee's command token. Balsam's pupils shrank, and she stared at Luin in shock. Luin raised a hand, and the stars revolved, transforming into serious swordsmanship. Balsam was shocked once again. "You should understand what serious swordsmanship means to the Sirius sect, and you should also understand the significance of this bell. In that case, if you include the influence it will have on the 9 directors, then I'd like to hear what kind of price Shamrock Enterprises will have to pay if they want to stop this dispute." This dispute had started because of Shamrock Enterprises, and Liu Yin also wanted compensation from Shamrock Enterprises. He did not think that he would be able to subdue Shamrock Enterprises with a single dispute, as that was not realistic. Thus, he had also agreed to Cheong Shi-er's request not to interfere. Now that Balsam had specifically contacted him, he knew that this dispute would not last for long. The only issue was compensation, so there was no need to drag it out any longer. Balsam knew that Liu Yin could influence the 9 directors and that he had a good relationship with the head referee and Elder Chan, but she had never thought that Liu Yin would even have the head referee's command token. Furthermore, his cultivation of serious swordsmanship had allowed her to understand Liu Yin's status in the serious sect. Furthermore, he had Master Yuan, Everlasting Sky Island, and the Lockbreaker Society behind him. All of these factors added up to make Liu Yin's status incomparably high. Balsam had never thought that a youth like Liu Yin would be able to reach such a level. The halo of the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master had attracted all of their attention, and they had neglected the even more terrifying influence behind him. To be able to become the president of Shamrock Enterprises' Innerverse, Balsam was much more decisive than Liu Yin. 10 times the resources is impossible. I'm willing to pay 500 million star essence to resolve this dispute as well as compensate the Great Eastern Alliance for the losses caused by the lack of medicine. Alliance Master Liu, this is the bottom line that I can accept, Balsam said. 10 times the resources was not as much as 500 million star essence, but that was an amount that had to be paid every year. Adding it all up over many years was not a simple matter. Furthermore, Shamrock Enterprises had the money, and they were only afraid that they would run out of medicine, which would cause them to be unable to operate. That would be the worst-case scenario. Liu Yin agreed, and the dispute ended there. Shamrock Enterprises would be on high alert against the Great Eastern Alliance because of this dispute, but this time, only Cheong Shi had acted. Wei Rong, who was the most sinister, had not acted. Next time, when Liu Yin was ready, he would swallow Shamrock Enterprises whole. His main concern was still the mysterious Leaf King. Right, stop the dispute, and don't spread the news of the compensation. It'll be beneficial to both of us, Liu Yin reminded. Balsam took a deep look at Liu Yin, and her heart filled with boundless apprehension. This person had just ended his dispute with Shamrock Enterprises, and now he was scheming against others. It was no wonder why he could become the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master and unify the Outerverse. 500 million star essence was not a lot to Liu Yin, but it was not a small amount either. Cheong Shi received an order to stop all actions against Shamrock Enterprises and return everything to normal. However, she also received another order at the same time, Shamrock Enterprises' recapture plan. There were only 9 words, and the rest were to be filled in by Cheong Shi and Wei Rong. Liu Yin did not need to do everything himself. He looked up and saw that they had arrived at Fennel Flow Zone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1591. Fennel Flow Zone was the gateway to the Gu Flow Zone, and it was like a small island in the middle of the Astral River. Although it was small and was not even as large as Northline Flow Zone, it was still very lively. The Gu Flow Zone was unique in the Innerverse, and it hid all sorts of poisonous insects and monsters. Many people's cultivation levels were not high enough, so they wanted to learn these unorthodox techniques. Even the 6th mainland had not been able to attack the Divine Gu dynasty, which made the Gu Flow Zone even more mysterious and attractive. The price of the venomous worms from the Gu Flow Zone was also very high. Now that Gu Flow Zone had been occupied by the Great Eastern Alliance, the former powers would either have to submit or be dealt with. Liu Yin did not care about any of that. Ah! Luotian screamed. Her face was pale as she stared at the venomous bug that was crawling outside the spacecraft. She quickly hid behind Luyin. Luyin looked over, and his mouth twitched. How disgusting. This poisonous insect was like a combination of a centipede and a toad. It had 100 legs, but it had a toad's head. There were many pustules on its head. It was disgusting no matter how one looked at it. With a casual wave of his hand, the venomous bug fell to the ground. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked into outer space. There were rune lines everywhere, some more, some less, and all of them were floating venomous bugs. Some venomous bugs were even bigger than spaceships, and there were many spaceships in space. These spaceships were all hunting for venomous bugs. Venomous bugs were not limited to the starry skies. There were countless types of venomous bugs in the surrounding planets. Goddess Luo was afraid. In a place like this, even men would be afraid, let alone her. Fennel Flow Zone had been occupied by the Great Eastern Alliance, and when Luyin arrived, he was greeted by Wei Rong and Ku Wei. "Boss, you're finally here." "Boss, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ku Wei immediately hugged Luyin. Luyin was speechless, and he kicked Ku Wei aside. "How rude. Call me master." In order to rescue Ku Wei from the Ku family, Luyin had become Ku Wei's lock-breaking master. "Master, you're finally back. Little Wei has suffered without you." Ku Wei howled. At this moment, another miserable howl resounded in the surroundings, attracting the attention of countless people within the Great Eastern Alliance. "Alliance Master, you're back. Little Tan has been waiting for you for a long time." It was Elder Tan from the Blaze Realm, who had completely changed after joining Luyin. Ku Wei angrily glared at Elder Tan. "Get lost. Don't get in the way of me being close to my master." Elder Tan ignored him. "Alliance Master, Little Tan has been waiting for you for a long time." Luyin rolled his eyes, and his star energy surged, sending the two of them flying. Luotian giggled at the sight. Wei Rong bowed to Luyin. "Welcome home, Your Highness." Luyin nodded and had someone help Luotian settle down. He then led Lu Yefei and Wei Rong to the Greenlight Forest that was closest to the Gu Flow Zone. This was also where Wei Rong and the other upper echelons of the Great Eastern Alliance were staying. The Greenlight Forest was the most valuable place in the Fennel Flow Zone, and it was also the closest place to the Gu Flow Zone. It was neither a planet nor a continent, but rather the shriveled corpse of a giant poisonous insect that had died countless years ago. The corpse was covered in trees, and the most amazing thing was that these trees could produce greenlight fruits that were immune to most of the Gu Flow Zone's poisonous gas. They could also avoid being corroded by many poisonous insects. The green light fruit was a must-have item for cultivators entering the Gu Flow Zone. It had once been in the hands of the Divine Gu dynasty, but now, it had been obtained by the Great Eastern Alliance. The Divine Gu dynasty allowed us to obtain the Greenlight Forest. Wei Rong explained, the legend of the Divine Gu dynasty was established in the Gu Flow Zone, which is too difficult to attack. However, outside of the Gu Flow Zone, their methods are more bizarre than the sword sects, but they aren't that strong. This chapter is not finished, so please turn the page. My Great Eastern Alliance could only retreat from the Gu Flow Zone, but as compensation, we promised to guard the Fennel Flow Zone for them. We also promised to share the information of anyone who enters the Gu Flow Zone with the Divine Gu dynasty. The Divine Gu dynasty values the Gu Flow Zone's geographical environment too much. Luyin immediately saw the problem. The Divine Gu dynasty did not care about the Gu Flow Zone too much, and they believed that no one could invade the Gu Flow Zone. Not even the Sixth Mainland could do so, let alone the Great Eastern Alliance. Wei Rong smiled. I like their confidence. Lu Yin smiled and then looked to the west. Master, I'll show you around the Fennel Flow Zone. Ku Wei found an opportunity to flatter Lu Yin. Elder Tan was not to be outdone. Alliance Master, I'll show you around the Gu Flow Zone. Master, I've prepared many delicacies for you. Alliance Master, I've prepared many beauties for you. Lu Yin did not want to bother with them. Lu Yefei was rather curious about the Fennel Flow Zone, and she did not speak along the way. Wei Rong and the others could not tell how strong Lu Yefei was. If they knew that Lu Yefei was a powerhouse with a power level of over 700,000, their attitudes would definitely change. Not long after, Lu Yin stepped into the Greenlight Forest and arrived at the first stop in the inner verse that truly belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin's arrival attracted the Divine Gu dynasty's attention, but it was just attention. The Divine Gu dynasty did not care about anything in the outside world. Every once in a while, the Gu flow zone would have a poisonous tide that would spread to the surroundings. Even the tributaries of the Astral River would be contaminated, and Lu Yin's arrival had coincidentally coincided with a poisonous tide. He stood in the Greenlight Forest and looked at the countless strange poisonous creatures that streaked across the universe. There were also all sorts of poisonous gases. Lu Yin sighed. How spectacular! He felt that he should make a trip to the Divine Gu dynasty and obtain some poison so that he could improve rapidly. Facts had proven that poisons were very useful in battle. Every year, a huge group of people will be attracted to the Gu flow zone after the poisonous tide. The poisonous creatures that are rarely seen in the depths of the Gu flow zone will be spewed out, including some celestial bodies that are covered in poisonous creatures. Wei Rong's expression changed. It's a nascent soul. It's a very powerful poisonous creature that's as large as a planet. It's not easy to provoke it in the Gu flow zone. A shadow passed overhead, and Lu Yin looked up to see an incomparably large monster covered in poisonous gases of various colors. He could even see mountains and swamps. This nascent soul was definitely a powerhouse in this region of space, and its rune lines neared 450,000. This nascent soul has appeared. Even if the poisonous tide ends, it'll have to wait for a few days before leaving. It'll only be safe after it returns to the Gu flow zone, Wei Rong said helplessly. What an interesting bug. Lu Yi, do you remember the poisonous bug we encountered in the mortal realm? It's very similar, Fei Hua said. Mr. Lu Yi replied, it's indeed similar, but it's a little smaller. I'll go catch it and take a look. Let's go together. The two then vanished. Wei Rong was confused. Your Highness, what about these two? Let them be. They're just bugs, Lu Yin said nonchalantly. Wei Rong's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Lu Yin seriously. Things had changed. In the past, Lu Yin would have treated this nascent soul seriously, but now, it was just a bug. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yi or Lu Yin, this nascent soul was just a bug that Lu Yin could easily deal with. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin had survived half a team of ordinary envoys with a power level of more than 500,000, and his perspective was completely different from before. Lu Yi and Fei Hua were both terrifying powerhouses with power levels over 700,000. If they worked together, even Long Kuei would admit that he was no match for them. They were strong enough to fight against powerhouses with power levels over 800,000. They were already close to Master Yuan, and this nascent soul was just a bug. The Great Eastern Alliance had many experts in the Fennel Flow Zone, but none of them were top-notch. The strongest was Duan Day Knight, who was a powerhouse with a power level of 430,000 from the Day Knight clan, but he could not deal with this nascent soul. What they did not know was that this nascent soul had not been spat out by the toxic tide for no reason. Instead, it had been released by the divine venomous dynasty. They had not done anything to the Great Eastern Alliance, but rather to intimidate them. The divine venomous dynasty did not care about the Fennel Flow Zone, as they believed that no one could do anything to them. However, that was only because the Fennel Flow Zone was easy to defend and difficult to attack. They needed to maintain the Goo Flow Zone's mysteriousness and fear. Once this nascent soul appeared, no one would dare to enter the Goo Flow Zone, and their impression of the Goo Flow Zone would only deepen. This was the divine venomous dynasty's method. They had their own way of surviving, and they did not disregard the other powers of the Fifth Mainland. Within the Goo Flow Zone, a group of people stood in outer space. Countless poisonous creatures streaked past them, but they did not react to them at all. It was as if they did not exist. "Prince, those people outside probably won't dare to enter for at least half a year after seeing this nascent soul," someone said with a flattering smile. The rest of the people quickly followed suit. The person in the middle was a middle-aged man. When he heard this, his lips curled up, and he proudly said, "Of course. They wouldn't dare to enter even if they had 10 times the guts. The Great Eastern Alliance must be frightened as well. Every year during the poisonous beast tide, the prince will toss out some powerful poisonous creatures, which should be enough to deter the Great Eastern Alliance from acting rashly. The prince's wisdom is unparalleled. If those idiots from the Blaze realm had even half of the prince's wisdom, then they would not have been destroyed by the Great Eastern Alliance." The man laughed. "How can the Blaze realm compare to the divine venomous dynasty? Since my brother has entrusted this task to me, I naturally have to handle it well." At that moment, a mournful cry rang out from the distance. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked over. They saw the nascent soul struggling violently as if it had suffered an unimaginable attack, but it was completely useless. A strange laugh rang out. "Little bug, you still dare to resist." The nascent soul's body then shrank, and it fell into the green forest before disappearing. "Be gentle. Don't kill it." Another voice rang out. "Don't worry. Bugs can take a beating, so they won't die. Be gentle." The group within the Goo Flow Zone was stunned. The nascent soul had been captured. A little bug. The prince gulped. It had to be an emissary. Aside from an emissary, who else could have captured the nascent soul so easily? The Fennel Flow Zone actually had an emissary, and it was an expert from the Great Eastern Alliance. Wasn't there supposed to be no emissaries within the Great Eastern Alliance? The nascent soul had only managed to capture the nascent soul because of the experts from the Sea King's Dome. Where had this emissary come from? Furthermore, there were 2 of them. "Let's go back to the dynasty," the prince said decisively. He then turned around to leave, as he wanted to report this matter to his brother. The Great Eastern Alliance had concealed itself too deeply, and there were actually 2 emissaries overseeing the Fennel Flow Zone. What were they planning to do? With the 2 emissaries' abilities, they should have been able to destroy the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragon clan long ago, so why had they come to the Fennel Flow Zone? Although the Great Eastern Alliance's strength was far inferior to the Sixth Mainland's when it had first attacked, the prince felt that the Great Eastern Alliance's threat was greater than the Sixth Mainland's. At the very least, the Sixth Mainland's enemy was the entire Fifth Mainland, while the Great Eastern Alliance might have set its sights on the Goo Flow Zone. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1592. Just as they were about to leave, a figure appeared behind them. The prince and the rest were shocked, as they had not noticed this person at all. Everyone, Mr. Lu invites you in. It was Mr. Lu Yi. They had discovered the prince's group while capturing the baby, and they had told Lu Yin about it. Lu Yin had then asked Mr. Lu Yi to bring them here. Mr. Lu Yi had taken action, and the prince and the rest could not resist, so they could only allow him to bring them to Greenlight Forest. In the distance, the baby's body had shrunk to the size of a mountain range, but its powerful aura was still shocking. Lu Yin stood not too far away from the baby and looked at Sister Feihua, who was muttering something to herself. Behind him, the prince's group arrived. Lu Yin turned around and looked at the prince. The prince was embarrassed, as his scheme had been discovered. So Alliance Master Lu has returned. We heard that Alliance Master Lu had gone missing, and our Divine Gu dynasty was worried about your safety. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you. So, who are you? Qingli, the prince of the Divine Gu dynasty. Lu Yin was surprised. So it's your highness. Excuse me, but why did your highness appear at the border between the Gu flow zone and Fennel flow zone? Qingli replied, my brother was worried about the safety of the cultivators in Fennel flow zone during the poison tide, so he had me bring some medicine to help everyone resist the poison. Lu Yin was amused, as Qingli had lied without batting an eye. He looked at the baby. Your Highness, you should know that even though this poisonous creature has no intelligence, it has a power level of over 400,000. It should be able to recognize who threw it out of the Gu flow zone. Qing Li's expression changed, and he fell silent. Lu Yin smiled, as he was just making a casual remark and not pursuing the matter further. Besides, why should he pursue the matter? Even if the Divine Gu dynasty had intentionally thrown the poison into Fennel flow zone, it was their freedom to do so. When Qing Li remained silent, Lu Yin suddenly asked, I've heard that the Divine Gu dynasty specializes in poison research. Are there any poisons that cultivators can't detect at all? Are there any poisons that cause their bodies to become numb and slow down after being poisoned? Qing Li's eyes narrowed, but it only lasted for a moment. There are many poisons that cultivators can't detect, and there are quite a few in the Divine Gu dynasty. Why are you asking about this? Lu Yin was surprised. Quite a few. Can you take a few out for me to take a look? Qing Lu was put in a difficult position. Alliance leader Lu, you might not know this, but poison is one of the most versatile offensive techniques of the Divine Gu dynasty. It's like a cultivator's battle technique, and it cannot be casually shown to others. What about purchasing? Lu Yin asked. Qing Li was put in a difficult position. We usually don't sell this. Old man, do you know who you're talking to? My master is the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, the supreme of our generation, the Hall of Honors Fatsi, the eldest disciple of Sirius Sect, an in-name disciple of Everlasting Island, a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker, a member of Leon's Armada, a frequent visitor of the Seven Courts, a top VIP of the Aurora Corporation, and a top VIP of the Mavis Bank. I'm doing business with you because I think highly of you, so don't be so ungrateful, Ku Wei shouted as he jumped out of nowhere. His voice was so loud that Qing Li jumped in fright. As a prince of the Divine Gu dynasty, he had never been shouted at like this before. Behind Qing Li, someone shouted, impudent. Impudent. Don't you know who you're talking to? My master bought your poison because he thinks highly of you. Don't be so ignorant, roared Ku Wei. Lu Yin looked at Ku Wei in admiration. Sometimes, it required such a person to be effective. However, it was difficult for Lu Yin to reveal the identities that Ku Wei had mentioned all at once, and there was no hindrance to it at all. It was the same as many times. Qing Li's face turned ugly, and he glared at Ku Wei. I'm not selling it. Can I take a look? Lu Yin asked, his tone slightly unpleasant. Ku Wei grew impatient, and he glared at Qingli. Hurry up and take it out. Do you want our alliance leader to do it himself? Take a look at that poisonous bug. If you don't take it out, I'll stuff you into its mouth. Qingli was disgusted by Ku Wei, and he snorted before retrieving a poison from his cosmic ring. This is a poison that I personally developed. It's called the 5 Steps Powder. Anyone below the hunter realm who is poisoned by this poison will die after taking 5 steps. There are no exceptions. Ku Wei hurriedly stepped forward and carefully handed it to Lu Yin. He smiled fawningly. Master, take a look. Lu Yin did not take it, and he merely glanced at it. The rune lines were close to 100,000, and its strength was similar to what Qingli had described. Your Highness, are you trying to fool me? What's the point of looking at this poison? Old brat, be sensible. Ku Wei roared. Qingli glared at him and then gritted his teeth as he took out another poison. Although it was called a poison, it was more like a colorful snake that was only the size of a fingernail. This is a snake poison that my divine Gu dynasty developed. It can enter a person's body at a speed that hunters cannot avoid. Even enlighters will find it difficult to neutralize this poison. Lu Yin's eyes grew cold. I'm talking about a poison that can paralyze a cultivator's body without them noticing. Qingli took out a few more poisons, and the most powerful one was only difficult for an enlighter to detect, not impossible to detect. It seems that your Highness is joking with me. I can easily tell if these poisons are poisonous or not. I hope that your Highness can take out a poison that I can't detect, Lu Yin said slowly. Ku Wei threatened, do you want to play in that baby's mouth? Qingli was helpless. Alliance leader Lu, there are a few other poisons in the dynasty that even enlighters can't detect. However, those poisons can only be obtained by my brother. Your Highness, have you heard of rune lines? Lu Yin asked. Qingli was confused. The legendary power of the rune progenitor? Lu Yin looked up into the distance. Everything under the heavens has rune lines. The poisons that you mentioned earlier, which are supposed to be difficult to detect, all have rune lines. What I need are poisons that don't have rune lines at all. They're like mystical items. Qingli's expression did not change. Our dynasty doesn't have that. But I heard that Night King Zhenwu obtained a poison from the divine Gu dynasty, and I've experienced that poison before, Lu Yin said. Qingli immediately denied it. That's impossible. Night King Zhenwu's poison definitely didn't come from my Gu flow zone. Lu Yin looked at him. Qing Long told me. Qingli was shocked. How did she know? The moment he spoke, he was stunned. When he saw Lu Yin's smug expression, his heart sank. He had been tricked. Your Highness, how long are you going to hide this? I'll invite you to stay here as a guest, or I'll take you to the Great Eastern Alliance as a guest. I believe that young King Qin will find it difficult to stop me. 1 year, 100 years, or 1,000 years. Qingli's face twitched, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, tell everyone to leave. Lu Yin waved his hand, and everyone else left, leaving only him and Qingli in the room. Qingli looked at Lu Yin seriously. Alliance Master Lu, my divine Gu dynasty has no enmity towards you. Lu Yin did not respond, and he merely looked at Qingli calmly. The poison that Night King Zhenwu obtained from my divine Gu dynasty is called impermanence. That poison was developed from a strange flower that my brother obtained by chance. It's truly colorless and odorless, and it's comparable to a wonder item. Even if you cultivate the rune progenitor's power, you won't be able to see rune lines. It's the most precious poison in my divine Gu dynasty. The reason why we gave it to Night King Zhenwu is because an ancient powerhouse from the Day-Night group helped us establish the divine Gu dynasty. My divine Gu dynasty owes the Day-Night clan a favor, but we're not helping the Day-Night clan deal with Alliance Master Lu. It was only now that Lu Yin learned that the poison that he had been afflicted with on Night King planet was called impermanence. He had not even realized that he had been poisoned at the time, and if not for his withered wisdom root and his innate gift with dice, he would have died on Night King planet. I almost died back then, Lu Yin said with a sullen expression. Even though this matter did not have much to do with the divine Gu dynasty and they did not want to deal with Lu Yin, this was still a hurdle that Lu Yin could not cross. Qingli understood as well. What do you want, Alliance Master Lu? Lu Yin stared at him. I want impermanence. Qingli frowned. My brother won't agree. Aside from Night King Jinwu, no one else is given impermanence. Even the eldest princess, Qing Long Long, can't touch it, let alone me. I want to speak with young Empress Qing. Unfortunately, my brother is in seclusion developing poisons. If you don't believe me, you can contact the eldest princess. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What does your highness think of the fifth mainland? Qingli was confused, as he did not understand why Lu Yin had changed the topic so quickly. What does Alliance Master Lu mean? If your highness is willing, I can help you go anywhere you want. You don't need to be trapped in Gu Flow Zone. Qingli shook his head. Alliance Master Lu, you're overthinking things. Anyone born in Gu Flow Zone will spend their entire lives dealing with poisons, and it's difficult for them to leave or adapt to the outside world. That's why the Hall of Honor has never paid much attention to my divine Gu dynasty since we have no interest in the outside world. Lu Yin was helpless. He wanted to find a spy within the divine Gu dynasty, but it did not seem to be easy. Those poisons were given to Alliance Master Lu as a greeting gift and also as compensation for the incident with the infant. Alliance Master Lu, I know that you want to obtain a Hellguard. Actually, anyone who has heard of a Hellguard would want one. Unfortunately, even I don't have one, so you should give up on that idea. Not long after, Qingli left, and Lu Yin did not make things difficult for him. Now was not the time to become enemies with the divine Gu dynasty, and there was no reason for him to make things difficult for Qingli. As for a Hellguard, he would definitely think of a way to obtain one. Those poisons that were comparable to wondrous items were too useful, and once they were upgraded, they would definitely be of great use. However, it was not the right time to go to the divine Gu dynasty, as he did not know anything about that place. Even if he went there, it would be difficult for him to obtain a Hellguard from young Empress Qing, and he could not just go around threatening her. Young Empress Qing also did not care about Lu Yin's status. Lu Yin's goal in Fennel Flow Zone was to wait for someone from the Wen family. He did not know what he could obtain from the Wen family, so he decided to discuss it with them first. In the Outerverse, on a planet belonging to Shamrock Enterprises, Yumu was panting heavily and half-kneeling on the ground. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth and dripping onto the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and one of his eyes had been blinded. A pair of long, snow-white legs swayed in front of him. It was a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth. She was beautiful, and there was a crafty look in her eyes that carried a hint of charm. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Actually, I prefer the feeling of a normal person. The position of Outerverse CEO does not suit me, but it's your fault, Master. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1593. Yumu looked at the girl in fear. You're not dead. She smiled brilliantly. Of course not. Your seed. Yumu spat out a mouthful of blood. The girl nodded obediently. I was from the start. The company arranged for me to be your disciple, but you were worried about my innate gift and killed me. How sad. Yumu smiled bitterly. I never thought that this day would come. You heir, do you still recognize me as your master? Of course. You'll always be my master, a master worth remembering. The girl's gaze turned cold, and her voice chilled him. Yumu lowered his head. That's good, that's good. It's great that I can see you before I die. Actually, I feel very guilty. The girl's gaze turned cold, and she suddenly reached out to grab Yumu. Yumu's body was pierced, but no blood flowed out. His body simply vanished. The girl was shocked. The Astral Source Universe. That was definitely the Astral Source Universe, but how was this possible? He didn't even have a power level of 400,000, so how could he have entered? The girl was at a loss, and she looked at the blood on the ground with a sinister expression before leaping into space. That old bastard couldn't have gotten far. In outer space, Yumu coughed up blood and rushed towards an abandoned planet to hide. This place wasn't far from Shamrock Enterprises, and Yu Air would definitely chase after him. If he wanted to live, he could only ask for help, but there was only one person who could save him, Lu Yin. This was an enemy who had forced him into a desperate situation, but only Lu Yin had the ability to save him. Yumu immediately activated his gadget and tried to contact Lu Yin. After a long time, a vast aura descended. Dear Master, I know you're here. You can't escape. Come out, I won't kill you. The girl's clear voice sounded out, but it was like a nightmare to Yumu. He looked up in terror and saw the girl standing in space, her hand pressing down on the planet. At that moment, the gadget connected, and Lu Yin appeared on the screen. The moment he appeared, he saw the girl attack the planet and destroy it before the screen disappeared. Within the green forest, Lu Yin was stunned. What was going on? Had Yumu just died? Who was that girl? Brother Lu, you should get back to work, Luoshin said gently. I'm fine. Not long after, his gadget rang again, and he immediately accepted the call. A fish screen appeared on his screen, showing that he had lost an eye and was in a miserable state, which gave Luoshin a fright. Lu, Alliance Master Lu, save me. Yumu cried for help with a hoarse voice. His eyes were filled with fear. What's going on? Lu Yin was puzzled. Because of the conflict with you, the company suffered heavy losses. Not only did the company order me to be replaced, but they also wanted to kill me. They want to hide a huge secret, Yumu panted as he spoke. He looked above his head and waited in fear. Continue. Alliance Master Lu, only you can save me. I swear that if you save me, you'll get Shamrock Enterprises' greatest secret, Yumu said urgently. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Why should I believe you? Yumu gritted his teeth, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Just because I escaped, I can escape into the Astral Source Universe. Lu Yin's eyes widened. The Astral Source Universe was a place only envoys could enter, and only cultivators like him could travel through it. Yumu's power level was at most 300,000, so how could he enter the Astral Source Universe? I don't believe you, Lu Yin said directly. There was no way for an enlighter to enter the Astral Source Universe in the Cosmic Tree domain, so how could Yumu do it? Yumu anxiously said, Alliance Master Lu, save me. If I'm lying, then I'll just die, but what if it's true? I can tell you that the thing that helped me enter the Astral Source Universe is called the Astral Source Pill. It's something that Shamrock Enterprises has been researching for a long time, and it's a precious pill that they've only recently succeeded in producing. It can be mass-produced. Location. Lu Yin barked. Yumu reported his location, and Lu Yin immediately contacted Elder He. Yumu's current location was not far from Anlin Planet, where the people from the Sea King's Dome lived. Alliance Master Lu, hurry. Shamrock Enterprises people will find me soon. I only have one astral source pill left, so I can only escape once, Yumu said anxiously. Luin suddenly shouted, run. Through the screen, he saw a figure appear behind Yumu. It was that girl. The screen disappeared, and Luin stood in place, deep in thought. Was the astral source pill real or fake? Yumu would not dare to lie, as he was Lu Yin's enemy, not his friend. If Yumu had asked Luin to save him, then Yumu would definitely die if the pill was fake. There was no need for Yumu to make such an unnecessary move. Could Shamrock Enterprises really have developed a pill that could allow Enlighters to travel through the astral source universe? That was a little against common sense. In the outerverse, Yu-Er stared at the empty space in front of her. She had clearly seen Yumu, but Yumu had actually escaped right under her nose, and through the astral source universe at that. She did not know how Yumu had done it, but that old geezer seemed to have contacted someone just now, and that person was Luin. Yu-Er was no stranger to Luin. During her time in hiding, she had joined the Great Eastern Alliance and visited the Innerverse and the Cosmic Sea. Luin had been a legend for nearly a decade, and she had seen too many records about him. That old geezer had ended up like this because of his conflict with Luin, so how had he managed to contact Luin? Yu-Er had too many questions, and she needed to find that old geezer. Half a day later, she found Yumu on a meteorite that was flying east. Yumu was sorrowful. Was it still too late? Luin could not save him in time. Dear Master, are you contacting Luin? Why? Also, how are you able to travel through the astral source universe? Can you tell me about it? Yu-Er stood in front of Yumu and asked gently. Yumu sneered. What? You don't know about the astral source pill? Astral source pill? Yu-Er had never heard of it. Yumu sneered, it seems like the company doesn't trust you. They didn't even tell you about the astral source pill. Then, Master, can you tell me? Yu-Er asked as she stared at Yumu. Her snow-white legs and the silent meteorite were two completely different scenes. Yumu shook his head. Since we're master and disciple, I'm warning you not to get too involved. The company's waters are murkier than you think. Yu-Er grabbed Yumu. Come back with me. At that moment, Yu-Er's body suddenly stiffened, and the void tore open. An elder walked out from within the astral source universe. Young lady, please put him down. He's my guest. Yu-Er turned around and saw the elder. Her expression turned serious. An emissary. Yumu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the shattered meteorite behind him. He had survived. In front of him, Elder, he clasped his hands behind his back and led him in a certain direction. Elder, he was rather curious about Yumu. He knew about the grudge between this person and Luin, but he had never thought that Luin would ask him to save this person. There had to be some other relationship between the two. However, Elder, he did not care about this. He had actively tried to save Yumu so that Luin would owe him a favor and use it to find the Sea King. They were absolutely certain that the Sea King was not dead, but they did not know where he was. They also did not have the ability to save him, so they could only rely on Luin. Luin was already on his way to the outerverse. He was very interested in the astral source pill that Yumu had mentioned, as well as the Oricon sealing stone from Aegis. Right after Luin left, the Wen family's people arrived at Fennel Flow Zone. When they learned that Luin was heading to the outerverse, they had no choice but to chase after him. Almost half a year had passed since Luin had returned to the fifth mainland from the Cosmic Tree Realm. On this day, In the distant west, some people from the technocracy arrived at the Genesis Court. The Genesis Court was the core of the technocracy, and it was located in the largest main city. It could also be said that the main city was the Genesis Court. During the tournament of the strongest, Yun, Domi, and Yarpatel had represented the technocracy in the Astral Combat Academy. Wang Yi had also represented the Genesis Court during the Supreme Tournament. There were many research teams in the Genesis Court, and Hui Kong often appeared here. However, Hui Kong was not at the Genesis Court at this moment. Instead, he was on a barren planet far away. A giant mechanical monster had descended and was smashed to pieces by Hui Kong. "Damn Baldy, I'll tear you apart sooner or later," the mechanical monster said in a crisp voice. It seemed to be very angry. Hui Kong grinned. "Go home and drink milk, kid. You're so old that your teeth are falling out. Grandpa Hui is still so young. Shameless Baldy." With a bang, the mechanical monster was smashed to pieces. Hui Kong looked up and sighed. If only Brother Liu was here. With so many materials, it would be enough for him to play with. A day later, Hui Kong was roasting a giant beast that he had caught from somewhere when his expression suddenly changed. He stood up and looked into the distance with a solemn expression that had never been seen before. Not long after, an old man tore through the void and walked out. He looked at Hui Kong calmly. "Someone from the abandoned lands." Hui Kong narrowed his eyes. "Someone from that planet. I'm Wang Shang from the Four Cardinal Scales Wang family. I heard that you're from the abandoned lands. Do you recognize this person?" The old man raised his hand and drew an image in the void. Hui Kong's eyes narrowed when he saw the image that Wang Shang had drawn. "Brother Liu. It seems like you recognize him. Take me to him," the old man said in an unquestionable tone. He was one of the few experts in the Wang family who had undergone 6 tribulation origin tribulations, and he had always been on the northern battlefield. He had only returned to the family by chance and had been given a mission by half of Wang Xi's team. He did not know much about the abandoned lands, but he did not need to. It was just a cultivation desert. Although there were a few experts, they were all ants in his eyes. He had lived on the northern battlefield for 1,000 years and did not take anyone from the abandoned land seriously. He was even confident that he could fight even half of Wang Shang's team. Hui Kong's expression was grave. He could sense how terrifying this old man was. He had been tempered through blood and fire, and he had a murderous aura. Even though he had been in the technocracy for so many years, he could not compare to this old man. Perhaps this old man had surpassed him. "I don't know him," Hui Kong said. Wang Shang sneered. "I'm sure you know him, so take me to him." He raised his hand and slammed down with his palm. At the same time, black ropes appeared in the void from all directions to bind Hui Kong. He had directly used a forbidden secret technique. Hui Kong's expression changed. Hui Zi's secret technique, break all things, could see through weaknesses and defeat stronger opponents. Hui Kong had seen through the forbidden secret technique and was not trapped. Wang Shang was surprised. "I underestimated you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1594. The sky exploded as 2 powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000 clashed, causing the technocracy to be alarmed. However, the technocracy did not react to Wang Shang's appearance. Pfft! Hui Kong spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Wang Shang in shock. He did not know what had happened just now. How could this be? Wang Shang also seemed to be in a difficult situation. He looked at Hui Kong in shock. I underestimated you. I didn't think that there would be an expert like you in the abandoned land. However, against my Wang family's art of forgetfulness, your loss is not unjustified. Take me to this kid. Or do you have some sort of connection with him? Hui Kong rubbed his bald head. Go to hell. He's my brother. He raised his hand and pressed down with both hands. A golden meteor fell from the sky, slamming into Wang Shang. Wang Shang sneered. Petty tricks. He raised his hand and unleashed Heavenly Blade. The sharp blade cut through the meteor, but the meteor was also extremely powerful. It passed through the might of Heavenly Blade and forced Wang Shang back. It also caused his organs to tremble, and cracks appeared on his arm. This was Hui Kong's inherited battle technique, the Golden Meteor. It contained Hui Kong's powerful strength, and it was not so easy to withstand. Wang Shang raised his hand again and aimed it at Hui Kong. He planned to seriously injure him first. Golden meteors had a special characteristic, and that was that they could be cultivated. Every once in a while, one could cultivate a golden meteor that contained more than half of one's strength, and there was no limit to the number. Hui Kong had stayed in the technocracy for so many years and had always cultivated golden meteors to guard against the technocracy. Now, he was using it on Wang Shang. Wang Shang was just about to attack Hui Kong when a dense cluster of golden meteors appeared above his head, all of them whistling toward him. Even though Wang Shang had experienced the battlefield on the other side and did not fear death, he was now scared. He could not withstand so many golden meteors, so he had no choice but to tear through the void and try to escape. If golden meteors were so easy to avoid, they would not have become the Hui family's inherited battle technique. One golden meteor after another entered the void and chased after Wang Shang. Hui Kong panted heavily. He knew that even if this person did not die, he would be seriously injured. His own injuries were not light either. The starry sky contained too many strange battle techniques, and there was an irreparable gap. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. What had Brother Lu done? Why was he being chased by so many experts from the starry sky? However, being chased after him proved that Brother Lu was living well. This was good news. It seemed that he could not stay in the technocracy any longer. This person had been beaten back, so the next one would definitely be even stronger. Accidents had occurred in the technocracy, and so had the outerverse. Elder he took you moved to Enlon planet. Along the way, they encountered a powerful being from the sixth mainland who was heading to Aegis. There were not only experts from the D family but also experts from the Autumn Frost family. The sixth mainland's Bloodburn realm had three top-notch families, the D family, Mo Zhang's bloodline, and the Autumn Frost family. Among them, the Mo Zhang's bloodline and the Autumn Frost family's ancestors were both world importers, and only the D family's ancestor was a cosmic importer. Furthermore, he was one of the sixth mainland's Daosor sect's 10 elders. However, as the calamity descended, the D family's ancestor had died in battle, and the Mo Zhang's bloodline's ancestor had also died in battle, leaving the Bloodburn realm with only the Autumn Frost family. The sixth mainland had moved into the fifth mainland's outerverse, and although the 9 filaments could no longer be further divided, each filament was naturally closer to the other. Most of the people from the Bloodburn realm had joined the Autumn Frost family. Who are you? Elder he asked solemnly as he looked at the group of sixth mainland's cultivators who were blocking his path. He was filled with hostility towards the sixth mainland. The expert from the Autumn Frost family was called Uncle Hua, and he was an emissary with a power level of over 600,000. Behind him were DFA, Autumn Frost Qing, and the rest of the sixth mainland's cultivators. Elder from the Autumn Frost family, who are you? Uncle Hua asked. When he saw that elder he was an emissary, he had purposely stopped him. Now that the sixth mainland had moved into the Outerverse, they wanted the Outerverse to acknowledge their rule, and roping in the Outerverse experts was the fastest way to do so. This was especially true for emissaries, as they had a large number of cultivators following behind them. Elder He's tone was unpleasant. "I'm just a passerby. Please make way." Uncle Hua frowned, and behind him, Autumn Frost Ching spoke up. "Aren't you being too rude? You don't even dare to introduce yourself." Elder He's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "What do you want?" Uncle Hua asked, "Since you've appeared in the Outerverse, are you an Outerverse cultivator or just passing through?" "That has nothing to do with you." Uncle Hua coldly replied, "The fifth mainland's Outerverse now belongs to the sixth mainland, and anyone who appears in the Outerverse is under the jurisdiction of the sixth mainland. How can it have nothing to do with me?" "What sixth mainland? You're just a stray dog." Elder He was disdainful. Autumn Frost Ching and the rest were furious, and Uncle Hua's eyes widened. "How dare you!" He then imprinted an imprint on Elder Autumn Frost behind him, and a terrifying aura stirred the heavens. Elder He was not afraid, and he was about to attack. Yumu, who had been standing behind Elder He, suddenly shouted, "Senior, Junior Yumu has something to ask of you." Elder He suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Shut up." A strange weapon appeared in Uncle Hua's hand, and he swept it out. Elder He hurriedly blocked the attack, and with just one strike, Elder He was sent flying. Uncle Hua's power level was over 600,000, which was already above Elder He's. The sixth mainland's cultivators had the advantage against the fifth mainland's cultivators, and with Uncle Hua's imprint and bloodline, Elder He was no match for Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua snorted and looked at Yumu. "What is it?" Yumu was ecstatic. He did not care about the sixth mainland or the fifth mainland, he just wanted to survive. Relying on the sixth mainland's cultivators, whom he did not know, was better than relying on Lu Yin. He did not believe that Lu Yin would let him off. Junior Yumu is the Outerverse president of the fifth mainland's Shamrock Enterprises. I wish to rely on the Autumn Frost family. Yumu bowed respectfully. The Astral River Arc had once seemed majestic to Lu Yin, but after visiting the Neoverse, the Astral Tree, the Glory Realm, the Bifrost Bridge, and the Mother Tree, everything about the fifth mainland seemed ordinary to him. Beep beep beep. Lu Yin accepted the call. "Alliance Master Lu, I'm sorry. I failed." Elder He's voice sounded weak and coughing. Lu Yin was shocked. Shamrock Enterprises sent out an emissary. "It's the Autumn Frost family." Lu Yin was puzzled. "How is this related to Autumn Frost Joe?" Elder He explained what had happened and then apologized. Yumu was taken away. "It's my fault." Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "Elder, you're being too serious. This has nothing to do with you. I'll handle this matter. Elder, please return to Calm Orchid Planet and rest." "All right," Elder He agreed and then ended the call. Lu Yin immediately contacted Star Fox. The appearance of the sixth mainland's Autumn Frost family could not be a coincidence. The sixth mainland had taken over the Outerverse peacefully for the sake of peace, and because of the Eternals' invasion, the sixth mainland had acted peacefully in the Outerverse and had not caused any wars. They had slowly moved eastward, but now, the Autumn Frost family had appeared near the Central Weaves. Lu Yin guessed that this might have something to do with Aegis. Lu Yin told Star Fox about this conjecture, and Star Fox was shocked. He thanked Lu Yin profusely and hurriedly led everyone from Aegis away. He had gone to the Western Weaves to talk to the D family, but the results had not been good. Lu Yin had given him information that confirmed that the Autumn Frost family's target was them. The D family had already secretly sided with the Autumn Frost family. Lu Yin informed Star Fox and told Aegis to retreat, and Yumu did the same to Uncle Hua. Aegis is Lu Yin's subordinate organization. Lu Yin has an identity as a member of the Hall of Honor that allows him to recruit subordinate organizations. That person just now was an expert from the Sea King's Dome, so he'll definitely tell Lu Yin about Senior's arrival, Yumu said. Uncle Hua immediately sped up and headed towards Aegis. He was also familiar with Lu Yin's name. Even though they had never interacted before, this person's battle during the Sovereign Tournament had shocked everyone. Furthermore, this person was the Sixth Mainland's greatest obstacle to smoothly taking over the Outerverse. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance's influence, they would have been able to take over the Outerverse even faster. When Autumn Frost Qing heard Lu Yin's name, he clenched his fists and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. It was Lu Yin again. If he could, he really wanted to destroy this person. When he thought of Lu Yin, he thought of Third Fatty and Yan Xiaojing. He had been searching for them all this time, and both of them had to die. Neither of them should even think about escaping. DFA looked up into outer space. Lu Yin was someone he had not seen in a long time, and he had never thought that Lu Yin would still be alive. He had disappeared for 2 years, and when he had reappeared, he had caused a huge commotion in the Daosaur sect's ruins. He had even beaten DFA and Nan Yanfei into the ocean, where they had almost died. The gap between them was growing wider and wider. Would they meet Lu Yin again on this trip to Aegis? When Uncle Hua and the others arrived at planet Aegis, it was already empty. There was not a single person on the planet. Not only had Lu Yin informed them in time, but Star Fox and the others had also been prepared. Uncle Hua's expression turned ugly. Yumu hurriedly said, "Senior, that person from the Sea King's Dome must have told Lu Yin. This junior knows where those people from the Sea King's Dome are. Lead the way." Uncle Hua's tone was rather unpleasant. In the distance, on Tranquil Orchid Planet, Elder He recounted everything that had happened to Elder Tong and the others after they returned. Hai Chi-Chi displayed her usual venomous tongue and ridiculed Uncle Hua and the others as if they were worthless. Elder Tong muttered to himself for a moment before giving the order to leave. "Elder, do we need to leave?" Hai Dashao asked. Elder Tong's eyes flickered. "Yumu recognizes us, and he knows about our relationship with Lu Yin. Even if we don't know why those people from the Autumn Frost family are here, Lu Yin definitely won't allow Yumu to be taken away. A conflict will definitely break out between them, and our position here is too obvious. It's easy for us to become sacrificial lambs." "Then let's leave," Hai Dashao said. Hai Chi-Chi was unwilling. "Why do we have to clean up Lu Yin's mess?" After all these years, she had gradually walked out of the shadow of losing the Sea King. Even if she had not completely let go, her mood had improved greatly. If we want to bring the Sea King back, we'll need to borrow Lu Yin's strength. Only the Great Eastern Alliance can intimidate those from the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin's background is too deep, and his influence is greater than anyone else's. Elder Tong sighed and then glanced at Hai Chi-Chi. It would be great if Lu Yin could be together with Chi-Chi. Back then, the Sea King had been able to force the two of them to be together, but now, that was no longer possible. Uncle Hua brought Yumu and the others to Tranquil Orchid Planet, but all they saw was an ordinary planet with many ordinary people living there. However, there was no trace of the people from the Sea King's Dome. This angered Uncle Hua. When an emissary was angered, the heavens shook, and natural disasters such as tsunamis and earthquakes erupted on the planet. No one dared to stop Uncle Hua, as they did not care about the lives of these ordinary people. "Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1595. Suddenly, the void in front of Uncle Hua split open, and a palm slammed out. Uncle Hua saw it, but he was unable to dodge in time. His body was struck by the invisible palm, and his defenses weakened. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying into outer space. The palm contained traces of gold that pierced through his body and exploded on his back. Uncle Hua spat out another mouthful of blood and used his imprint on Elder Autumnfrost. He forcefully twisted his body and stabilized himself in outer space. He panted heavily, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth as he stared at launching. That palm had been extremely powerful and contained overlaying stacks. If not for the fact that the attacker was not an emissary, he would have been in danger. Even so, that palm had injured him. "Who's there?" Uncle Hua barked, his eyes bloodshot. His imprint remained behind him as he activated his bloodline to deal with the attack. Autumnfrost Qing and the rest quickly returned to outer space and appeared behind Uncle Hua. In front of them, Lu Yin walked out with a gloomy expression as he stared at Uncle Hua. When they saw Lu Yin, their expressions changed, especially Yu Mu. His face went pale, and a chill ran down his spine. "You're from the Autumnfrost family. Who gave you the guts to behave so atrociously in my Great Eastern Alliance?" Lu Yin shouted as golden battle force wrapped around his arm. Uncle Hua stared at Lu Yin. "You're Lu Yin. Answer me. Who gave you the guts?" "Elder Autumnfrost." Lu Yin asked. "Impudent. You're just a puny enlighter, yet you dare to question an emissary." Autumnfrost Qing shouted. Lu Yin glanced at Yu Mu and then back at Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua stared at Lu Yin fearfully, as he had never expected that palm to come from this person. This person definitely had the power to challenge an emissary, which was too terrifying. How could he be so strong? Even the Dao Source Three Skies cultivators would not be able to face an emissary in a direct confrontation. This person was terrifying. If this person was allowed to grow, then it would only be a disaster for the Sixth Mainland. Uncle Hua barked, "The Outerverse already belongs to the Sixth Mainland, so why would there be a Great Eastern Alliance?" "Lu Yin, do you want to become enemies with the Sixth Mainland?" "Nonsense." Lu Yin raised a hand and unleashed an empty palm. Uncle Hua's expression changed, and a strange weapon appeared in his hand. He swept out with this attack, and it had severely injured Elder He. Lu Yin looked at Uncle Hua's rune lines. This attack's power exceeded 600,000, and it was indeed powerful. However, the codex of Ian evolution had been weakened. Uncle Hua's attack swept past Lu Yin, but he could clearly sense that something was amiss. The power of his attack had suddenly weakened, and Lu Yin's hollow palm descended upon Uncle Hua's weapon. Uncle Hua was sent flying along with his weapon. This time, he was prepared, and he was not as miserable as he had been when he had been hit by Lu Yin's palm. However, he was not much better off. He had not expected that he would not be able to safely receive Lu Yin's palm strike even though he had been prepared. The difference in Lu Yin's power was so great that even DFA and the others who had fought with him before could not accept it. That was an emissary, but he had actually been beaten back. Uncle Hua stepped through the void and vanished, and Lu Yin disappeared at the same time. Then, within the astral source universe, Lu Yin unleashed a series of palm strikes that landed on Uncle Hua's body. Uncle Hua had not expected Lu Yin to be able to step into the astral source universe, and he had been caught off guard. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he quickly moved to appear behind Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua seemed to have expected this, and his strange weapon swept out from a strange angle, forcing Lu Yin to retreat. Uncle Hua was just about to continue attacking when a willow leaf appeared and bound him up. Mr. Liu, with us here, why bother fighting? The flying willow leaf appeared. Lu Yin had brought them with him to the outerverse, and Lu Ocean was still in the Fennel Flow Zone. Wei Rong sent someone to escort him to the Great Eastern Alliance. The appearance of the flying willow leaf shocked everyone from the Sixth Mainland, especially Uncle Hua. He had not expected such a powerful powerhouse to be by Lu Yin's side. If he had known earlier, he would not have taken action. So this is an imprint. What a strange power. Big Sister Fei Hua sized up Elder Autumn Frost, who was standing behind Uncle Hua, and sighed in admiration. Mr. Lu Yi was curious as well. This power can make a person even stronger. This person's current power level has already surpassed his own. Because of this imprint, there really is something in the wasteland that is worth researching. Lu Yin calmly asked, have you guys never seen this power before? Mr. Lu Yi was astonished. We should have seen it before. Visualize. Lu Yin uttered 2 words. Mr. Lu Yi was stunned. Indeed. Uncle Hua was restrained, and he could not even threaten the 2 powerhouses, Lu Yi and Fei Hua. He was immediately captured by Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, what do you want? Uncle Hua asked. Lu Yin had originally wanted to release someone to report back to the Autumn Frost family so that they could redeem the captives and intimidate the Sixth Mainland. However, he thought of something else and did not release anyone. He took all of them with him and sealed off all information. Director Yu, you really know how to take advantage of the situation. Lu Yin spoke to Yu Mu alone. Yu Mu smiled bitterly. Alliance Master Lu, you and I have always been enemies. You only saved me because my conditions moved you. Now, I've just found a better buyer. This is just a transaction. Lu Yin nodded. That's right, it's just a transaction. However, you brought these people to Enlon Planet, which went beyond the scope of the transaction. You're trying to trip me up. Those people from the Sea King's Dome are not from the Great Eastern Alliance. They have nothing to do with you, Alliance Master Lu, Yu Mu quibbled. Lu Yin laughed. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that you're causing trouble for me. Yu Mu sighed. I'll tell you everything about the Astral Source Pill. I just hope that Alliance Master Lu will let me live. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Sure, go ahead. Yu Mu went on guard. I'm talking about Alliance Master Lu and your subordinates. You are not allowed to act against me, and you are also not allowed to hire others to escort me safely to the astral wilderness. You don't have the right to talk about conditions with me. I promise that my subordinates and I will not act against you, but if you want to go to the astral wilderness, you have to go by yourself. Yu Mu hurriedly said, Alliance Master Lu, that's the Astral Source Pill. Once you get your hands on it, it will be of great use to your Great Eastern Alliance. Is it not worth as much as my conditions? Right, I'll add one more condition. Give me that universal armor that you've been wearing all this time. Lu Yin stared at Yu Mu. You're quite interesting. Since you already know that Shamrock Enterprises has the Astral Source Pill, then I have a way to find out. I'm only asking you to save me some trouble. Not only are you my enemy, but you're also two-faced. You even want to take away my defensive items. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? Yu Mu snorted. I'm afraid of death, but I know that if I don't meet the conditions, I'll still die. Shamrock Enterprises has too many hidden seeds, and they might even have some by your side. If I don't have the ability to protect myself, then I'll just die anyway. I'll send you to the astral wilderness. That's my bottom line. If you don't want to, then you can die, Lu Yin said. Yu Mu gritted his teeth. He was sure that Lu Yin really wanted the Astral Source Pill, or else he would not have asked Wang Hai to help him. Wang Tian's men were protecting Yumu, so they would not immediately rush over. However, there was one thing that Yumu was right about. Since Lu Yi knew about the astral source pill, then he would definitely be able to find out where it was. Yumu did not dare take the risk, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would really fight to the death. If he did not cherish his life, then he would not have asked Lu Yin for help, nor would he have turned to the Autumn Frost family. He cherished his life more than anyone else. I want to join the Great Eastern Alliance, Yumu said in a low voice, changing his conditions. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he thought about it. All right. The Great Eastern Alliance welcomed anyone, but as the alliance leader, Lu Yin had the authority to arrange for personnel to be transferred. Yumu could only serve on the front lines and in the most dangerous places, and his identity had to be changed. As for what would happen to him, no one could say for sure. The Astral Source Pill is a research project that Shamrock Enterprises set up a long time ago. I don't know exactly how many years they've been working on it, but I only had the right to know after I became the president of the Outerverse. At that time, the Astral Source Pill was enough to break through the Astral Source universe, but it could not allow people to travel through it. Now, the Astral Source Pill can allow Enlighters to instantly travel through the Astral Source universe. Traveling through the Astral Source universe is just one of the uses of the Astral Source Pill. There are other uses for it as well. Shamrock Enterprises not only did they set up a research team to manufacture the Astral Source Pill, but they also set up a research team to study its uses. The most valuable use of the pill is to attract the attention of the Astral Source universe. Lu Yin was curious, and he vaguely thought of something. Continue. Yumu continued, when envoys fight, they not only have to face their enemies, but they also have to face the Astral Source universe. Once they're noticed by the Astral Source universe, the Astral Source in their body can be easily extracted. Without Astral Source, it's not a big deal, but once it's extracted, it'll have a huge impact on the battle. Using multiple Astral Source pills at the same time can achieve this effect. Lu Yin understood, as this was also why envoys needed strange items. These strange items could conceal their astral source and prevent them from being noticed by the Astral Source universe. They were beneficial in both battle and absorbing Astral Source. However, the Astral Source pill was equivalent to poison to envoys. It was a poison that was specially made for envoys. Where's the research team for the Astral Source pill? Lu Yin asked. Yumu answered, the headquarters world. In fact, it was precisely because of the success of the Astral Source pill that the headquarters decided to move to the Realm Mountains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entered the Realm Mountains to avoid attracting attention. This cleared up Lu Yin's doubts. He had always been curious as to why Shamrock Enterprises had not moved to the Realm Mountains earlier, as it would have been best for them to obtain protection there. So this was the reason. So the Astral Source pill was also recently developed? Lu Yin asked. Yumu replied, it was developed 10 years ago, and we've been testing it for the past 10 years. That's how I was able to obtain a few pills, but I used them all up when I was trying to escape. Aside from the headquarters, are there any other branch companies that have Astral Source pills? Absolutely not. The Astral Source pill is the company's biggest secret. Even the woman who tried to kill me, Yu Er, who took over the position of CEO of the Outerverse, doesn't know about its existence. I only know about it because of my seniority. Lu Yin was astonished. That woman's name is Yu Er. Yumu's face darkened. She's my disciple, and she actually betrayed me. She's a hidden seed. Alliance leader, you must be careful of Shamrock Enterprises' hidden seeds. Not only are these people powerful, but they're also terrifyingly powerful. There are definitely hidden seeds within the Great Eastern Alliance. Yu Er was once hidden there, and she only appeared because she wanted to replace me, you're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.